Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Master Season number 2. The road to redemption starts here for some veteran teams who have already had a tough time dealing so far with the Kings of Garena Call of Duty Mobile MP, Blacklist International Ultimate. Alternatively, it could also be an opportunity for the young blood, the rebels who have proven themselves so far, the youth challenges, and dead set on doing it here again. A lot of drama to unwrap, but 10 days of the competition for us to enjoy all of it. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with the one and only fabulous Beef Mommy to open up the show for you, but we will have a couple of other casters joining us as well.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We're opening it up with a bang, and I know AJ, we're so excited because we keep talking about this. It's the young bloods' time to shine. I know the oldies over here in the chat just waiting for their turn with their canes maybe. Whose turn is it to shine? Is it going to be the new teams that we have yet to see really go up against the baddies, basically the best of the best at what we've seen here so far? So that's why I'm so excited to see here, especially since after Garena Youth Challengers has happened, there's so many teams that we're looking forward to seeing.
Well, I am most definitely excited to see each and every single one of these teams out there performing. But before, of course, we walk you guys through all of the format and whatever that we have ready for you, please let us know in the comment section whether or not you are here to support a specific team, or are you here just like us to see exactly who's going to be able to rise up to the top and then, of course, jump onto the bandwagon behind them.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, there's a lot of things happening here. Obviously, we're only at our day one, so a lot of the teams maybe have a little bit of jitters up in hand, but obviously these teams are very well versed in terms of tournament formats. But obviously in Garena, we have a lot of challenges for you to just go and overcome. And obviously here in Call of Duty Mobile, Season 4 is up in our midst. Wild Dogs, the newest season, can definitely change up the meta just a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And speaking of the meta, a lot of changes have been happening in the game so far. Which one of these teams will be able to keep up with it? I mean, touching a little bit on the point that I brought up just moments ago, a lot of the veteran teams have been having a tough time dealing with just one squad, Blacklist International Ultimate, and now they have to deal with the constant changes within the game and also the uprising stars of the future who are more than determined to not only take the throne away, but also take a lot of these qualifying spots. A lot of new names in here for us to check out in the competition, Beef.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We have the young bloods, we got the Mambas. Obviously, Lowkings can definitely go and reach out from under you and really just prove to you that, okay, the young bloods definitely can go out guns a-blazing, but definitely you have a lot of these teams as well who really know how to play their game. We got Smart Omega yet again. Obviously here, Group A, we have Smart Omega, we have Tyrant, you have so many new names, very big names as well, but obviously it's not going to be easy for them because the young people, they really know how to adjust and how to really go in a guns a-blaze.
As usual, we opened up the qualifiers with 256 teams competing. And of course, through all of those battles, we have the top 16 now within the group stage to battle it off against each other. This will be in a double round robin format, and the top 8 teams will be moving on through to the playoffs until, of course, we get our champion. The playoffs are going to be a whole other, drama for us to watch unfolding at that point of time. Remember, over at the Garena Masters Season 1, Almighty, they had to drop down into the lower brackets, fight all the way back up into the grand finals, but still not be able to do anything much. Would it be perhaps a similar situation for other teams as Blacklist International Ultimate continues to soar through the competition, or will we see a huge change in here this time around? Anything can happen. Why can anything happen? Because all of these teams have been toiling day and night, working non-stop to improve their gameplay, because the money that is on the table this time around, Beef, is absolutely solid. And Garena has been improving this from time to time.
Yeah, every single time we have a tournament, it just goes higher and higher. And not only that, the expectation goes higher as well. Obviously, taking a look at down below, 13th to 16th place, you're going to have a mere $250. And I mean, I'm pretty sure that's still pretty important for some of these teams. But obviously, you want to get to the 4th place, $1,500, going all the way up. 3rd place is going to be $3,000. 2nd place, $4,500. And obviously, they really want to reach this, not only for the money, but also to be crowned the champions of Garena Masters Season 2. $10,000 up for grabs.
It's not just about the pride. It's a little bit about the money as well. You need to put food on the table. You need to be able to purchase yourself a little bit of that hardware to continuously improve anything and everything that you can do within the games. let's see if or not all of the best will be able to reach up to the top without too much of trouble, or is it going to be a battle where it's not going to be easy to figure out all the way down to that final day. But of course, let's break down the groups. This is Group A. We've got Smart Omega, C8 Legacy, C8 Stealth, as well as Tyrant Esports. If there is going to be an assumption of a group of death, this might just be it.
I mean, without a doubt, you get to see Smart Omega here, and obviously they did drop off into the 4th place into the first season of Garena Masters, but that's still a pretty big feat. And I already know that there's talks that they are definitely revamping their teamwork over here. And not only that, C8 Legacy as well, they definitely are the really dominant C8 franchise, but obviously right beside them, C8 Stealth, they're not going to allow C8 Legacy to outshine them just like that. Tyrant Esports, really well known in the community. So again, this Group A, it's going to be really, really hardcore.
I mean, C8 is impressive overall, but C8 Stealth, right? They did so well in the Garena Youth Challenges, managing to pick up that 4th spot and now qualifying for Masters as well in Season 2. It's not just the brand, it is this team, C8 Stealth, up and coming young boys. I am most definitely excited to watch them in performance today. But Tyrant Esports, they have not been, strangers to the competition. They won the Youth Challenges and they are in Group A. This is going to be absolutely solid. We promise you guys. But of course, let's bring up Group B and see what sort of craziness awaits there. It's the Mamba Lowkings, Mamba Corinthians, C8 Jeux, as well as Gaijin Rogue. Well, this might not be your group of death beef, but you surely have some titans in here. Very specifically looking at the Lowkings there with their performance in the Garena Masters Season 1. Everybody was blown away.
Yeah, I mean, going all the way through the grassroots tournaments here in the Philippines, they definitely made a name for themselves going into Masters Season 1. So getting that 3rd spot, kicking down Omega into that 4th spot is definitely no shaky feat. I mean, going right beside them, the Mamba Corinthians as well, they have their first appearance here in Garena Masters too, but they can definitely learn from their brothers here in Lowkings and not give them any kind of way to let them be beat. So a lot of focusing here, but again, with the youth challengers, they were in the middle of the pack somewhat, but again, it's a new dawn, it's a new day. There's definitely a new challenge for them to go uphill. And now C8 Jeux as well, they are the little brothers of Legacy united, and now they really want to make a name for themselves, and it's their first appearance again.
Right. It's the first appearance here. Gaijin Rogue, they are strangers to absolutely no one. But the biggest question here is, are they going to be able to do better than they did in Garena Masters Season 1? They couldn't scrap out anything more than the top 13 placement the last time around. Even in CGI 2022, we did see them kind of struggle in the competition. Whether or not that will continue is a huge question mark. They do have most definitely a chance of performing against C8 Jeux. We have got no data on them whatsoever. But against Mamba Corinthians, this was the team that, held their own within the Garena Youth Challenges, but weren't really able to do all that too much. Mamba Lowkings, definitely the ones who are dead set on dominating Group B. But of course, we will let the performance out there on the battlefield break down that story a little bit more. Here's Group C, Almighty, NV Doctors, VI T2P, as well as C8 United within this lineup. Your thoughts on these teams, Beef?
Oh, taking a look at that, Almighty definitely is the shining star here in Group C because they have such a really good performance all throughout. Probably one of the most consistent teams that we've seen here playing Call of Duty Mobile ever to be made. This franchise has been absolutely amazing. But again, the new bloods really want to make a name for themselves as well. You got C8 United, definitely the little brothers of C8 Legacy, but they don't want to be that anymore. They have a really powerful team, especially with the guidance of Ron and Toy, that can definitely be a duo that can beat every single one of the teams right now. NV Doctors, you have a lot of really good performances from this team. They just need a little bit of that push.
And of course, Oro has recently moved into C8 United, and the transfer wasn't from a different clan. It was from C8 Stealth. It's all within the same house, but let's see if or not he will be able to step it up for the team later on. And I do agree with you, Almighty, definitely looking like they will be dominating this group, but anything can happen as all of these young bloods just continuously find ways to stun each and every single one of us every single time they step on out there to the battlefield. Group D, this is the final one. 4 teams: Blacklist, International Ultimate, Warlord Esports, Destra, Huntsman, as well as this team. This team. Not only do I love their name, I love their logo. I love their logo more than I love their name. Looking for organization. Please sponsor us.
Exactly. I mean, what more can it be very scary to see a group name like this with a question mark like that? Because you already know that Crush from Smart Omega has been the man for this team, and obviously for them, they're waiting here, even from Rage as well.
Yep.
So with that considering, I feel like Group D may be Group of Death because Blacklist International Ultimate can be up against Looking for Organization. So I'm really excited to see the stop of the run from Blacklist International.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, we've got the Huntsman in there as well, representing Malaysia. They have struggled in the world of Call of Duty Mobile for a long time, rebranded a couple of times, but this time they are reborn. Eds has been dropped from the team. Glowy, on the other hand, has left to Gaijin Rogue. So a lot of changes within the squad. I wonder whether or not that will be for positive or negative in terms of performance. We will have to wait and see. And I do agree with you, Beef. Blacklist International Ultimate going up against LF Organization. That's most definitely going to be one match that you guys do not want to miss. But this is how we will start the day off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It will be the one and only C8 Legacy going up against Tyrant Esports to open up the day, and then we will see Smart Omega take on C8 Stealth. For the third matchup, it's going to be Mamba Corinthians going up against Gaijin Rogue.
Oh, taking a look at that. And now, Gaijin Rogue can definitely go and win it. But if going up against Mamba, I feel like that's a little bit more of an even playing field here. But taking a look at who's going to be under them, Mamba Lowkings versus C8 Jeux. And that's going to be interesting for me because Mamba Lowkings, obviously, with a really very favorable run. And now for the next one, Envy Doctors versus C8 United and Almighty versus VI T2P. Now that's going to be very interesting as well. So out of all of the games that we have here so far, Mustachio, what are you most looking forward to?
I swear that is really a tough question because I'm looking forward to multiple matches in here, right? Most definitely the C8 Legacy going up against Tyrant Esports. That's going to be a cracker. I wonder how much will Tyrant Esports be able to achieve against C8 Legacy. But I'm also looking forward to seeing if or not Smart Omega has smartened up in their approach towards the game. We saw them the last time around. They weren't the most aggressive team. They weren't the most dangerous team out there. And having the opportunity to start the competition off against C8 Stealth, I mean, they're a good team, but just not the strongest one within the C8 clan, perhaps will be a good way for us to kind of gauge exactly how well Smart Omega wants to take this. And that's just the first two series. I'm looking forward to all of 6.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's so many big names here. And we're only in day number 1, AJ.
Yes.
Day number 2, we're going to be seeing even more teams that will definitely go and deliver. We have Blacklist International. We have Looking for Organization. So, again, but day number 1, there's still a lot of big names here to definitely find out if they live up to the expectation. And for the New Bloods, will they put expectations on their own for their name?
I'm very sure they will be doing that, right? Who are you guys here to support? Please let us know in the comment section. We want to check it out. We want to see exactly which one of these organizations have got the biggest backing through the comment section, right? Is it going to be Looking for Organization? Because these guys, not only is the name hilarious, but also we've got the Brotherhood combo in there, right? Yes, Crush is in LF Organization, but he also has his little buddy, his little brother, Hot Dog. And here's the problem. I have not been able to catch a single match or shoutcast for Hot Dog just yet. And I have seen his plays in the youth challenges. I was blown away. I cannot wait to see them step out onto the battlefield and have that opportunity for myself to scream their names out just a little bit. But all of that hype that we're building up for LF Organization, they better be able to live up to it, Beef.
Oh, yeah, the expectation definitely is going to be really high. And now, just as fast as we are introductioning this part of the tournament, we are going to almost get into the battlefield. But speaking of the battlefield, there are going to be shoulders that are going to be starting off the introduction. C8 Legacy, the team lineup, Freezy, Hidex, Justin, Mark. And there you go. It's us. We're the ones in the battlefield. Mark, Mids, and 7. Okay, so C8 Legacy, I feel like I wasn't ready for that. But, definitely these guys are ready for the battle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, production, the boys haven't had their coffee just yet, but don't worry, don't worry. I'm very sure Garena has got a few of those cups on order already to be delivered to the office of production. We will get all of that sorted out. But yes, looking forward to seeing exactly how C8 Legacy steps up to the plate. Freezy, HitX, Justin, Mark, Mids, as well as Seven. You know the names, you know the style. C8 in itself is a brand to fear, and I am afraid the players of Tyrant Esports, although they are the champions of the youth challenges, they're going to find out that this stage is a whole other ball game, Beef.
Oh, definitely. But then one thing that's kind of tricky for me is the minus Dre. Dre was definitely the powerhouse of C8 Legacy, and with him, with the absence of him and being replaced by Mids, is definitely something that I feel like it's going to be a challenge for them, especially since this is their first big tournament without him. So I'm really interested how they can go and adjust without him, really just leading his team. And so with that in mind, they were able to take down ALMGHTY through one of the upper bracket of the Arena Masters Season 1. So maybe they can do the same run here, especially with a new teammate.
I'm not very pleased to see C8 Legacy not in their gaming house, because that's usually the style of the C8 clan. We see them performing really, really well, and I can really bet my bottom dollar that one of the biggest reasons why the C8 clan performs well is because a majority of the times you see them sitting down in the same spot playing together, right? And that does wonders for communication. That does wonders for the team spirit to go out there. Even when you're losing, you literally get to look across the table and scream at your teammate. That really does a lot for a squad. But now, not sitting in the same spot, having I guess a little bit of a hindrance in communication might challenge the team. But let's see exactly who they're taking on. Tyrant Esports, FDX, Jello, Papi, Susano, Wacky, as well as Young J. Some new and old names here, but I'm most definitely looking forward to the Susano Young J combo from the side of Tyrant Esports in a bit, B.
Oh, I'm getting goosebumps just seeing this lineup because I've seen these guys grow. So from different kinds of organizations and really just pulling through into one big happy family. FDX, Wacky, definitely the snipers that you really need to look for, because these guys with the sniper, they can definitely shut things down, especially if they go with the double sniper setup. Obviously, Young J and Susano as well, a really known name in the community, as well as Jello. So a really fully formed and fully matured team that I feel like C8 Legacy needs to go and push through. If they beat Tyrant Esports, then I feel like it can be done for them to just go through every single team just slowly but surely.
Now, Wacky, with his wacky plays as usual, will be able to step up and, just absolutely confuse the opponents. There's just so much of, talent within the Tyrant Esports squad. They know each and every single corner within those maps. They've got full map mastery. And, at times we have seen them challenged when it comes to the mechanical capabilities of some of these players. But once again, we have got some veterans in here within the Tyrant Esports clan itself, right? Tyrant Esports, they are most definitely a brand that you can bet on. They have proven that within the youth challenges, and now stepping up to the plate once again to prove it within the Garena Masters Season 2. If that is going to be possible or not, I'm pretty sure it's going to be dependent on the coin toss and who gets to dictate where these battles happen, Beef.
Oh yeah, that is definitely going to be a really essential thing for all of these teams, because yes, you can be equal in terms of the gunfights and also the plays, but for you to play to your strengths and to know how to take down the opponents, then that is one big aspect. And we've seen it already time and time before. It really depends on what you pick and what you ban, because just in case you're not good at that map, then you can definitely use that to your advantage. But now, speaking of, we can see our maps and mobs, and here you go. Firing Rage, Hardpoint, Standoff, Search and Destroy, Hacienda Domination. We're finally starting things off, AJ, with Hacienda. We haven't seen this.
And I'm just so surprised, right, that Tyrant Esports chose to go in here and take Summit off of the list. Yes, indeed, it's a one-sided map, but it's most definitely the kind of map that Tyrant Esports has got full mastery over. And perhaps they are favoring Slums as well as Hacienda over Summit. But, Slums, I understand. Hacienda, I really don't. I'm a firm believer that Hacienda should not be in the rotations, because this map, I tell you, Beef, I hate it with a vengeance.
I mean, there's a reason why these people choose the maps that we've seen here today. Hacienda, a hard map to really master, but once you do master it, it's basically game over to whoever is going to be in the other side of your barrel, right? So, again, very smart. I feel like it's a really smart decision to do, because a lot of the other teams probably aren't really mastered here in Hacienda. So, for Tyrant to go here, I feel like that's a really ballsy move.
And I'm not surprised at all that it is C8 Legacy the ones to pull Hacienda out of their back pockets, because this team has, one of the meta of C8 as a clan overall is to really focus on the maps that they notice other teams struggling on. They notice other teams really not going in and performing all of their best at. So I feel like this might just end up in the way of C8 Legacy, but that's going to be match 3. Let's see if or not they will be able the first 2 games as well. Tyrant Esports opening up very confidently with FBX just taking control of that white warehouse, not allowing anybody to step in just yet. And this is exactly the spot that you want to go in and control if you want to allow your objective players to step onto the hard point easily and conquer those initial points. 15 of those points in the hands of Tyrant Esports, not taking any chances whatsoever. FBX with a crazy 180, and they have got this fully under their control. But C8 Legacy, of course, can turn things around at a moment's notice.
They have everything locked down. They're patient. They're taking all the gunfights with such ease and finesse that it's just so difficult for me to think that winning the gunfights is definitely not going to be very easy for C8 Legacy. And now finally, picks and bans are definitely going to be really important for them to pick. Firing range is going to be very hard for them as well. And now, taking a look at what we've seen here so far, 31-3, that is going to be very difficult, especially going to the second rotation here in P2. P2 already solid from Tyrant Esports. Not only that, they have a really good defense going outside.
Let's see if or not they will be able to, of course, turn things around, because C8 Legacy now, they have struggled in the first hard point, and that struggle continues on to that second hard point as well. Not a lot of control coming through on that map for that C8 clan, and they have to very first of all break the hold of Tyrant Esports. How do they have to do this? They have to time their attacks well, which they have managed to do, holding back the approach from the command center and finally taking over. Stellar performance out of C8 Legacy. Now they just need to lock down the space. 25 seconds. They cannot lose a single moment in here. But look at Tyrant Esports. They do not go in here for those failures of attempts. Instead of going in to contest for P2, they're already setting up P3. They want this money hill. They want that white warehouse.
The white warehouse, let's see if they can utilize all of the time that they did without contesting P2. So American not contested, but if C8 Legacy wins all the gunfights here, I feel like that would have gone to naught, and that's going to be very tricky. But it's a good thing for them. Susano takes a lot of the points off, and finally they do get a hold, a very solid hold going into the trailer. And now C8 Legacy, all they have to do, pick and just get a lot of the kills. That's what we see here. Freezy gets big kills, flushing out everyone from mid, and now he goes in, infiltrates, but unfortunately for him, doesn't really quite win the gunfight.
And now Justin, Kilo 141, just clearing up the area, but he needs to step on into that hard point. He doesn't have any of that backup on him. It really doesn't matter if you can win your gunfights outside of that hard point. Inside of the hard point is exactly what makes or counts within the game. And as you can see, the sentry setup within that white warehouse itself is going to keep the players of C8 Legacy out of it. Jello brings out his Purifier, purifies the souls of C8 Legacy, and this is not going to be a hard point where C8 can go ahead to break. And I'm just loving the setup here from Tyrant Esports. I mean, it's the decision making, right? To not go in and fight for P2 because they know exactly how difficult it is to break, and they go in for an early setup of P3, and that investment allowing P2 to be conquered by C8 Legacy for those second half of that time, but to be able to pick off each and every single point out of P3, that was a very, very good investment.
Yes, it was a really clean break, and C8 Legacy just had a hard time pushing in. Even though they did have frags in mid, they just couldn't get that one person off of American. So now, not only that, they have fully streaked out, and now they bring everything out. They have that XS1 Goliath, they have the cluster strike. Not only that, the Predator missile as well. And now C8 Legacy cannot touch white. They can't touch the wooden house here, and that's going to be very difficult for them, especially with the streaks and with the Goliath as well.
Yeah, Barracks absolutely conquered. Tyrant Esports, the champions of the youth challenges, coming in here to make a solid name for themselves in the Season 2 of the Garena Masters as well. One final challenge coming through, but that's not going to be enough as Tyrant Esports wraps up a confident 150-33. And that was a stellar performance from the start all the way to the end. And it was the decision making at P2 which really tells me the Tyrant Esports is ready for this competition.
They didn't have to go in for the reset. That's how dominating Tyrant is.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's so difficult to go and pull off. We get to see
Mhm,
a lot of the
mhm.
really dominating teams. And for them to pull this off really early into this competition, that really means a lot. They're asserting the dominance. That was a really clean game coming in from Tyrant. I'm so happy to finally see that. And obviously, number one, Tasano having 21 kills. We're already hyping this man up because you
Yeah.
already know that he can handle the aggression. And just
Mhm.
number two for him, FDX, can definitely be that flex player. He can definitely be adjustable in the roles that he's given. But on the other side, you do have Freezy having 11. Now, everyone else is in the negative on the left side. So there is a problem here, especially since we're going into Search and Destroy where you cannot have your life back.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And it just seems like the control of that map was given away way too easily to the players of Tyrant, and just nothing that C8 could do, was able to overcome the powers of the players of Tyrant. But once again, I have to throw this back into the mix. It could just be because of the fact that they are all not seated within the same place. Perhaps communication is a challenge for the C8 clan this time around. C8 Legacy, we have seen them in performance before, but we most definitely were not expecting this sort of a performance out of them in the opener of the competition in itself. Are we going to see a comeback? If there is one, I'm pretty sure it will be at SND for the C8 brand.
Yeah, most definitely. They were able to take down Almighty. And now this is the question that I want to ask everyone is that we kept talking about Dre, where he was the one who brought his team to a lot of the victories that they have in season one. And now
Yes.
with him not being in the team anymore, it seems like they're just struggling just a little bit. And hopefully it's only going to be that one game or one day type thing where they're just trying to see how they flow as a team. And now we're moving forward into Search and Destroy where things are going to be slowed down just a little bit. Definitely this is a very shaky start for them, but I feel like they can still have a lot more time to go improve their gameplay.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And this has just been game number one. They have got 6 series altogether to play in the group stages before we move on to the playoffs, if they do move on to the playoffs. With this performance, obviously, it's going to be quite a challenge, but if they are able to recover, they have got more than ample time to get that done. C8 Legacy, they have once again proven themselves in the past, but this was one of their weakest showings in games. 33 to 150. They could not hold a candle to Tyrant Esports. But at SND standoff, once again, I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar that C8 Legacy will show us that they are a totally different squad. And if that does not happen, Beef, please do not take my bottom dollar, but just perhaps allow,
Give it to
allow C8 Legacy a little bit of time, I guess, to recover from this mishap, because I think they just got thrashed.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so difficult to have such a huge margin in between those points. And not only that, Standoff, Search, and Destroy, that is the map pick of Tyrant. And they have been so dominant in the Youth Challengers where they only dropped one map. And it's going to be very difficult for C8 Legacy to just top that. Not only that, the momentum coming in from that firing range hard point. So, momentum that will be broken, hopefully, by C8 Legacy. So that is going to be very important. Now, they have to slow things down. They need to play for picks because once you die, you cannot recover. For all of you new bloods and the newbies coming in from Call of Duty Mobile, you need to learn every single angle that you can play here. Trust your snipers, and that's definitely going to be a wacky for Tyrant's side. And now for C8, we need to see a reaction to that.
See who opens up very early on. Mark, Freezy, C8 Legacy. They strike and they strike hard. And it looks like Tyrant is having a little bit of trouble keeping up with the C8 brand. Now 4 players down, 7 with the very quick stab through the back. And one final player in the name of FDX is wrapped up real quick. C8 Legacy looks like my bottom dollar will be saved.
Oh, there, your millionth dollar. And now that is definitely going to be really impressive. We didn't even find out that how fast they went down. I wanted to analyze everything, but then as soon as I looked at the map, everyone was dead already from the side of it. And now that's going to be very impressive. Okay, Legacy definitely is a little bit stronger in terms of Search and Destroy, but how well can they keep it up? And how well can Tyrant Esports go and adjust? Let's see in a little bit.
Yeah, Tyrant now, they need to be able to, of course, hold the players of C8 Legacy back, and they pull off the Granny's welcome. They drop back, leaving the A-bomb side wide open. But look at this. As the approach comes through from C8 Legacy, they do not want to over-aggress. Young Jay takes that aggressive approach to the situation. Kilo 141 in hand will be able to respond, but if he gets caught out by any of those players, jumping over the side of the convenience store, that's going to be game over for him. So this is a risky position to hold on to. Youngjae needs to have full confidence in the rest of his team members. And thankfully, there will be the one in the name of Susano standing right behind convenience store to make sure he does not lose his position. But now the overextension coming through from the players of Tyrant, and Susano will be able to shut down mids, and that's a good opener for them. But that A bomb site that they left open earlier on has now started to be exploited. We see one player in there, and the bomb gets that information, immediately drops by the side to get that plant, and we are going to see that block being down.
C8 Legacy just took too long trying to read the room, and that really just proved for Tyrant Esports to go overextend just a little bit and big for picks. And now one more down. Youngjae takes his shot, and 7 is eliminated from the equation. And now finally pulling through. Nice, really great infiltration going from the side of Tyrant. They really want to go and finish it. Bomb is going to be going down, and it's going to be very hard right now for that last C8 member, but unfortunately for him, goes down.
FDX, what a slight challenge there. It's all about the communication on the side of Tyrant Esports this time round. They got caught off guard earlier on, and they did not want to allow that to happen to themselves once again. It was Susano that opened things up by going in with that over-aggressive maneuver behind the convenience store through hotel shortcuts, managing to catch one just beside the gas station. But you cannot pull off that same trick twice, and this time we have got one player on the side of C8 Legacy in the name of Crazy, just holding onto the gas station, waiting for Tyrant to overextend once again to see if they can punish them. Mark, on the other hand, with a great angle, waiting for the Special Forces Avenue push to come through, but he should have piled on to his location. Wacky shuts one down, and it will be Youngjae with a thumper out as well. Wacky with yet another snipe, not gonna find one. Freezy finds Youngjae. No trade out just yet. Can he continue winning? The answer is no. Tyrant, they get the defusal after shutting down all the players of C8 Legacy. That's 2-1. C8 Legacy started off strong, but Tyrant Esports, they've managed to adjust to all of those aggressions.
The readjustment can definitely be really commendable for the side of Tyrant Esports. They were able to adjust to the aggression of C8 Legacy, and now they can definitely go and fight fire with fire. I feel like that last moment, that could have been really doable for them, especially going to the backside. For Tyrant Esports, they didn't even see that coming. They didn't know there were going to be people coming in from tank, but for them, they should have just double peeked it and really just went in for the trades, but unfortunately for them, going in there one by one. And now starting into our game number 4. Let's see if C8 Legacy can go take some picks here.
There's wild shots out of Mark. He's not going to be able to get anything out of that. But let's see if or not the guy can get lucky. Nothing comes out of it just yet, Beef. But, you know, patience is the name of the game, especially in S&D, where you don't want to over-aggress and lose your life early. And now the shutdown comes through. C8 Legacy, 7 steps up to the plate. CBR on for the spray, almost taking the guy down behind the walls. But that's enough of an opener. The bomb site now all in the hands of C8 Legacy. The bomb needs to go down, but still strafing around to look for more kills. This might just prove to be that wrong move for C8 Legacy, but it doesn't, as Freezy finds FDX. A good trade out after FDX finds one of his team members, and it's a 3v2 situation. Freezy thumper for the pop. Susano doesn't get to respond. Yet another hit marks comes through, and Freezy with that quick scope will be able to prove that C8 Legacy will not go down easy in S&D.
Freezy with the ice in his veins. That is amazing movement there. Not only that, you are aware as a person going in for the thumper shot. Not only that, doing the hit marker and also that quick scope. That is very, very hard to really just do. 5 kills to his name, and now he needs to take one more shot. And we can see here the same type of situation coming in from Tyrant Esports. They're really going in for really passive plays, and now with Youngjae going down, it's going to be very hard for them to go in for the cover.
Is the situation. C8 Legacy hanging on back. Look at that overextension coming through from Tyrant. Once again, dropping into gas station already. Freezy, can he make the play? Thumper once again for the attack, but 7 already shut down Jello. So that's the ways of the Thumper. Freezy gets taken out from the back. FDX steps up to the plate once again, and Tyrant get right back in front. FDX with the double. Wacky now pulls out the secondary, but it's not going to be enough against the CBR. But against the Kilo 141, Susano shuts him down. C8 Legacy only only have one last player, make that no last players as mids get taken out of the equation. Tyrant will continue to move on forth as we switch sides.
Beautiful back alley push, and that's how you get to win another round, because for them, staying in spawn, being passive didn't work out for them, so the readjustment came through, going in for 3 people, 3-man push going into backside, and eventually getting rid of every single one of the C8 Legacy members. So that is a readjustment that we really like to see, and now we are going to be doing a switcheroo where C8 Legacy can definitely be on the defense, and now the same thing that they're going through, a full-on backside push coming for C8.
Wow, C8 Legacy now, the backstab Freezy with a double, and it looks like it is not gonna be enough just yet, as Tyrant now just hanging back at Private Backyard at that A-bomb site, waiting for C8 Legacy to step on forth as well so that they can trade out a couple of players before going in for the plan, but it's not gonna be as easy as that. 5v3, still the situation. Freezy with a quick pop off this grenade, might be able to find one for himself, and Wacky with the quick response as well. One grenade into Hotel Yard, will not flip anyone just yet. Freezy shuts down Young J, and the hopes and dreams of Tyrant to run away with this matchup, of course, will come to a halt. Jello trades one out. It is gonna be a tough one for Tyrant, but 7 now finds the bomber. Jello taken down, bomb on the ground. No hope for Tyrant this round.
Bomb drop, that's going to be very difficult. He's so far away from the bomb, especially with a sniper. Very difficult, but then doesn't quite get a lot of the shots as Hit X definitely puts that nail in the coffin. And we are even things up, 3-3 for both Tyrant and C8. And we wanted this to happen for C8 Legacy because of the scoreline that they had in hardpoint and firing range. It looks like Search and Destroy is their baby. They definitely know how to respond. And Tyrant Esports as well, doing a really good job at the readjustments, but they're having a really hard time with a lot of this.
Yeah, whether or not we wanted to see this, we know for sure C8 Legacy sure as hell wanted this for themselves, right? I mean, it was an abysmal performance over at Hardpoint earlier on, only managing to scrap away 33 points. They basically didn't show up at that Hardpoint matchup against Tyrant. But in this S&D, not only are they showing up, but they are keeping up with the players of Tyrant Esports. Toe-to-toe, each and every single one of these rounds. It's just swinging back and forth. And now look at them lock down the whole of standoff, not allowing Tyrant to step on forth except through the bakery. They have now locked down all of the other angles, and they know exactly where Tyrant Esports is. And this is one of the supremacy out of C8 Legacy. Total map mastery and locking down those off angles to make sure you flush all of your opponents into one certain part of the map, and then later on go in for that retake. The question is, can they execute that plan? Mark now with the wall bangs, just has to adjust his crosshair to the right, does not do that. Bomb has been planted. One quick grenade on for the pop. Trophy systems for the play, perhaps. Yes, it will be played. And Jello survives all of that onslaught with a blind shot, but he gets stunned halfway. Mids as well. And look at Tyrant. They are off and away. They are no longer waiting with open arms, but C8 Legacy, they step on forth. Mid gets shut down. Susano! What a crazy play by Tyrant Esports.
That was so good from both teams. I mean, they were really just waiting, right? They were waiting. C8 Legacy went in there with the utilities. They saved it, knowing very well that there are going to be multiple people there going in from A into Cubby, but they still lost all their gunfights. Tyrant Esports, really good retaliation from their end. And I feel like this back and forth in both of these teams is so impressive for me to see.
And it's, you know, the main reason why Tyrant Esports won all of those gunfights, number one, it was Susano, but number two, it was because of the setup, right? They went for the plan. And when they knew that C8 Legacy was nowhere to be seen around Bakery, it has to be that Granny's welcome. So they knew exactly where their opponents would be. So they back away from that spot. They move on towards Bakery. They stand behind the statues and tank. Very easy to take over the situation from there. A lot of the players out of C8 Legacy, on the other hand, holding on to the CBR, holding on to, you know, SMGs that don't really give them that angle, don't really give them that range. But the Kilo 141, on the other hand, way too easy of a spray. But this time, this round, Tyrant Esports, they kind of get top out. Way too quickly. 4-4 now, and C8 Legacy not going down.
Now, this is what I've been seeing, right? Tyrant makes a move, and C8 Legacies know how to get basically a counter-attack going in from Tyrant Esports. We saw it basically a while ago in round number 5 and 6, where Tyrant Esports, C8 Legacy, they went into the backside, and guess who did that in the same round as well? We saw C8 Legacy do the same thing, and so now they're doing the same thing over and over again. It's going to be that backside push, but for Tyrant Esports, they're going to have a really hard time, as 7 really is going in for that rampage, getting that 12K.
Mac 10 really on for the pop, ladies and gentlemen, boys. Was final player on the side of Tyrant. Will 7 be able to find him as well? 12 kills in this S&D so far, and this guy is not pausing. This guy is not slowing down his approach to the situation at all. FDX with the opportunity of that backstab, but all three players of C8 Legacy, they've got this planned out well. Stacking that bomb, even if FDX takes down 1, takes down 2, the third guy's not gonna be all that too easy to take down, and 7 finds that easy backstab. C8 Legacy on match point.
Oh, match point finally, and C8 Legacy doing such a tremendous job at keeping Tyrant Esports at bay. And now we finally get to see one more round for Tyrant Esports to try to go and plant the bomb. C8 Legacy has been doing so well on defense here so far. And now that rotation going into Alpha, very impressive because they haven't done that so far. That's going to really allow them to really just defend that bomb side, knowing very well that Tyrant Esports is going to be sitting there pretty on that defense. But it's all up to them. What bomb side do you want to go and push at? If you are going for B bomb side, that's going to be very difficult with a full stack. And now, so close. Wacky almost getting that wall bang.
Wacky, bro. The wacky plays. Come on, man. Get one wall back so we can go crazy in here, right? You see, I'm not surprised that C8 Legacy is on match point, but I am quite shocked that Tyrant Esports has been able to keep up with the pacing of C8 Legacy in this S&D. Yes, granted, it is a Tyrant Esports map pick, but you know, in S&D, the C8 brand really knows how to shine. And C8 Legacy, this is their bread and butter, right? S&D's wacky! Gets the jump shot, 7 taken out. And yes, that bullet busts through one quick wall. And that's not going to be enough just yet, as Midis is still alive. Mac 10 for the defense here. Wild spray, Thumper out for the pop as well. No hit mark, no information on his side. FDX with a backstab. And Tyrant is still in the game. C8 Legacy, can they now take this 1v3 situation? Mark now repositions himself with the DLQ, but he might have just been spotted out here.
That's going to be very difficult as 3 members of Tyrant Esports are still alive and kicking. Not only that, one sniper in the name of Wacky can go and stop him. And now, really just going in from the boxing gloves, not really knowing that Wacky's going to be right behind him. And there you go. Now it's not going to be very good, but it still gets the quick scope. Wacky goes down. It's still very doable for him to go in for the clutch of 1v2 situation with 23 seconds left on the clock. Gets that hit marker, gets that info. He's really close to getting in there. Tries to go and get with the gloves, but he only has 16 seconds left. But unfortunately for him, Susano takes him down.
That was just a great play out of Tyrant Esports in terms of repositioning when that challenge came through for Mark. And can we talk about Mark for a moment and that crazy quick scope that we saw? He pulls out the gauntlet, gets that boost in speed because he's carrying on his melee, steps onto the front, and yeah, the player did see him, the player did spot him, but you know, vision is nothing if you cannot respond in time. And the quick scope out of Mark, that was just pure perfection in terms of a sniper in CODM. Let's see if he has more to show us, because this is the final round of this S&D, and C8 Legacy desperately needs a win.
Oh, that was a really good readjustment from both teams. They were supposed to be a heavy stack going into the backside of the map, and you can see a really heavy defense coming in from C8 Legacy, and now from Tyrant Esports, really heavy defense from them, and C8 Legacy really wanted to do a back alley push, but knowing that there were so many util being thrown there, readjusted going into Grandma's and going back into blue, and that is a really good readjustment. Now for Tyrant Esports, they are still heavily stacking backside, and you can still see here, C8 Legacy still wants to go in there for the back push.
Let's see if or not that push through the back, it's going to be enough. As Tyrant now, once again, Granny's welcome, but an aggressive welcome. They are stacking themselves just behind the vehicle at Special Forces base to step on into that A-bomb site and ask some tough questions. But Wacky now, once again, with his wacky shots. If he gets that jump shot, that's going to be the end. C8 Legacy now stepping up to that bomb site already. Tyrant, on the other hand, waiting for the timing. All of them rushing in at the same time. Mac 10's not going to be able to pop up, and Jello finds a trade. Young J shuts down 7. And now the players of C8 Legacy, they are forced off of that bomb site. But this is the problem. The bomb has been planted already. The defusal can come through at any moment. If any of the utilities are used, the smoke is not going to be all that useful at the moment, with Freezy just going wild with his Mac 10. Susano turns the corner and makes one mistake, and C8 Legacy finishes that match.
Round 11, and that's what we wanted to see from the C8 boys, and they're definitely in there for the win. 1-1 for them, and now C8 Legacy really proves that they're such a talented S&D team. we
Oh, yeah.
saw the readjustments, AJ. We saw how well trained, how mature they are as a team. Because if you have an experienced team, they are just going to be going in there aggressively, not knowing what to do, especially in that last game, in that round number 11, where they were just basically trying to see each other. They're trying to get that information, readjusting. That was perfection.
I feel like both of the teams did so well on this SND, and C8 Legacy managed to scrape through to the end. But here's the problem though. I feel like C8 Legacy needs to take away a huge warning from this game that, you know, although they are supreme when it comes to the SND gameplays, the players of Tyrant got a little bit uncomfortably close here. I mean, look at Susano, 14 kills. This guy was on fire, and he was keeping up with the performance of 7. But the biggest difference here is Freezy most definitely managed to step up for the team as well, alongside 7. Both of these players were just walking around, shutting down player after player after player. And the MAC-10, quite honestly, was the MVP for me in this matchup between the two.
Yeah, MAC-10 really just proving that it's such a powerful gun. And in the respawns, we saw that CBR was the gun to use. And now for 7, he has a monumental job to really just push his team with the 14 kills going into Domination Hacienda. That is going to be very hard because it really showed that they have a really hard time in this map. But it's a good thing for them that they have this map locked down. They chose this for a reason, but at the same time, they did choose firing range in the first place. So I don't know if it's going to be a curse where every time they choose the map, they're going to be losing here. But obviously, the points are really close into 5 and 6. So they're pretty much fired up going into Domination.
So good luck to whoever who made the decision to pick up Hacienda for Domination. I mean, if I had found you on a ranked match and if you had voted for this, I'd probably be cursing you right now. Because, you know, Hacienda is just, I mean, it's a new map, yes. Not in the world of Call of Duty, but in Call of Duty Mobile in itself. And within the game, oh, goodness me. I don't know. I just do not know how these players are able to so effectively control this map in Domination without good teamwork, because it's such a huge map. A lot of coordination needs to go into it. And when you die, yes, you respawn, but you respawn in Narnia and you have to travel all the way back to your spot. And that just makes it so much more important for your team members who are within the vicinity to immediately replace you and take your place. And once again, for all of that to happen in a map as big as Hacienda, you need stellar communication. And I don't know if or not C8 Legacy has that on their side, especially after witnessing that hardpoint domination out of Tyrant Esports.
I mean, you're absolutely right with the comms here in this map. It's huge. I mean, not only that, there's so many entry points where there's barely any room for you to make a mistake because of how open the map is. And for you to defend it very well, it takes a really talented team to go in there for the response. And now I feel like comparing this map, I think it's very much comparable to Takeoff just because of how massive it is. But I feel like Hacienda is even harder because there are a lot of balconies. There are a lot of tiny spaces, tight corners, not only with the huge map. I feel like this is the most challenging map to go and master.
Yes, ma'am. I do not disagree with you at all. In fact, I'll give you $1 for agreeing with me.
I'm rich.
Can someone like, you know, start a petition to remove Hacienda? Nah, I'm just kidding, man. I mean,
start a petition to give Beef Mommy $1. Thanks, AJ. You owe me one.
Literally, I owe you $1.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, yes, it's a big map. Yes, it's a tough map. But I guess that's exactly where the competition part comes in. That's exactly where we put this tough map into the hands of the pros and ask them to show us, how would you deal with this situation? How would you command and conquer a map as tough as Hacienda? Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's find that out. As we open up the matchup between these two teams, that B flag is going to be smack dab in the middle of Mana, and Tyrant Esports already on the job to take it over.
And now you have to take over, especially going in through mid. That is going to be a very difficult map to go in. Mid, that is so open. You need to go in. And obviously in every map, mid is going to be a very difficult thing to go and get. But it's just... is going to be for the backup, and now we do have CNA really just captured by C8 Legacy. A good start here so far. Tyrant Esports almost getting in there, but with just 1 point, it's almost very close for C8 Legacy to get that Bravo flag.
Yeah, Tyrant now, are they going to be able to pull one away? The answer is no. In fact, they lose that B flag, and that challenge onto that C flag comes back through a little bit too slow. But slow and steady usually goes ahead to win the race, and Wacky needs to wrap things up at that B flag, and he does just before getting shut down. FDX with a backstab as well to make sure the flag does not get taken away from the hands of Tyrant Esports. Yes, you want to be jumping on into that second hard point. Yes, you want to control mana, but before stepping onto the ground floor, you need to make sure the top floor is clear. This is pretty much similar to Summit as well, but just a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, so much more complicated to the nth level because of how many rooms that you can go and peek at with all the rooms that you can go and die from. So like very hard. You can see the whole second floor of this whole dimension can be that defensive point. So you need to find a way to do that really good comms from your teammates because of how well and how big it is. And now going from that rotation, going into that C flag, going into that alpha flag, that is going to be a really easy point. And now you really want to get that A-B push. But now we get to see another response from C8 Legacy. They have B and A now. So at least it's a back and forth that we really like to see.
Yeah, Tyrant Esports. And Hacienda's not really the kind of map that you want to go in and push those triple caps for. If you do focus on a triple cap on Hacienda, it just means that you have got the opponent team just all out conquered in terms of mechanical skills, right? You are not allowing them to win a single gunfight, and you can have a single player on your side dominate and take over gunfights, against 2 or 3 players from the opposite side. That's the only way you're going to be able to hold on to a triple cap in a map as huge as this. And best case scenario, if you're not able to do that, is just hold on to 2 flags, pile all of your players into mana, have just 1 player on defense. Because your worst case scenario, if at all you do go ahead to lose your home flag, you just flip the one on the other side of the map. No problems whatsoever, Beef. But of course, that's exactly what these players are doing out there on the battlefield as well. So that's something really nice to watch, right? Tyrant Esports as well as C8 Legacy. Both teams have got great mastery over Hacienda, and more than the mastery, they absolutely understand how to play domination here, not overextending and putting the whole team at risk.
Yeah, and now we can see a really good back and forth from both of these teams, A, B, and C, both being taken. And now that's because of how big the map is, and you can definitely make a rotation without really making a dent to your team, not making barely any scratches. So now 64 and 68, very close call here. And obviously we are going into the second half really quickly by now. And now we do have that B and C hold coming in from Tyrant, but how long can these teams really just hold? I'm pretty sure the next half it's going to be the same case as well. Taking a look at the spawns right now, they're spawning off in each other's spawns at the moment with their flags, and that's why it's so hard to have a solid hold because of how big it is. And now for you to have that split, I feel like that is probably the best thing that you can do. Probably have 3 defend in B and have 2 defend in your home flag.
And as you can see, 7 Sol fully streaked out already, and now they have got the better side of the map. Personally, for me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you want to start off at the gorilla base because you get to hide behind statues and take care or protect your A flag. That's going to be very, very essential. And worst case scenario, even if you're not protecting one from statue, you can have your secondary player stand by lobby or garage and then step back in to help you out a little bit later on. But as you can see, C8 Legacy, they don't really give much of a importance to holding down the statue side. They're just all rushing in to make sure they get the D flag. And that's absolutely fine as long as you can double back and save your home flag if at all it is required. Here comes a Pred missile, but an absolute useless one as it meets nobody on its way down.
The map is just so big that the Predator missile just took too long to get down to the ground. My gosh, okay, we love this map so much.
It lost its momentum and it just could not hold on to a straight trajectory. That's Hacienda for you.
Oh, we love that physics over here going into Call of Duty Mobile. But here we go, Hacienda, we love it. And now speaking of, we do have a really good solo hold coming in from number 2. We do have a really tight hold from Tyrant Esports, finally getting that BC flag. And really, eventually, maybe even getting that Bravo flag if they are able to get one person up in the balcony. But no, unfortunately, they don't get that. But again, very solid hold from this team from that AC split.
I am not a huge fan of that AC split. But here comes the cluster. Tyrant Esports, cheeky little guys stepping on it, and now they can get it, they can get this triple cap. How long can they hold on for? Tyrant Esports, they do not manage manage to shut it down just yet, but Young J, Purifier in hand, Thumper comes out for the pop as well, and the triple cap prevention through C8 Legacy. And yes, the cluster was there, but the problem is the cluster has been nerfed. You don't really get a lot of time like you used to in the past speed.
Yeah, it's just a really minimal time. And now here we go. Another cluster of their own. And they're going to have a very difficult time going in for that Bravo push going into Mountain. And not just that, they're going to have a C1. They're going to have one more time. XS1 Goliath up in their midst. And not only that, fully streaked out 7 over here.
This is just crazy, right? The 7 that was fully streaked out earlier on, he brings his fair share of impact into the game and prevents that C flag from takeover. One final player stepping up to the base now, but the backstab out of the C8 Legacy players will ensure that victory is going to be impossible for Tyrant Esports. But impossible is just temporary sometimes in here if you can get your head back in the game. And Tyrant Esports, they're not too far away from victory. 121, and they pull that B flag right back. C8 Legacy has not run away with this victory just yet. XS1 Goliath response coming through from the side of Tyrant Esports as well. Purifying their souls. And here comes Tyrant Esports to catch right back up on those points. C8 Legacy is going absolutely nowhere.
The timing of the streaks here for Tyrant Esports is absolutely essential for them. 131, 132, no, make it 133 and 134, but obviously going up to the side of Tyrant Esports, and now they do have an XS1 Goliath absolutely shredding from top 2, and now that's going to be very difficult. And even though they can flush out everyone from the bottom floor, that XS1 Goliath is going to be very difficult. Not only that, blocking that entrance going in there, that is going to be very essential plays. But then how long can he take it? He finally gets taken out, but with how long? With 144 and 140 left, they need to make one big push if they want to stop this.
Yeah, this might just be too late. 148 now. The final challenge comes through, but that B flag is not going to be taken away. Tyrant Esports takes away 2 map picks of C8 Legacy to crush them in the opener of the Garena Masters Season 2.
I feel like it wasn't even crushed. I feel like they kind of had like a hard time trying to go in there, especially for Search and Destroy and Domination. That is a really good response from Tyrant Esports. You're really just doing last minute plays where they could have won that Search and Destroy, but they did it so here in Domination Hacienda. And now that was a really big opening game here, AJ. Tyrant and C8 definitely giving it their all. No jitters for me whatsoever. I feel like for the first matchup, we're going to forget about that one.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, right? The first game, everybody wants to forget about it, especially C8 Legacy. But, you know, Tyrant, they're not going to allow you to do that. They took this win. They took it in a confident manner, but also giving that, ringing the warning bells for C8 Legacy. Ringing the warning bells that C8 Legacy really needs to double back and focus on their respawns. Be it hardpoint, domination. It doesn't matter if you have got the map mastery on your side, but you really need to rethink the strategy of stepping on to those objectives sometimes to take over the situation. And I feel like the players of Tyrant, they got cheeky with the split hold of that A and C flag earlier on, and that was the point where the players of C8 Legacy could have punished them. But of course, we saw the appearance of that cluster strike, a very well-timed one, and what I thought was a mistake turned out to be a absolute, well, not a mistake at all, but it was a trap that was set up for the C8 Legacy players, because that cluster was just stellar in terms of holding on to those 2 flags just long enough to be the difference between the 2 teams.
And that's why they were so confident with that AC split, knowing very well that they can go and defend it, not with one player, but with a cluster strike, and eventually trying to go in for that Bravo push. They could have had that triple cap, but they didn't win the gunfights here in Bravo. But still, that was essential points for them. That cluster strike just stopped C8 Legacy to their tracks. And now with just 7 points in between them, that is still very impressive for C8. And I feel like with the timing of the XS1 Goliath from Tyrant, definitely was the game changer for them.
Yes, I absolutely agree. And you know, I beg you, community, I beg you, I absolutely beg you to take a page out of the book of Tyrant Esports. And what am I talking about? It's the fact that when they saw their opponents hyper-focusing on a certain flag, in this case, that B flag inside of Mana, they tried it once, they tried it twice, they discovered that C8 Legacy was too aggressive on the B flag, and that is when they switched on over to pull away C8 Legacy's home flag away from them. That's exactly exactly when they went and focused on taking that A flag away from C8 Legacy. And this is something that, we don't really see out there on those ranked matches. We see players just constantly just butting their heads in, trying for a flag that's just not going to go their way, which results in a defeat for the team overall. That did not happen to Tyrant. They knew exactly when to stop. They knew exactly when to refocus, change their sights, change their targets, and take the game right back out of the hands of C8 Legacy. Yes, that hard point might have been one-sided, but this domination matchup, C8 Legacy showed us, proved to us that Hacienda is most definitely a place where they can hang, but they continue to struggle in the respawns.
I feel like the more that they play Hacienda here in the Garena Master Season 2, that's how they can really master it quite literally. Because Hacienda is a really difficult map to go through. And plus, Tyrant is a very difficult opponent to really just beat here.
Yes.
But the points are just so close. And I feel like that is definitely going to be really hard for them. But eventually, the more that they play all of these games, that's when they'll finally get their groove into Hacienda. And the fact that they chose this is a really big deal because that really takes a lot of commitment to really just master a huge map like Hacienda. And now, well, speaking of, let's take a look at what has happened in the past 3 games that we've had here. Starting off with Firing Rage Hardpoint, where they definitely kind of struggled a little bit. You can see here, 33 points to 150. That is something that we really kind of want to forget, but I feel like there's something maybe off in their gameplay. I don't know if it's a connection issues or whatever, but I feel like that's still very impressive for them to really just come back from that insertion, destroy, and domination.
Yeah, I mean, more than, potential mistakes out of C8 Legacy, this was just supremacy instead out of Tyrant Esports. It was the decision-making as to when to go in, when to engage, which one of these hard points to go in and fight for. And it was the disengagement from that P2, which was the winning play out of Tyrant Esports, right? Early setup of P3. And, some would argue that it was too early, but it's never too early if you're able to invest your time, sacrifice a few initial points, but be able to take each and every single second out of that next hard point. And that's exactly what they did. Tyrant Esports were unstoppable in that hard point, but when it came to S&D, round after round, they were being stopped.
C8 Legacy is so smart. Tyrant Esports as well. Both of these teams are really playing high IQ gameplays here, especially when we see that back alley push. I hope we get to see it here. So one time they were going into that back alley, they were just throwing that util, knowing very well that might be a C8 push, but Tyrant Esports just going in there for the response, and for the next round did the same thing. So it's a really good back and forth from both these teams. Knowing the readjustment really is going to be very massive for them. But now a really massive deal again for going into domination Hacienda, C8 Legacy and Tyrant Esports doing a tremendous job going in for that back and forth yet again. I feel like this teams right now, they're pretty even on the playing field when it comes to skill and plays.
And speaking of skills and plays, both of them skillfully traded out each other multiple times on the second floor of the manor. And it was most definitely the hottest spot within the battle of this domination. And, once again, decision-making time, right? Tyrant Esports, instead of going in there and continuously butting heads against the players of C8 Legacy, focusing on that B flag, they backed away and they changed their sights. Young Jay, your MVP, the most valuable player, the soldier of this game. Average kills 11.33, master numbers all over the place. Average deaths on the 11.0, and the KDA of 1.03. Not super impressive just yet, but he's on the way there with his performance as long as he keeps this upbeat.
This guy is just heating up along with every single one of the teams and the members that they have in Tyrant. So that's definitely going to be very impressive, 11. But obviously, the KDA not too shabby. They can definitely improve just a little bit more. But a win is a win and an MVP is an MVP. So this soldier definitely has been slaying in the battlefield. For Young Jay, he has been in the scene for quite a while now. So going in from a really big franchise, now going into another bigger franchise, that means that this guy, he is wanted. He is definitely one of the top players that we can see here in Call of Duty Mobile.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the numbers, they speak for themselves. Yes, it's not the brightest KDA that you've seen out there on the battlefield in terms of stats, but this was up against C8 Legacy, man. I mean, you guys saw exactly how crazy that final battle was at that domination. It was back and forth all the way through. XS1 Goliaths were matched up. Cluster Strikes were matched up. At the end of the day, it all came back down to the decisions that were being made out there on the battlefield. Gunfights, they matched each other equally, but the decision making, it was most definitely taken up here by Tyrant Esports, and they called the shots that took them to that victory spot at the end of the day. Will the other teams be able to show us similar stats all throughout the competition? We will have to wait and see, but for now, Tyrant Esports most definitely have impressed us all.
Oh yeah, very impressive game number 1 for day number 1 here in Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2. And that has been an explosive start. I am so impressed with what I see from C8 Legacy because I know they had a pretty good run in Season 1, but it seems like they really want to go for blood this time. But obviously Tyrant really just stopped that. But I think it's a pretty even playing field.
Well, let's take a quick short break. When we come back, Series 2 with Cali. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Garena Call of Duty Mobile Master Season 2 Team, the Redemption, the veterans, and the new bloods having their shot to take and prove that they're the best of the best. Now, we are down for the first match. Mustachio AJ and Tyrant Esports able to beat and outcompete C8 Legacy on a best of 3 series, and it was very, very close.
Yep. It was. In fact, it was a little too close at the domination matchup. But what do you think happened at Hardpoint, Callie? I mean, they seem to have just struggled a little bit too much, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it's because of the first game jitters. I feel like C8 Legacy, they were not prepared to take and, of course, fight Tyrant Esports on a map pick that they picked. And I feel like having mids in the game actually tried to mess up their rhythm a little bit. But then again, they were able to make up for it at that map number 2 at Search and Destroy, where they were able to outdo Tyrant Esports and that Search and Destroy standoff. But then again, that map number 3 at Domination, that was their map pick, but it was close. A 7-point lead difference. It could have gone both ways, but Tyrant Esports just had far better usage of that score streaks at the end of the game. Mustachio.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They've fallen, but they've only fallen in one. They have got 5 more series out here to prove themselves, Callie. So we are wishing C8 Legacy all the best in their future series. Now, moving on to series number 2. Battle number 2 sees the Kings of old, like I'm talking about very, very, very old Kings, like one of the first few Kings out here in Call of Duty Mobile. Smart Omega, they step right back up into the plate and they take on another C8 brand, C8 Stealth. But C8 Stealth, they're not the, I guess, prime representatives of the C8 clan, so it might be pretty much, I wouldn't say a walk in the park, but not as difficult for Smart Omega to take them down. But even that being said, C8 Stealth, man, we've seen a lot out of these players. I will not be surprised if Smart Omega loses this.
Yeah, I won't be surprised as well. C8 Stealth at their Garena Youth Challengers, they were able to just show what they can do. And they've done it with flamboyant gameplays. But then again, taking a look at our schedule for the day, C8 Legacy, they lost against Tyrant Esports on a best of 3 series. Tyrant Esports winning both of the respawn games, while C8 Legacy winning that Search and Destroy. But coming right up next, Smart Omega versus C8 Stealth. That's going to be that game coming right up ahead. And right after that, we are going to see Mamba Corinthians and Gaijin Rogue. But back to what I was saying earlier, C8 Stealth, they did a great showcase at the Garena Youth Challengers. And obviously, Cookie, I remember that guy actually being one of the best players for C8 Stealth, especially the Search and Destroy. I mean, Mustachio, I think you have to agree with me. At 360 to win the game is the most flamboyant thing ever.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. Cookie was, pretty much a crazy player that you can definitely look out for this time around as well. But we do have, of course, a Kramer's in the mix to show that C8 Stealth is not all about just one player, right? The teamwork within this squad is just absolutely stellar, man. And, here's the thing. In terms of C8 Stealth performing within the Garena Youth Challenges, they managed to climb all the way up to the 4th spot. But that is not the impressive thing. They've gone in there, they've proven themselves at the Garena Youth Challenges and also qualified through to the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season 2 as well. And I believe they did that in quite the flair of a fashion. And, this team is just proving themselves over and over again. And I might just peg C8 Stealth as the weakest within the C8 clan that have qualified through for the Garena CODM Masters Season 2. But, the C8 clan has got 4 of these teams in here. If there's any clan that is well prepared to take over Call of Duty Mobile, it's C8 right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared that C8's got 4 out of 16 slots here. There's 16 teams that we have for Garena Call of Duty Mobile Master Season 2. But now, Smart Omega, Rage, Idra, Jay-Z, Candy, Kebs, and Whoopi. I mean, now, this time, you're going to see a new player. Crush is out of the picture, out of the lineup, and Rage will be in the game. And Smart Omega, they heavily rely on Kebs and Whoopi to play the objective and slay and respawns. And with the addition of Rage, that firepower at respawns is going to get amplified even more, Mustachio.
It will never be the same for me, Callie. I mean, Smart Omega without Crush for me is like eating candy without sugar. Okay, so... And as hard as it is to accept, We just have to accept it, right? Because players move on, they go on forth, and they build new legacies for themselves. And I'm very sure Crush, together with Hot Dog later on, they will be able to build something great for LF organization. Smart Omega, on the other hand, after parting ways, they've picked Rage up. But the question here is, will they be able to rage against the other players in the competition and come back as the Smart Omega of all? Come back as the kings of all that the whole of COD community has been desperately waiting for a long time now. We've not seen Smart Omega perform like the old days in a long time. And quite honestly, we are all hungry for that.
Yeah, we are all hungry for that. I mean, Smart Omega continues to still be one of the best teams in Garena competition, but one thing that they really struggled, and something that's really giving them a hard time, is that consistency. But then again, they're going up against C8 Stealth in Chroma, Kramers, Heart Z, Iron Fist, Cookie, and of course yours truly, Zero. And obviously speaking, Zero was from C8 Pro and Garena Youth Challengers. Kramers, Cookie, Iron Fist, and of course yours truly are going to be the only players that will be remaining here for the team itself. Well, they did play great at Garena Youth Challengers. And again, this is going to be the debut of C8 Stealth and Garena Masters, wherein you have exceptionally previously mentioned that they placed fourth before qualifying here at this event at Garena Youth Challengers. Their core player really consists of Kramers, Cookie, and Iron Fist. These three players right here is the core of the players of VI Esports. We're able to place the top 8 in the Garena Worlds Philippine qualifier. Today, they are known as C8 Stealth. They took Chroma from Tyrant, Divinity, and Zero from C8 Pro and Garena Youth Challengers. Now, here's the question, Mustachio. Will the recent addition be able to amplify their power to outlast the teams that they're going to face with, especially in this group stage?
Immediately, I don't know if that's going to be apparent, but over time, for sure, right? You need a little bit of, I guess, games, proper solid games in there. You need to lose together a few times. You need to see the emotions. You need to see the sadness within the eyes of your team members before you can take the teamwork up to another level, before you can, synchronize really well. Things like that, they most definitely do take time. I mean, albeit, yes, we have seen some really top-level players, just hop from one team to another and not drop their performance at all. In fact, add on to it. But those are the rare situations, rare circumstances, right? C8 Stealth. But, that being said, C8 Stealth, together with the C8 clan as a whole, I have to highlight this once again in terms of a different perspective, whereby they are ones who have really taken the best advantage of the Garena Youth Challenges. And when I say best advantage in that, it's not of going into the Youth Challenges and dominating it. No. Going into the Youth Challenges and scouting for more talent, scouting for more players that they can add on to their team to take the brand to the next level. Like you said, Zero was from C8 Pro within the Garena Youth Challenges. Chroma from Tyrant Divinity. This clan is just so aggressive in terms of building their presence within the Call of Duty mobile scene. And I'm absolutely loving it because each and every single one of their moves are very well thought out. And is it going to be enough to take the matchup against Smart Omega and shut them down? With the win of that coin toss, they get to pick 2 out of the 3 maps. Hopefully that gives them some sort of a momentum, because we all know what sort of hard hats the players of Smart Omega at. Raid as well as firing range taken out of the equation leaves Slums as well as Hacienda. Hacienda's not going to be played, but Slums Domination, that's going to be a fun one.
And that's going to be a fun one, especially when that B flag is going to be that middle of the map where it's going to be exposed in multiple entries. So it's going to be really hard for you to just take it and, of course, abuse and bash your head inside. You got to play tactically and secure that perimeter, especially that Slums Domination. So one thing that we really need to see here, if you are C8 Stealth, this is your first matchup against Smart Omega, and this will give them an outlook on what they can offer on the table. Will they succumb to fear and pressure, or will they be able to activate that underdog mentality to help them fight? It's either going to be that one of the two, but again, having to pick 2 maps and of course 2 modes, it's going to give them the chance to win twice and have the advantage over and against Smart Omega. But here we go, Garena CODM Master Season 2 group stage. This is going to be day 1, match number 2, C8 Stealth and Smart Omega about to play this hardpoint standoff. Mustachio, AJ, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kelly. But, you know, I have to say, man, I am a little shocked that Takeoff was the choice of Smart Omega for the SND. I don't know if that's going to be enough to catch C8 Stealth off guard, because they have most definitely proven themselves in the past to play Takeoff quite well. Whoopi stepping on in to get the hurt done, but not inside, but outside of the hard point. They're all keeping this clean for the time being, just pushing the matchup back and forth. But going back to the point I was making, it's a very interesting approach that Smart Omega is taking in terms of the map pick, and I think we might see a different side of the team this time around. I mean, we have to, right? They've been disappointed way too many times to not step back into the fray with a little bit of change in the lineup as well as strategy.
That's the change in the lineup. I really have to point it out. Rage is going to be in for Smart Omega, and that's going to amplify their offensive power even more, especially that close range engagements. But for the meantime, with this P1 rotation, it's 13 and 20. Scrap time will not be secured by both of the teams, as they will try to prioritize the second hardpoint rotation. Iron is going to defend and going to take the stand, but it's going to get taken down. And for this hardpoint, it's about to open up, and it looks like it's going to be Smart Omega opening it up, and C8 Stealth trying to take the breaks, but they're going to get flushed out, and the zone defense already in for Smart Omega. AJ.
That's Smart Omega, man. I mean, you saw that double challenge come through there. This was no money kill in any way whatsoever, but Smart Omega going in there for the super early rotation. C8 Stealth kind of committing for the exact same, but Smart Omega, they were the last ones there, technically the second ones there, but obviously the first ones to open up that hard point. And from that point on, C8 Stealth hasn't been able to break it until this very moment. Good plays, 20 seconds to go, and they will be able to pick up all the points, because Smart Omega, they've abandoned that side. They feel like they've picked up enough points at P2 to double back down into P3 now for a super early setup. And the most important thing to do when you drop in for the early setup is not jumping into that hard point, but to control the spawns. You need to be able to secure the spawn over at the third hard point, and that's exactly what you can see player 1 as well as player 4 doing. You need to hold onto the vehicle right outside to make sure your team members jump right back in there. But C8 Stealth, my goodness me, halfway through me speaking, they break that to perfection. When Smart Omega, they're scattered all over the map now.
Yeah, Smart Omega really scattered all around, so this individual one fight should be won by yours truly, Smart Omega. But talk about how C8 Stealth just suddenly sneaked inside that hard point and took over. But then again, Smart Omega, as soon as I say it, they will be inside his hard point, and they will be able to get the second break that they need to score the points, and all these points inside this hard point. Final 30 seconds, still plenty of time. You see C8 Stealth spawning in only one side of the map, and this is going to be a lot easier for the boys of Smart Omega to isolate and slay all the players that will be spawning in that tractor spawns. But then again, final 13 seconds, you see it here. Smart Omega, they will put one player inside the hard point, but with Hardzy taking that man down, that leaves no player here inside this hard point, because Smart Omega, they will be stacking their resources all the way to the next hard point rotation.
For anybody that wants to do their full research on how to improve in hardpoint at standoff, I highly encourage you to re-watch this gameplay, especially as to how Smart Omega allowed C8 Stealth to break their hold at that the third hardpoint at Granny's house moments ago. We were talking about how important it is to hold on to the spawns. None of their players were holding on to the spawns well. They overextended into private backyard. They backed away right back into Granny's as they started losing gunfights, and that spawn was given away, but they managed to recover as well, and that's exactly how they held on to those final points. Early rotation into Bakery, on the other hand, did not prove to be fruitful, as C8 Stealth stepped right back up onto the plane and crushed them and leave them in the dust. Kendi pulls out the Annihilator, trying to take over the situation, misses that one shot, needs to be able to secure the second, but gets stunned halfway through, and Chroma finishes him off with the CBR. Hunter Killer drone for the pop as well, not going to be finding anybody just yet, but Chroma now turns around at the wrong moment, gets backstabbed, and Smart Omega right back in, but just for a few points, just 3 seconds, and now the reset of the hard points, right back into Hotel Yard we go, Gally.
Back to the Hotel Yard we go. It's a pretty tricky and it's a pretty grindy first set of hard points here. You see Smart Omega getting that early rotation, but see, it's Stealth, they always manage to create that break enough for them to contest and of course keep this game close. And this P1 rotation right here is going to be the turning point of the game. It's a matter of who will control this, because eventually you're gonna see the team who will be able to get that 100-point mark, and it looks like it's going to be Smart Omega getting that first 100-point mark. They will be soaking more time inside his shield. C8 Stealth, they need to get inside his hard point. Iron Fist leading the team. Now here comes the Annihilator. He's going to take one more player inside his hard point. They create the break, and this has been happening for quite some time, but the cluster strike from Smart Omega is going to help them reset back that momentum, and it's giving them even more points inside the hard point.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they will be able to do with this. The cluster strike coming in at the very right moment. It's all about the decision making as to when you pull that out. And Smart Omega, most definitely, they reap the benefits out of that timing. But now it's not going to be finished off at the P1. We have to double back into P2. And the players of Smart Omega crushing C8 Stealth on the way there. Fight after fight, they win. Candy holding on to the gas station as well. Nobody's going to be able to get past his CBR, but Chroma finds that backstep only to be traded right back out by Whoopi. That Mac 10 supremacy. Kuki takes himself out of the equation, but this is already the final moments of the game. And C8 Stealth all too far away to take the hill right back. Smart Omega finishes it off 150 to 86.
Yeah, that's going to be a great start for Smart Omega. They were able to dictate the flow of the game. As soon as we start the game, they were always the one initiating. And it's always C8 Stealth, always the one chasing them. And once they started to use that operators, once that cluster strike was used at P1 rotation, that's where they amplify and scored and pulled away against C8 Stealth. And that was just amazing plays for Smart Omega. Everybody did their thing. And Ether is going to be the MVP here for this hardpoint standoff. The game is really close at that first set of hardpoints, but then we move into the reset. It's all Smart Omega, 86 to 150. Valiant effort for C8, but Smart Omega takes this one really, really great. You see it here, Idra, Kevs, Candy getting involved in that gunfight department. Meanwhile, Rage, we expect him to play as the Slayer, but this guy will be soaking most of the time with 1 minute and 49 seconds in the hardpoint. And that's what Rage can offer in the game, especially here at stand-up hardpoint.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And, you know, the players of the side of Smart Omega through Idra and Kevs picking up 24 kills each, it's definitely going to help you. When you drop into a game like Hardpoint, it's not about the kills, but the kills definitely put you in the right direction towards that victory. It's positioning yourself in those right places, being able to take down your opponents before they can step up and, you know, cause all that too much of a disruption for your objective player. Rage pretty much didn't really need to do much, right? He just sat down in those hard points, holding on to each and every single one of those seconds as they continued to clock right up the leaderboards, clock right up the points that they were collecting over C8 Stealth. Chroma did manage to step up a few times, but, you know, overall, I think you kind of painted the picture really well already, Callie. The fact that Smart Omega, they conquered this particular matchup and they were dictating the pace from start to end. And all C8 Stealth could do was try to rush after them, chase them to try to keep up. But that was just not enough in this first matchup. Perhaps in S&D, just like their brothers C8 Legacy, they'll be able to turn things around.
Yeah, they will be able to turn things around, but this is going to be a map pick by Smart Omega. And of course, C8 Stealth, they will be picking the special force, so they will be defending first. And this is going to be a smart pick from them. Eventually, being the defender here at this takeoff map, all you have to do is wait at the bomb sites and just stack your resources, whether there's going to be an attack at the B side or an attack at the A side. And this is going to be a really close for my liking. This could be a 5 to 6, around number 10 to around number 11, but we'll never know. Maybe Smart Omega has something to offer, especially with Rage in their system. And honestly, for Smart Omega, I expected them to either pick Search and Destroy firing range, but they banned it themselves. And I was expecting them to use Search and Destroy raid, but taking takeoff S&D, this could totally surprise C8 Stealth. And now here we go. Round number 1, the first half about to start. Garena CODM Masters match number 2, and it's going to be Smart Omega's map pick. Take up Search and Destroy first up, about to start. Smart Omega, they will be attacking first. They will be striking first.
Yeah, this takeoff S&D surprised both you and me, Callie. You know, it's just not like Smart Omega going in here and pulling takeoff into the mix, which is why I think C8 Stealth might be able to surprise them. But Rage gets the first takedown in here, positions himself already at that A bomb site, and they have gotten all of it in their hands. Bomb for the plant now. now Iron Fist with the prevention. Cookie shuts down Kevs as well. Backstab by Iron Fist will not be pulled off as Cookie trades out Rage. It will not be a situation that Smart Omega goes down all that too fast. They have one final player to depend on, but even he loses his life. C8 Stealth, what a play. And you know, you mentioned that they should just be holding on to the bomb site, right? But instead of just picking one bomb site, they drop between the two. They move on into red area. They move on to the mid segment of the map, and they recover after they find out exactly where Smart Omega is going to be taking the attack. And I really feel like that's a stellar setup coming through from C8 Stealth. Not really over-committing into either one of those sites. But Kevs now, as he opens up with the smoke, Chroma goes in for the challenge, but Kevs takes a double. Chroma and Cookie taken out of the equation. A recovery now is all dependent on the backstab that is being pulled up by Hotsy. He gets Whoopi. He gets Rage as well. Can he get the third one? Pre-fire. He gets tagged up, but Hotsy's done enough. Iron Feet continues this, but he gets traded out by Kevs. 2v2 once again, and C8 Stealth might be able to pull this off, but Kevs will be able to find that backstab headshot against Hotsy, who does not check his corner as he runs around.
Oh boy. Back-to-back multiple kills in a trade after that blows. We got this 1v1. The bomb is going to be planted by Smart Omega, and honestly, for Kramers, this is going to be a huge play for them to get that lead extended even more, but it's going to be all about the timing here. Whoever gets that power position, whoever gets the luck, it's going to win that game. But now the clock is ticking, and of course the defender, they need to find a way to enter this bomb site, and of course Kramers already in at the A site, and our boy from Cavs is trying to wait it out, and this is going to be a nice prevention play, trying to milk up the clock. 1v1, who's gonna win it? It's gonna be your boy Kramers, and that's going to be round number 2. Kramers with the excellent 1v1 AJ, and they will be taking round number 2.
That happened so fast. Did he hip fire him?
I think he pre-aimed and fired. I don't know. It just happened in a blink of an eye. And honestly, it was crazy.
It was a really good anticipation out of Kramers, right? Because you have to look at this situation where you've got the bomb now on the ground, and takeoff is not a tiny map, but he outsmarts his opponent by checking around the left-hand side first before the right. I guess you could call that luck. I guess you could call that anticipation. But either way, C8 Stealth, they have got 2 rounds on their side. But round after round, they initially lose players first and then recover later. But I believe a 1v5 is too much to recover from, regardless of how good you are. Cookie, final player left in here, might be able to find one. And yes, he does. Rage taken out of the equation. Position given away already. Cookie, as he doubles right back round. Bomb on the ground, planted by Smart Omega. This is not going to be a simple defuse. Whoa! And a no-scope by Cookie. Cavs goes down this time. Take the punch, boy. But Kendi finishes him off with the CBR.
Yeah, Smart Omega with that 1v5 just really went in, changed the pace, attack aggressively at the B bomb site because they failed at that A bomb site twice. So they tried to take a different route, and it currently worked for them. They take the first pick, they get that follow-up that they need, and it just snowballed. And of course, Smart Omega, they take their first round win victory. But wow, Cookie with just the amazing display of accuracy, and of course, the guy was just displaying a lot of marksmanship. But then again, Rage opening up this round number 4 as they're looking to get this bomb rotated at this B bomb site. Rage got 4 kills already. Needs to secure that top floor to get them an even more advantage, but Cookie trying to anticipate. Will not try to get any kills just yet.
Patience.
The timing is going to be perfect. Dropping Cavs down. The first blood is exchanged. We got a 4v3 with Iron Fist trading Candy and Rage able to get back, dropping Heartsy. It's going to be the numbers equaled here, but Whoopi just drops one player with the pistol, dropping Iron Fist. We got a 2v3 AJ.
Yeah, Idra now just wrapping around. He is at the bomb site. Nobody here to prevent the plant. Cookie, on the other hand, just trying to scope out any of these players that over-aggress on his position. But the information has been sent right back. Smart Omega's not going to challenge him out in the open. Chroma, on the other hand, approaching the situation just beyond the bomb that has been planted here. Finds the back of Idra, but too far with the CBR, but he still manages to control those shots. Chroma takes him down, but traded out by Whoopi and his Mac 10 Banana Blaster, one of the best guns in the game, by the way. Cookie, quick scope does not hit. Boxing gloves out, but Whoopi and his Mac 10 gets the double to wrap things up, to put them 2-2.
Yeah, put them 2-2. Then that was a close call for Whoopi. Good thing he had a Mac 10 in his play, or else he's gonna get a black eye to his face, and that's not a really good sign, especially when Cookie was going side to side, swiveling back and forth and just trying to close the gap down. But then again, that's going to be it. Smart Omega, they're able to quickly recover and make amends after dropping the first 2 rounds. But Iron Fist, the timing is surreal, but he's gonna lose that gunfight. Dropping there, that's going to be Kev dropping the first blood, dropping Iron Fist, and then they're wrapping their way around this A-bomb site, and it's going to be a very fast take. And C8 Stealth, they did not see this one coming, AJ.
Yep, shaky plays out of C8 Stealth all of a sudden, and Smart Omega just taking over the situation real quick. One final player, Kevs now spots him out. Is he gonna get the grenade planted straight onto his face? We go find out. Whoopi trying to catch up. Everybody's chasing up to this one guy. Somebody give him some space to breathe. But no, says Idra, as Hadzi gets a bullet straight through his little heart. 3-2 as we switch sides. Smart Omega straight in front.
Yeah, that's not a really friendly round there for the last player of C8 Stealth. Everybody was chasing him, and it really came to the point where he really had to back down, and that was a real definition of back against the wall, and he was just chased every angle he takes. But then again, now as we switch the side this time, we are going to see that first blood exchange, but Smart Omega, they will be defending, and a pretty default one for my take. But Iron Fist trying to close the gap down is going to open up this bomb site, but then again, they're down in numbers. They need to win this gunfights, and obviously, with Cookie dropping Whoopi, the numbers are going to be equal, but number 2 at the back could get this kill around the staircase. But Candy decides to take his back and turn. Will not try to spot the players just yet, but there we go. Cookie hit marks. The CODM guy will not favor that shot to connect. We got this 2v2, and it still can go both ways.
The players, very slowly approaching each other. Idra, can he now take this 1v1 fight? Yes, he spots him out. CBR almost misses Cookie, who slides away with the DLQ. But no way, Jose, you come right back here, says Idra. 4-2 now. Smart Omega trying to run away with this matchup. But C8 Stealth, man, they've proven that they can catch up.
Yeah, they proved that they can catch up, and that's what they've been doing ever since that hard point. But now I think it's time for them to initiate and dictate the flow of the game while Whoopi dropping hard Z's. That guy just got popped, and we got this early 4v5, and it took Whoopi, what, 10 seconds to get that kill, and not for Smart Omega to have the numbers in their advantage. But Iron Fist says, no, not today. We're going to trade that kill, and we got this 4v4 situation. But then again, Smart Omega, they're looking to go and attack very aggressively. Candy on the height advantage, dropping Kramers, and somehow C8 Stealth is down to the final player. We got this 1v4. Cookie, it's time to show us some highlights, but then again, he's surrounded and he's gonna get down to the ground. Match point for Smart Omega.
So the assumption that Smart Omega might be able to walk through this particular game, not really, harmed by C8 Stealth, might just be true, right? And with the way they're performing out here, C8 Stealth, I wouldn't say they're struggling, but they're surely not finding their best of plays against Smart Omega. Except Cookie. Cookie's having the time of his life. It drop backstab. Iron Fist taken out of the equation. By the way, that being said, Iron Fist really needs to show me some of what is happening to C8 Stealth.
Well, they are in a fallout, and Smart Omega is just capitalizing on the errors that C8 Stealth has been producing. Candy with the final kill. He gets the job done, gets that final blow, and that will propel Smart Omega to win that map number 2. And that was just great gameplays back and forth for Smart Omega, AJ. And that was just, I'm lost for words. I mean, I did not expect either to play that well. This guy continues to prove why he's really one of the best for Smart Omega, especially their Search and Destroy.
I think you said it right there, right? You didn't really expect him to improve, but to perform this well, but he's one of the best. I mean, Idra, a renowned player throughout the world of Call of Duty Mobile because of what a crazy flex player he is. You give the job over to Idra, he most of the time finishes it off, and he makes sure his team rises up to the top. But Idra this time around wasn't even the one that brought in the biggest impact, right? It was Kev's 10 kills overall, picks up the MVP title for himself as well. And on the other side, if we look at Cookie and Iron Fist, the two players who are really getting their groove out there on the battlefield, yes, they could keep up with some of those gunfights, but they needed heavy backup from the rest of the team members that unfortunately was scattered all over the place. And when we look at this take of S&D, And I'm shocked to say this. I'm surprised. Smart Omega were the better prepared team. And I'm surprised mainly because C8 Stealth have proven to us that they can take SNDs and they can do hella good at SNDs. And on top of that, Takeoff, man, this is the home ground of the C8 clan right now.
Yeah, this is one of their home grounds, especially in respawns, especially here at Search and Destroy Takeoff. And honestly, for C8 Stealth, this was I got caught off surprise as well, because we expected C8 Stealth to take this one, but then again, Smart Omega was just really able to propel themselves to victory. And I think I know why. I mean, C8 Stealth, they were defending earlier, and of course, they were attacking. And Smart Omega, the way they handled the pace, they were playing fast. And that's, I think, something that C8 Stealth couldn't handle. And that's why they got down here at this takeoff, losing 2-6, and then they got dropped immediately. So now, Smart Omega, they got this 2-0, and they're climbing ever higher, AJ.
Yeah, and I would have preferred to see C8 Stealth be on the attacking side first. They should have picked the guerrilla forces. They should have gone in there, picked up the bomb, allowed Kuki to be Kuki, allow Kuki to have Iron Fist as his backup, get the two of them to thin down the numbers of Smart Omega first before going in there for the plants, before sending in the rest of those forces to perhaps wrap those rounds. But it was not the case, right? Like you said, taking these special forces on the other hand, being on the defense, allowing Smart Omega to dictate the pace on a map that they themselves have chosen was clearly a bad idea.
And really a clearly bad idea. And you see it here. The stat says that it's going to be Smart Omega winning it 6-2. And honestly, for C8 Stealth, I really have to touch up on the point I just did earlier. Yes, Cookie and of course Iron Fist was doing hell of a job of getting those skills. And they were putting C8 Stealth up there in the rounds that they play. But then again, they just really need a little bit more push and a little bit more help from that third and that fourth and that fifth player for them to take some rounds. And that's something that we didn't see from C8 Stealth. And that's something we saw from Smart Omega. I mean, if not Cavs, it's going to be Rage opening up the rounds. If it's not Cavs, it's going to be either taking those multiple kills and helping the team propel. Everybody was just getting involved from Smart Omega. And I feel like that was the winning play, especially here at the Takeoff S&D.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And shout out to the one and only Iron Fist, because he just made a play earlier that blew my mind. He had a player run past him. There were some panic shots out of his CBR, and I don't know how he won that gunfight. He needs to train me on some panic shots, man, because I panic all the time, but I lose those gunfights.
Well, honestly, I think you need a gyroscope for you to get a far better edge on the competition, AJ.
Yeah. You try a gyroscope with an iPad Pro, man.
Well, it's heavy. I can say it's heavy. I can't play it. Maybe I'll try to get an iPad and see if I can play gyroscope, but I think it's gonna be hard since I think I've already tried it.
I did, and you know, they weren't the best of matches for me to witness. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we wait for the final matchup, Slums Domination, you know, when maps are introduced into Call of Duty Mobile for multiplayer, I either like them immediately or I dislike them immediately. And Slums was just one of those maps that I couldn't decide. Initially, it was tough. I wanted to dislike it because I kept losing on Slums, but then I started to discover that there was some you know, similarities between all of the losses, right? Because I just had zero map awareness. When this map was just brand new, I just jumped into rank, tried to smash a couple of games on it, but I just couldn't get any wins on it at all because it's quite the long map. You've got quite a number of options, and if you are playing this on hardpoint, a lot of spaces for you to go and hide in and out of. Nowhere near as huge as Hacienda, but without that map awareness, without understanding exactly where you can go in for some of these backsteps and rotations, you're not going to be able to control that. And like what we saw in this takeoff S&D just moments ago, Callie, map mastery is everything. And in a map like Domination, you cannot get away without understanding how the map works.
Yeah, obviously you need to learn where the spawns will be at. Where are you going to counter the counter plays that the enemy is going to get you? And of course, here at Domination, it's going to be a fast gameplay. And of course, Slums, a lot of entries, especially that B flag. And what you want to do here at Hacienda, since it's going to be a really, really new map, all you have to do is just try to play as a team if you don't have that total map mastery just yet, and try to play for those trades, because eventually two guns are better than one. If you get that double challenge, if you get that trade, that's going to work for your team even more. And honestly, here at Hacienda, that's all you have to do. Play for those trades and find an opportunity for you to gain a good edge against your enemy. Now, we are going to start this game. Smart Omega and C8 Stealth. It's going to be Slums Domination. The game here, final match between the two, and you obviously know the Charlie and the Alpha flag, it's going to get captured. And the thing here is you need to fight for the B flag, which is exactly right, exactly in the middle of the map, and you get to fight for every control to get this. And I feel like getting this mid control is going to win you the game.
Yeah, two contrasts. I love the position held on by Heartsy straight into Broken. And he wants to take the backstab. Does he want to flip the flags from the get-go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Heartsy just overcommitting. Is he going to get caught out here? Takes that long shot, but Whoopi drops him with the SVD. Iron Fist with the backstab is not going to be able to do much now. But with the two flags in the hands of C8 Stealth, Smart Omega seem to be struggling just a little bit. But it is always the attempt through Broken that is going to put you in front. And C8 Stealth has proven that already. Smart Omega struggling just a little bit, although they win a majority of their gunfights from the get-go here, Callie.
Yeah, they have won all the major gunfights, and they force themselves to the left side of the minimap. Now they got the chance to score the hard flag, and they will be getting it. Two flags now in play for Smart Omega, and now they get this mid control. All they just have to do is win the gunfights and just wait for C8 Stealth to initiate. And that's one thing that they're trying to do. Just maintain and sustain this mid-map until the game and until the round is over. And for C8 Stealth, they gotta find a way to break this. And now for Cavs, this is going on, and Tear gets one. And of course, it's going to be C8 Stealth having a rough time because they've been locked down to the left side of the minimap at this point.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're practically trying to spawn trap them at this very moment. Smart Omega keeping a very good line, holding on to Memorial, holding on to the access through Graves as well, not allowing anyone to step up through the midsection through statues, and they are running away with the points. None of those players out of C8 Stealth are winning their gunfights. Back to back to back, you just see Smart Omega lighting up the left-hand side of the screen in terms of the kill feed. Kookie with one good comeback, make that two. Whoopi taken down as well. Finally, as the SVD shows its face in the hands of C8 Stealth, perhaps it is going to be enough for them to make their way right back in here. But Kev tries to turn things around, shuts down Kookie, resets him, and this trap that Smart Omega has set up just moments ago will finally be broken down. But to what positive side for C8 Stealth? They haven't really approached either side of the flag just yet. A teaser onto the B flag by one player is not going to be enough just yet.
Yeah, not going to be enough just yet. And they're taking their time, and it took them too long. And now Smart Omega, they recovered. And now they still got this mid-map control. But look at this play from C8 Stealth, attacking on only one angle because of the minimap. They're able to open up the flag now, and they will be putting 3 players to hop on the flag, and they get this flag in play. 6-4 to 45. 10 more points for Smart Omega to win this first half, but C8 Stealth, they're doing whatever it takes to get and close down that gap, and that's what you need here, especially at this domination. Iron Fist going to try and win this gunfight, but either trades him out, it's just skirmishes right over this Slums Domination. And obviously speaking, there's a lot of intercepting plays, and it just works for Smart Omega a lot more better as they got completely favored to win this first half. 4 more points for to win, and Rage already fully streaked out with 9 kills, got the cluster strike ready and available, and that's going to be very, very handy and dandy at the second half of this game. And now this first half gonna end. Smart Omega, what they did great at this first half is win that gunfights and of course get that map control. C8 Stealth, they did a great job. They keep it close, and of course they were able to break the spawns where in return they could have been down in no morale, but that didn't happen. And now we get to see the second half opens up, and here we go. B flag going to be another hand.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Earlier on C8 Stealth, here's exactly where they shine through, right? Because initially they were failing each and every single one of their attempts to approach that B flag. They were almost getting spawn trapped in the halfway point of that map. But the one difference that C8 Stealth did make was instead of attempting to go in for the B flag one by one, spreading all across the map, they just focused on dropping by Graves, entering through Broken, and that was the winning formula out of C8 Stealth. If you are watching this this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and you want to figure out how do you break that B flag domination slums, you always need to step into broken. Memorial Garage, it's just a little bit too open. This is the Memorial side. This is the Graves location on the other hand, which is where you want to come in from. And all of those players now, slowly, as they continuously leak through from the ghetto side, through dumpsters, into broken, there's no way Smart Omega is going to be able to break this just yet. But with the appearance of the sentry now, looking at the side of Archers, this might just be the winning formula of Smart Omega. They've got one side covered. Solo play is not going to be enough unless I say that Iron Fist shuts down Kendi. They need more than 2 players on that flag if they want to stand a chance in here. But Smart Omega, they're making the biggest mistake. Why are they backing up that sentry, Cali? They could have just pulled the flag away.
I don't honestly thought what's going to be the take here for Smart Omega, but then again, the game just happens so fast. You get little to no time at all to think what's going to be your next move. But then again, Smart Omega just doing whatever it takes to get their numbers inside this B flag now that the center turret is officially out of the play. Still, they're having a rough time because they're getting spawned up at the left side of the minimap. And for Hard C dropping Whoopi and taking down Crumb on that kill feed, it's just going to be a back and forth, which continues to favor the boys from C8 Stealth. And you take a look at the players in this game, Mega Kev's trying to step it up and now trying to help this team get that B flag in their play, but it's going to be a tough question. It's going to be a tall.
Nice.
Going to be very hard here for C8 Stealth, but for Smart Omega, but still they're trying their best. But then again, Stealth is just elevated the gunfights and they are winning majority of it here at the second half.
Now Smart Omega making the exact same mistake that C8 Stealth did earlier on, continuously pushing their players through Garage, through Memorial to challenge for the B flag. Nobody dropping towards the bottom side of the map. If you look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, that mini-map, you can see that the bottom side of the map, you do not spot any of the Smart Omega players, and they're continuously forcing the same issue in the same manner. C8 Stealth, on the other hand, will go ahead to punish them for this misplay, punish them for the misdirection of their forces. And now with the B flag strong in hand, 140 to 118, C8 Stealth, they've booked their victory in here for game number 3. The only way Smart Omega can stop this now is through a triple cap, which is absolutely impossible, Cali.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely passable, and Smart Omega looking down the barrels of defeat. They repeat the same mistakes over and over again, and that's why C8 Stealth has built it up the momentum right enough for them to win this third map. And of course, they did have an underperforming game in the first half, but they make up for it in the second half, where eventually they started to win their gunfights, and the map control was just clearly a lot better compared to Smart Omega. And I love the adjustments that they did. I love the resiliency that they were able to showcase against Smart Omega. Though they lost the first 2 maps, they came here at the third map swinging, especially at that second half, AJ.
Yeah, multiple mistakes here made by Smart Omega. One of the biggest ones was the waste of the initial sentry gun that they set up towards the upper side of Statue, which is closer towards Memorial. And that sentry was watching Archers. Here's the problem. C8 Stealth wasn't, spawning through Archers. C8 Stealth wasn't controlling Archers. C8 Stealth was towards the bottom side of the map where they were going through the dumpsters and broken. And they would have just really gotten a lot of momentum if they had placed the first sentry in the position of their second sentry gun. The second sentry was placed better. It was placed just outside of Graves, right in front of that B flag. And that helped them get a little bit of control. But when that second sentry was placed in front, you only saw the challenges being made one at a time. No teamwork, no cohesiveness on the side of Smart Omega at this Slums Domination. C8 Stealth, on the other hand, they were on the downside initially. They were being, pretty much trapped on their spawn side. They weren't able to make it through to the other half of the map, but they focused. They focused towards Graves. They focused towards Broken. And once they managed to break it, that was all that they needed. I'm actually quite shocked. In fact, if I didn't know any better, I would say that Smart Omega clearly just took this map, they took this match, and they threw it out of the window because they did not want to seem like they are back at their best, because clearly this was not their best. In fact, it was a terrible defeat that they have faced only because it was a great start to this game.
Yeah, it was a great start at this game. And I mean, they controlled the first half, but again, to look at it this way, they fell to, as you said earlier, Omega, they fell to the same mistake that C8 was doing at the first half. They keep on attacking at the top side of that minimap.
But C8 fixed it.
And that led to their doing of Omega. And that's where C8 actually fiend when Smart Omega continues to make those mistakes. They clearly did a lot better in just scoring all these kills, and that was the winning play for C8. And again, for Smart Omega, this is going to be their first loss in the group stage, and having it here at Slums is going to give them the opportunity to learn their mistakes here and do a lot better. And that's going to be the winning points when you get lost, especially at Slums, especially at the Hacienda maps. That's going to be the new addition here at the competitive map pool, especially here at Garena CODM Master Season 2. But then again, nice play from Smart Omega, but C8 at the second half was just clearly different. Chroma with 25 and 18, Iron Fist with 21-17. The guys just combined for 46 kills. And again, for Smart Omega, they tried their best. They tried to put their score streak to get an edge, but it was not really enough, AJ, because of the misplacement that just happened in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys ever play Domination, Slums, you eventually will as you jump into ranked matches to, of course, continuously level up in the game each and every single day. If you get caught in a position that Smart Omega were caught in earlier on, there's one of two things that you can do. The first thing is together as a squad, move through. Well, it can be either garage, it can be through junkyard. It just depends on where your opponents are focusing on, right? Earlier, we saw C8 Stealth focus towards the bottom of the map, which was through Broken, through Dumpsters, and that's exactly where they were focusing in all of their firepower. You want to take the top side of the map. You want to flip the flags out. Yes, you want to get the Special Forces base. Why? Because clearly both these teams, Smart Omega as well as C8 Legacy, have shown you which is the strongest side of Slums Domination. Now, once you are able to flip the flags, that's a GGWP. You just control the map, you control the forces through Dumpsters and Broken, and you will be able to keep two flags on your side all the time.
Yeah,
the second thing that... Yeah, sorry, go on, Callie.
Yeah, go ahead, AJ.
Now, the second thing that you want to do if you cannot flip the flags is at the very least focus towards the bottom side of the map. I mean, it can be through mid in towards Broken, or it can be through junkyard into Broken. But Broken is the way to break the hold of that B flag in Slums, and that just wasn't pulled off to perfection in day one just yet. But perhaps we will see some of those plays later on down the day.
Yeah, later on down the day, especially when the team starts to pick up the openings, and of course the things that we really need to consider here at Slums Domination. And I really like the thing that you mentioned earlier, having the Special Force side in your hand. It's going to give you a lot of opportunities to play a lot better. It's going to be that favored spawn at this Slums Domination. And when the second half ticks and it's C8 Legacy's time to play at the Special Force flag, they were able to score a lot of the opportunities, and Smart Omega didn't find really enough opportunity for them to find a way and bounce back at the staggering attack and offense that was just showed by C8 Legacy at the Slums. But to conclude the maps and modes here, Standoff Hardpoint 86-150, a victory here by Smart Omega, and the take of S&D clearly very good gameplay showed by yours truly, Smart Omega 62. And that third map just really shows that C8 Stealth could play it a lot better in the second half when they got the Special Force control, and as they win it 150-123. But here is the highlights. C8 Stealth and Smart Omega, they were playing this hard point. It's always a game called cat and mouse. I mean, the mouse being Smart Omega and the cat just being C8 Stealth. They're trying to chase the mouse, and Smart Omega continues to pull away. And the first set of hardpoint, it was really close, AJ. But when that second reset ticks, that's where Smart Omega pulled away.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And Smart Omega, they were consistently one step ahead in terms of the rotations, in terms of moving on towards the next objective. But they couldn't really keep it under wraps when we were talking about, the first half of the game, because of how quickly and how well C8 Stealth was adapting to all of their plays. But in the second half towards the end, it was all out Smart Omega. It was the dominant plays through Edra, keeping a hold on the second floor of Bay victory. And it's all of these power positions that you really need to focus on, right? Because when we step in there for some ranked matches, when we step in there with some of our friends, sometimes we just want to show off. Sometimes we want to get those kills, but it's not about the kills. It's about the positioning and the cover that you give your players who are getting the objectives for the squad. And that's exactly where Smart Omega excelled. And in S&D takeoff, I feel like Smart Omega just truly outplayed C8 Stealth. C8 Stealth wasn't ready for S&D here. And I'm actually quite surprised because I thought that this was going to be their map. This was going to be their game.
I thought this was really their game. And remember, we saw you can see clearly on the scoreboard. C8 Stealth was up 2-0 in the first 2 rounds, but then Smart Omega, as soon as they changed the pace, when they were attacking, they move up pretty fast. They played the game aggressively, and that's where they build up the momentum, winning their first round and that third round, and of course, building up on it and just making sure that they will be always getting those first initial picks and able to get those final deliveries as well. And I feel like here, this was it, man. The second half, this is where Smart Omega continues to push at the top side of the minimap, where C8 Stealth is just trying to find a way to just defend at the bottom side, AJ.
Yeah, exactly right. So that was the first sentry that I was talking about. An absolute, it wasn't a misplay. It was just a terrible decision that was made by whoever who placed it there. And the second sentry that was placed was in order to fix the initial mistake. But when that second sentry was placed down, we only saw one player going there to contest for the B flag, which clearly wasn't enough. But, you know, overall, it doesn't matter because it wasn't a loss for Smart Omega. They did manage to take away 2 maps. And therefore, they win the series overall. The soldier of game this time around, no surprise at all, the one and only Idra. 15.67 on the average kills, 11-0 on the average deaths, getting a KDA of 1.42. Once again, they have faced off against a C8 brand, but not the best out of the C8 clan. This might have not been a walkover victory, but it should have been, which just means that Smart Omega might have to worry about some of their future opponents here in the competition.
Yeah, especially when they try to play the extraordinary maps in Slums and, of course, the Tashenda map, especially at the respawn games. But then again, here for Smart Omega, Idra, especially at that hard point stand-up where he eventually scored 30 kills, really showed what he can do when it comes to controlling the map and anchoring the power positions for the team. He was the one spawning the players at the next hard point, and that truly gave him the opportunity to score the points, AJ.
Absolutely right. And, you know, it's those sorts of decisions that kind of put your team in front. And those decisions are not made because you want to get a name for yourself or you want to pick up the MVP title for yourself. It's all about what would, you know, really put the team in front in terms of objectives as well as decision making. And, you know, Idra's one of your main man when it comes to those roles. He knows exactly what to do out there on the battlefield to make sure his brand continues to remain in front of the race at all times. Of course, Slums was a little bit of a disappointment, but hopefully the next time we see Smart Omega play that map, we will see a whole new side of them. On that note, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break. When we come back, I will disappear. Beef Mommy joins you back with Cali.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season 2. I'm Kelly Gaming. Joining you here is the one and only Beef Mammy. The first 2 matches officially said and done. We got 4 matches coming right up ahead, but that latter game, Smart Omega, able to dominate the first 2 maps and able to beat C8 Stealth on that match number 2, Beef Mammy.
Oh wow, C8 Stealth really just showing everyone. The C8 franchise really showing up, gathering all the points. And yes, maybe they're not winning all of their gunfights in all of the games, but they still get 1 point for each of the teams that have been playing in match number 1 and 2. So Smart Omega doing a really good job at opening their day here in day number 1 in season 2 for the Garena Masters. And now, Callie, you were casting that game. You were watching every single move. And now that we're moving into our next matchup, it's going to be Mamba Corinthians versus Gaijin Rogue. So we already know that Mamba, they have a really strong team, right? They have one really good team, Lowkings, and now they have the brother teams, their first appearance here in Garena Masters.
Yeah, this is going to be their first appearance, the debut for Mamba Corinthians here at Garena Masters, and they placed 5th to 6th, and of course in Garena Youth Challengers, and they showed a pretty solid performance. Mamba Corinthians was able to tap their potential in Garena Youth Challenges, but wasn't able to maintain the performance right until the very end of the competition. Them qualifying here in Garena Masters Season 2 obviously states that they are back for blood, and some key notes to be aware of: they always get outbeaten in rotations in the hard point, and they have the tendencies to play for the retakes. But again, just like the Call of Duty Mobile Master Season 2 theme, redemption, it's time to see Mamba Corinthians redempt themselves and be able to outdo their competition. First 2 matches here, the schedule already said and done with Tyrant Esports, able to outcompete C8 Legacy at match number 1, winning it close 2-1. Same thing happened at this match number 2 with Smart Omega winning it close on this best of 3 series. Again, C8 still 2-1. Now we move into Mamba Corinthians and Gaijin, but right up next is going to be the most interesting game. Another C8 team playing against Mamba Lowkings, this time at that match number 4.
Oh yeah, I'm scared to see that because number 1, we get to have like a little bit of a preview, right? Going in here, Mamba versus Gaijin, now Mamba versus C8, and now at the Group C event, now we do see that it's going to be Envy Doctors versus C8 United.
Oh, no.
There's so many C8 teams here,
4.
y'all. So that's why there's 4. So you know what? This franchise just really want to blaze through the competition, and obviously, last but not least, we have ALMGHTY versus VI T2P. So that is going to be our schedule for today, and obviously, day number 2 will be on Sunday. We'll see that Group D, B, and A as well. So if you're looking for a team, they're probably going to be searching into our day number 2. But we are going to be having a lot more things coming out for you today. As we can see here, the lineup for Mamba Corinthians already in our midst. As you can see here, first appearance for Garena Masters, and obviously the Youth Challengers being in the middle of the pack. Let's see if they can be as good as their brothers here in Lowkings. And obviously you have here the Mamba lineup: Clar, Josh, Klong, Lexi Cutie, Qwerty, and Toshi representing the Corinthians here, trying to see if they can be the winners of Garena Masters. And even though maybe they can be a little bit more underbaked as a team, hopefully this experience can make it definite worthwhile.
Yeah, it's going to be worthwhile to see them actually play with the best of the best, especially here at these group stages where they have a lot of days and a lot of chance for them to compete. And honestly, for Mamba Corinthians, they're going up against one of the better teams, one of the most experienced team in the current community scene in Gaijin Rogue. Now, there's something different here against Mamba Corinthians and, of course, Gaijin Rogue. Mamba Corinthians, they're more of that new team, so they don't have that much experience. And getting it all here, getting the experience by playing every game mode by 100% is going to give them the chance to actually try and find a way to outbeat Gaijin Rogue later throughout the day. And 2 players to be really aware of, it's going to be K-Long here and of course Clar for that team for Mamba Corinthians. They're going to be very efficient in that response, but they're going up against Gaijin Rogue. They got Casso, Flash, Glowy, Mickey, Mythil, and Venom, and their recent performance not really impressive, but they're able to play in the major stage. They placed 13 to 16 at Garena Master Season 1, and they also placed 9 to 10 in CGI 2020-12. But, you know, the same thing happened for the past 2 majors, it's that they struggled. Now for Garena Masters Season 2, it's time for redemption. Not everyone who plays dead last will always stay dead last. There will come a time when they will rise up and be the best version of themselves. They qualified to be the second best team in MYSG qualifiers to be in this event, and we could assume and expect that they will be here to write an even better narrative with the addition of Venom in Gaijin's Rogues lineup. Now, will we see him be effective in this group stage and actually help Gaijin propel to be at the top of this group?
And yeah, that's definitely a really good question, right? Because we've always seen Gaijin Rogue into the B leagues and try to make it into one of the top teams, and they can definitely make that. We've had a lot of really crazy play, especially from the side of Glowy in that really amazing point where he can definitely hold up on his own, especially if he's going to be left in an S&D match where he can probably clutch up a 1v3 situation. Caso, Flash, we've seen these boys before. It's not very new for them to really just go into tournaments like this. The only reason why they're probably having a hard time is probably they need a guy like Venom to really just go and propel himself into the matches, because Venom has been a name that has been known into the leagues as well, but maybe not quite into the top level that they wanted. But this is definitely an opportunity for them. So it's kind of like the same here for Mamba Corinthians, right? They're trying to make for themselves. And yes, maybe these are the youngsters, but for Gaijin Rogue, they've been here for a while. They've been here for a whole year already, but they still need to go and break through. So both these teams really want to go in there for that redemption arc. And now we are looking at a lot of these teams so far, and obviously there's going to be a lot of other things going in and lined up for you guys here today. So the map bans and picks, that is going to be very important for us today to find out which is the best map for them. As you can see over here, Mamba Team A, look at they map ban Hacienda. That is a really good thing for them. They don't want anything to do with the new maps. Gaijin Rogue just cancels out Slums. Okay, good. Now you have the classic maps over here.
Yeah, we got the classic maps, and not only that, we will not be able to see Hacienda and Slums in the lineup pool. But then again, for the lineup, the maps, we got Raid, Hardpoint, Firing Range at S&D, and a Summit Domination. I'm really looking forward to this map number 1 because this is going to be a map pick by Mamba Corinthians. And obviously, with the operator skill bans being Sparrow and Purifier, that leaves the Annihilator very open. And of course, in Raid map, you can always rely on the Annihilator to open up the hard points for you, especially in the long range, Biff Mami.
Oh yeah, the long range engagement is definitely going to be very important here, especially for Raid and Hardpoint. That's a good thing for them because especially if you are going to be inside, if you're going to be the OBJ, you need something that's short term. And now with the Purifier gone into the mix, there definitely needs to be some sort of readjustment here. So Death Machines up in our horizon where we can definitely do a lot of wall bangs here, especially going into Garage. Now you know that the Money Hill is going to be present over there in Raid Hardpoint. It's probably one of the best maps that you can play every single game mode. This is Coach Jay's favorite map, so he wanted to say that. He wanted me to say that this is his favorite map. So every time Raid comes up, I just think of him. So yeah, like now that Hardpoint is going to be up in the horizon right over here, slowly but surely we are going to start this matchup really quickly. And the most important point here, Callie, you need to make that solid rotation. Not only that, Money Hill here in Garage, you can see here by the Lambos, that is the key point to go and take.
Yeah, that's the key point to go and take. Early rotation is going to matter a lot. After this P1 rotation, we move into P2 to P4. That's where all the Money Hills are going to be considered in. But now P1 opening up, and you see it, 55 seconds to play for. And right off the get-go, Mamba Corinthians, they're going to strike first as they will get this early zone defense here at this P1. They're going to spawn Gaijin Rogue all the way to the very bottom, and this is going to be easier for them to isolate. But Flash trying to make this work, already wrapping around the back, but she's going to get taken down in a good, solid defense so far for Mamba Corinthians as they take the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you already know that Gaijin Rogue already had a very good start. The good spawn to take a lot laundry control, but top laundry was just not being able to utilize for them because they were losing a lot of their gunfights, not really having a solid hold here at top. So they have a really solid hold here. 39-2, Gaijin Rogue only having 2. That is going to be very difficult, especially knowing that this hardpoint is supposed to be very open. All you can do is just contest, and they can't even do that in the first place. So you can see here, Mamba Corinthians winning a lot of the gunfights already here in mid, going into Cubby and Kitchen, where you can see a lot of the points, especially the rotation coming through.
Yeah, coming through now, Gaijin Rogue making amends after a very underperforming P1. They make sure that they get the early rotation here at this P2 rotation. They also got the anchor right off the very back right side of the minimap. So that's going to spawn them right to the side, and now they're taking the stand. Gets one in, Chloe will be finding one shot, and they really hurt Mamba Corinthians' attacks here. They're trying to play as an individual and not playing cohesive as a team. They're trying to attack in only one angle and not attacking in multiple entries to find a way to pinch the players inside this kitchen. And for now, Gaijin continues to suck off all of their times. This 30 seconds is getting claimed by Gaijin. It's been perfect so far. And Mamba Corinthians, they need to work together if they do want to break the spawn.
Oh, definitely. And now for Mamba, they need to go and rotate into the P3 as well, but just contest as well. So that's going to be very hard because Gaijin Rogue, they're getting a lot of points. They're racking up all the points where basically they lost into that first hard point, and now they're finally going even. They're even going up, but at to what expense, that we will know in a little bit if they can go into the break, going into Garage, Money Hill here in Raid. So a lot of the time you need to find a way to push as a team, but now they look like they're patiently waiting, taking a lot of the picks. Glowy taking a lot of these shots, taking a lot of these picks, flushing every single one of the Mamba Corinthians outside, the Slayers outside, and now slowly pushing in. Let's see if they can, if they're able to go in there really quickly.
Now they're able to now move inside his hard point with Clarity now trying to stand his ground for Mamba Corinthians. Two players reinforcing here at the bottom end of the map here for Gaijin Rogue, and this is going to be a great time for them to just contest. Though they will not get the hard point completely, that stops the bleeding and makes sure that Gaijin Rogue will not give Mamba Corinthians the chance to score the points inside. And now Venom will try to create the play, the advance, but he's going to get taken down with Worthy out of the play. You are going to see some reinforcements right at the very bottom for Mamba Corinthians. Just kind of get this hard point still contested. 15 seconds is still plenty of time, and both these teams know and prioritize that every point matters, and they're doing whatever it takes to get an even edge. But now we move into new 60-65, going to be the score of the game. K-Long opening up that hard point, but he's going to get taken down. And for the meantime, Mamba Corinthians spawning at the staircase, and this is going to be easier for Gaijin to get the attacks lined up. And now the hard point opens up. The hard point is going to be contested, but Flash already fully streaked up, and everything's just going in play for Gaijin Rogue. They're stepping up, and Mamba Corinthians, though they are still inside this hard point, there's going to be a little bit no player at all reinforcing.
That's a very interesting sentry gun, taking a look at top stairs right now into the spawn. I don't know if I like that. I mean, obviously, if all of the players came from Gaijin Rogue goes in from that top control, then maybe that can work out, but they've always just been flushing out into that bottom entrance of the stairs. So maybe it's working out for them because it stops the push going in from top, but I feel like it can be heavily utilized going into the balcony, seeing through the pool. So that, I mean, it's working out for them, but I don't know with how much points they can still gather from all of that, especially since they lost a lot of the points going into Garage. Again, I just want to take a look at how they'll go and respond, because I feel like they're having an easier time with open spaces compared to easier cubbies like Garage.
Yeah, honestly, I have to agree. And so we're moving into this P5 location. It's going to be one of the hardest to opponent, of course, hardest to break as well. And of course, for Clark, taking down these three players is going to give the team a huge boost to perform and set up this defense in this P5 right exactly in the middle of the map a little bit more better. But the Dragonfire is going to get used, and of course for Gaijin Rogue, that's going to reveal the general location of Mamba Corinthians as they try and take a stand in that P5 location. Now Gaijin about to make their way. Number 2 in Venom is going to be inside a hard point contesting. He needs to get this break though, but pinch play coming through for Mamba Corinthians, and they will be stepping inside this hard point. 100-point mark officially in the hands of Mamba Corinthians, and they continue to grow that point as the game goes by. And for Gaijin Rogue, they need to find a way to step inside this hard point because the game is slowly favoring Mamba Corinthians.
Oh yeah, like what we mentioned a while ago, the open space is really Mamba Corinthians. They love to go and defend that, and the fact that they can defend open spaces like that is already very detrimental for the side of Gaijin Rogue, because it's just so hard to go and defend open spaces. But if they're able to push through with that, then they can defend anything at this point. And now you get to have a lot of these points, and the rotation coming into P1, finally the reset comes through, where you already knew that Mamba Corinthians absolutely slayed that a while ago against Gaijin Rogue with 136 and 81, and finally we get to see a little bit of a break here. But the cluster strike does go down. Really great points right now from Mamba Corinthians. The timing of that cluster is absolutely essential. All they need to do is clean out the outskirts.
Yeah, clean out the outskirts, and Mamba Corinthians about to make their way inside this hard point, but though they're gonna spot 2 players inside a hard point, they need to find a way to get this kills. But Gaijin Rogue making sure they stack their resources inside. The game is still not yet done, says by Gaijin Rogue. They're still inside the game. They're trying to make sure that they can close the gap down with Mamba Corinthians. Still, are trying to find a way to get this hardpoint in their side, but this scrap time, final 16 seconds, will be in the hands of Gaijin Rogue. Should they get this, they will be increasing that lead even more, but Mamba Corinthians, pretty smart play for them though. They will lose the back 16 seconds of that P1 rotation. This early rotation at this P2 is going to help them as they only need 10 points for the win. And here we go. Can we see them end this game now? Mamba Corinthians now taking their stand inside his P2. QWERTY with the 2Ps. They will find no players right beside for Gaijin Rogue and Mamba Corinthians. This is the perfect time for them to score all the time. 5 points for the win. Going with the final contest. Looks like Gaijin Rogue will try to get that one big push, but they will fail, and Mamba Corinthians, they will take this first map.
Gaijin Rogue just a little bit too slow with the rotation, going in there one by one in that last hill, really just crowning Mamba Corinthians the winners of that first hardpoint matchup here in Raid. A very good start from Mamba, and definitely a really good telltale sign. And even though they struggled a little bit here in P3 in that money hill, it just seems like the harder the hill, the more that they can actually go and defend it. A very impressive KDA here coming in from the side of Mamba Josh, and by impressive I mean he basically just break even. And the same in the side here for Venom, 22 and 22. So obviously the KDA is not really there, but obviously the OPJ is going to be very important here. Almost 2 minutes inside, not only getting a lot of the kills, but also getting a lot of time going in there. And I want to just comment Klong as well. 23 kills to his name. That is going to be very impressive with only just 24 time into the hard point. And now you get to have a lot of slayers here for the side of, I think they're just winning a lot of the gunfights in the side of Mamba.
Yeah, I think it's more of the gunfights here for Mamba Corinthians. And I feel like it's also more of that hardpoint objective play. I mean, looking at the total kills combined for Mamba Corinthians, they got 96 overall in the kill department. And to look at it this way, Gaijin, they also have 92, which is going to be a 4-kill differential. And it seems like it's just how Mamba Corinthians control the power positions inside the hardpoint and how well they maintain and sustain majority of the points inside this hill. And again, Mamba Corinthians, I feel like they played better because they're able to balance the kills and, of course, the hardpoint objective as well, Biff Mami.
Mm-hmm. I feel like the play of the sentry gun going on top of, I think it was P4, going up the stairs in the spawn, that is definitely going to be one of the highlights for me because they basically stopped an entry point there and there was no choice but to actually put a lot of the players into the bottom of the pool where they just funneled a lot of kills for them. So now we are going into firing range, search and destroy. Now Raid, hardpoint done, dusted, and even though the points are kind of close, not too far off like what we've seen here so far into the matches, but we're going into firing range S&D, a very classic map where we really like to see a lot of these players see where what kind of play can they do? Can they go readjust? Because this is where we see the point, especially in that game number 1, where you go in for the readjustment, especially if you didn't go win that hard point. And now, finally, we're getting started here in search and destroy firing range. Let's see what happens here, Kelly.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. You obviously know firing range is going to be the map here for match number 2. And not only that, firing range is known for having a lot of wall-bangable spots. And you're going to see the sniper shine even more as we play this first round. Looks like we're going to start and play slow here as the teams are trying to check each other out, try to see what pace, try to see what rhythm are they going to take. And of course, as the attackers for Mamba Corinthians, the positioning states that they're trying to attack here this A-bombs, which is going to be a very huge one. 30 seconds already passed by, and I feel like we need to see some actions now, Biff Mami.
Yeah, the action still needs to pull through information. Not really quite there yet, as Dex really tries to go in there, tries to get one quick shot, but has nothing, absolutely nothing. So it's a good thing that the other side, they're not giving any kind of information as well. At least he knows one person is right there. Finally gets a shot, and that he pays for the price for getting it. But then the trade does come through for both of these teams, and now we are down for a 4v4 situation.
Oh, number 2 in Claw. This timing is impeccable. Sprays one, gets 1 kill. No, it's not gonna connect anyone, but there we go. He drops Chloe. QWERTY finds a follow-up, dropping Castle. Somehow, Gaijin Rogue is down to the final player, and Corinthians had a sudden outburst of kills, and they were just able to outpower and outwail Gaijin Rogue. But Mythal now trying to keep the game alive this round number 1. But that bomb is going to get planted. 36 seconds left in Mythal. He got 1 already. Needs to get 1 more here, but QWERTY says no, not today. Shots him down with the sniper, and Mamba Corinthians, they take the first round.
That was a very good push coming in from Mamba, and I feel like that backstab was just absolutely dreadful. That was such a good take, and now going in through Belong, that is going to be something that Gaijin Rogue just needs to go and view. So now for Mamba, they need to go and pick up a lot of the mistakes that they gathered from Hardpoint and just really go in there. I mean, for the side of Gaijin Rogue, we need to really just adjust all of their points now, especially going in from that one. But we are only in our second round here, where you can see a push going into Bravo. Only just one person given that info, but still gets one. Doesn't quite get the second.
Doesn't quite get the second, and the follow-up now for Mamba Corinthians will be there, but the flank coming through, but Clar just turned on Mythil and just take him down, but they lost 3 players in the process, and that's not going to completely work. Now Castle lining up the shot, dropping Josh inside that tunnels, and it is all down to Clar with the same type of area that he's been going at it since the first round. Inside the hideout we go, and it's going to be a very tough stake here right now for Mamba Corinthians Clar, as he needs to take down 3 players and needs to pick up the bomb. And right now, number 3 in Mickey, with all this noise he just made, Clar is about to sneak. No, he does not spot that guy, and Flash gonna win that gunfight, Biv Mammy.
Huh? What? Check your corners, my dude. I mean, it's just like, isn't it like natural for you to take a look over there, especially since the bomb is down? Not quite sure where he was looking at the first place. I know we probably had a better perspective rather than him, but that is just so unfortunate. The timing, the COD timing, and this is why you need to check the corners, ladies and gents. And there you go, 1-1. Gaijin Rogue takes 1, Mamba takes 1, but then as one more person gets taken down, Gaijin Flash sees the light of day.
Yeah, sees the light and day. Oh my goodness, I just can't seem to believe what just happened in that round number 2. But then again, breaks of the game. That time was just impeccable. 3v3 situation though, as we see what's on screen. Corinthians, they decided to take an attack in this A side, but it backfired. So now they're trying to slow things down, try to distribute the numbers here at the back end of the map, and that's what Corinthians is trying to do, just wait things out. But they will send ALMGHTY. I believe ALMGHTY is that sniper, and honestly, with him getting this kill, this could be useful. Now he's got a Mac-10 Banana Blaster in play, and he's trying to create a system where he could help his team open up this A-bombs as they try to slowly get it through. Now here we go, Castle with the perfect timing, drops ALMGHTY, and now the flank is about to come through, and this is not going to be friendly. Castle from the front, and of course number 4 from the back in Mickey. Here comes the CBR4, he takes 1 man down, and they put the bomb down, all down to K-Long, who's got 1 kill in the game. 3v1 with 40 seconds in the game.
Gaijin Rogue, their split was really tricky, especially when this happens, but then Klong gets 1 more. K-Long needs 1 more. Hey, it takes 1 more. Let's go. 1v1 situation. Needs to go and pick up the bomb. You can go do it. Mickey versus K-Long. But then, let's see, whose advantage is it going to be? Let's see if we can see 1 more big play coming in from the side of K-Long. 3 kills apiece. And now going into trailer very slowly, Mickey. It's a good part. K-Long finally goes and plants the bomb. Oh no, but then the timing here, Mickey might actually go and spot it, but no, there you go! No! Just like that, Mickey gets the shot. Really good stuff here coming in from Mickey. Not only that, but the defusal as well. Gaijin Rogue in it, 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1, but that was too close for my liking. Mickey, that was a very smart play for him to try and slow it down, wait for Mamba Corinthians, being the attackers, to initiate and put that bomb down. And as soon as the bomb gets planted, K-Long got put on the spot, and Mickey, all he has to do is just pick up the kill and get it. And there you go. That's going to be Gaijin Rogue now getting and pulling up front 2-1 now on the scoreboard. Here it is search and destroy, but the game continues. Mamba Corinthians, for the past 3 rounds, they've been playing it slow, and Gaijin Rogue has been able to pick up that pace and get them. But then again, I love this solid take from Gaijin, just constant, take what the offense can give you.
Oh, beautiful shot dive from Kassam, and now ALMGHTY is out of the equation, but then the bomb holder is just going to be right alone here. The sides are clear. Kassam has a very clear side of that. 1 little kill, and that is the price that you pay for being there all alone. And now we see the readjustment coming in from Corinthians. Never ever leave the bomb holder alone, and they have to go and pick it up. Not only that, you see such a heavy defense coming in from A.
Going to be very, very heavy here right now for Rogue, but now K-Long loses the gunfight at the back end of that B-bomb site. So now the numbers stings more for Mamba Corinthians, but Flash going down is going to keep the hope alive for Mamba Corinthians, but Clar needs to find the way to get another kill to equalize the numbers here at the Search and Destroy. QWERTY takes Kazo down. Now we got a 2v2 situation, and for Gaijin Rogue, only have to wait it out. Number 5 in Mythal going to be at that barracks already, trying to wrap around and get the flank kill. Smoke's coming through now. Glowy tries to get over the Thumper. It's gonna connect, and now he's about to close it out, but Clark takes it and eliminates, and Corinthians able to take this round number 4 in a very slow manner. And this is just the first 4 rounds, Biff Mammy.
Oh, Gaijin Rogue almost had that round in the bag, but you know what, Mamba Corinthians, with the readjustments, especially with the buddy system going into that rotation, going to A, picking up the bomb eventually, that was really big. And I feel like that last moment, the last kill, could have been any other way because the Thumper really was scary because the trophy system was not there to help. And now a very good readjustment coming in from the side of Mamba, and now we are 2 apiece for both of these teams in the rounds. Now, very slow pick there. Kassam yet again, always getting the first frag.
Yeah, I mean, Casso, you can really rely on the guy to get those first bloods, and that's what he can offer to the table, especially here for the guys in Rogue. But number 4 in Mickey looking to play ever aggressive, as is going to be all the way to the enemy lines here as soon as he steps in front of that doorway. But then again, still a 5v4 situation. I love how Mamba Corinthians is just playing with the rhythm, just taking their time to put that bomb down. I mean, 1 minute has already passed by, and Gaijin Rogue is growing impatient. As soon as number 4 takes that hit, I mean, Gaijin Rogue is going to be in a place wherein they have no point in return. But then again, 58 seconds left. The bomb yet to be initiated, but now they're starting to consider going to put that bomb at this A side. I think it's going to be the smartest play. What do you think about that, Biff Mammy?
Yeah, I mean, the smartest play is to stop Kassam. They need to find a way because he always gets the first blood into the round, and we always are left with a hole in terms of the Mamba Corinthians team. And now I feel like QWERTY will have the monumental job to try to go and even things out in terms of the manpower here. And now number 4, taking a look at that, number 4 from Gaijin Rogue, he's going to be going in for the rotation. He will create a lot of chaos if they don't look into the right way. Maybe the COD timing at its finest. There you go. Mickey takes a shot flash as well with a grenade shot, but then gets straighted out. Mickey, there you go. 4v1 situation. And it's all about that. We kept on talking about that. Mickey would be that one person that will be very detrimental for the side of Mamba Corinthians because of that play going into Woodhouse. And now finally they get a 3-2 into the favor of Gaijin Rogue.
Yeah, favor for Gaijin Rogue. A pretty solid defensive half for Gaijin Rogue as they just take what Mamba Corinthians was giving them. But then again, Casso with that first blood continues to be the Reaper. And he's looking to do the same thing here, but here this time, it's going to be Lexicutty taking down Flash. But now Mythal will be exchanging that first blood, but is going to get taken down by Clar with that Thumper. But they have the A-bomb side. But then again, they don't have the numbers. But then again, they got a 3v3 situation and take that back. They are gonna they're gonna try to put that bomb down. Castle will be having that scope. Here comes the nade, Lexicutty. It's gonna connect. Beautiful medium rare there for Lexicutty dropping Castle. Now we got this 2v3 situation, and Gaijin Rogue waiting at the game. Like QWERTY with the wall bang dropping Mickey. Now we got this 1v3, and the odds of Rogue getting this game is now pretty slim, as it's all down to Glowy playing this 1v3. What can he do? The game and the clock is ticking. He needs to pick up that bomb, and QWERTY now about to make that wraparound here at this trailer. Now slides, spots the player. He's gonna go out, and number 1 and Lexicutty going down, and Glowy will try to get the head disadvantage. A pretty smart play for him. The clock is against him, but still he needs to pick up that bomb. And Mamba Corinthians, the timing is not just really perfect for them. They can't seem to anticipate Glowy, and now Glowy about to take one more 1v1, and he's gonna win it. Now we got this 1v1 situation with Glowy and K-Long put on to this situation. Looks like the bomb is going to get swing at this B-bomb side, Mammy.
Oh, they went in there one by one. When you are, that's like the golden rule. If one person is left and you have the numbers advantage, use it to your advantage. There's a reason why it is a numbers advantage in the first place. And yes, Mamba Corinthians can defuse this and they will win the round, but it could have easily gone into the side of Gaijin Rogue. That is the kind of mistake that you should not be making, and that is how your opposing team wins that 1v1. But again, Mamba Corinthians need to go and stick together, because after that one kill, you are going to be just 2 people left in your team where you can just go stick together as a duo because the numbers will take that advantage at the very end.
I mean, the body system is going to be very useful, especially with that 1v3 to 2v4s. That trade is going to give you the chance to lower down the odds of the enemy. And that's going to be very important. But then again, now we are seeing the first 6 rounds evenly distributed. We got a 3 apiece here for both Gaijin, Rogue, and Corinthians, as we are going to see a very fast taker this time for Rogue, making their way already at this B-bomb site. They're trying to consider, and for Mickey and number 5 middle to be here, they really have to make sure that they win majority of the gunfights that they will face, especially here at this B-bomb site. But then again, Gaijin and Rogue, it's a pretty distributed numbers inside the map here, Biff Mami.
Yeah, distributed numbers, 3 and 2 split, but taking a look at who's holding the bomb, Mickey's a little bit too close for comfort right now from Mamba. You can see that he has a really good position to really just blaze, and now they're trying to go in. Mickey's going to be going first, but then finally, that's a good thing that Mickey gets the kill. And now we are at a 4v5 situation where Mamba can definitely go and retake the site, and just like that, Glowy takes another shot, and now we are at a 3v5. That's going to be a very difficult thing to hold now with one more down, a 1v5 situation. Bodies among bodies, that's Flashy and Glowy just really just takes everyone down.
Yeah, it takes everyone down, and that's going to be Gaijin for you. Mamba Corinthians, they play the defense so slow, and Gaijin Rogue able to get a step ahead, and they will be pulling up front once again. In here at this search and destroy 4 and 3, everything is just happening so slow. And at Gaijin Rogue, I love how they turtled it up on the first 30 seconds, but as soon as the clock ticks and they went at it at this B site, they were able to secure the kill, and they open up the B bomb site. Enough for them to just remove the players on rotation and intercept the plays. And that 1v5, it was just an easy piece of cake for Gaijin Rogue, only needing to take care of one more player in ALMGHTY. Earlier got downed at that game, but again for Gaijin Rogue, they're looking at the same thing here once again. They got number 5 and number 4 in Mickey trying to get this B flag initiated, and again for Corinthians, they failed earlier. What they have to do here is kind of reinforce a lot faster and solidify the angles that they take. 1 minute and 16 seconds left. Mickey slowly and surely going in for the attacks. Number 4 about to be in it. 8 kills for Clar here, but the timing is going to be impeccable for Mickey. Able to sneak around, gets 1 kill. Transfer against Querty, takes him out. We got this 4v3. The bomb about to get pushed. It's about to get planted, but Kalon with the prevention play. Dropping 2 players with the Tomper is going to be a huge play for Mamba Corinthians, but they are down in numbers once again as Gaijin Rogue continues to play for the trade. This is not looking good, but ALMGHTY able to get 1. The bomb is going to be planted though, but let's see what ALMGHTY can offer to the table as he takes 1-1 player already, missing by an inch. And he's gonna get taken down there by Cass, so Gaijin Rogue on that match point.
We are at match point, ladies and gents. Gaijin Rogue versus Mamba Corinthians, where Gaijin has been playing it to the T here in B bomb site. It has been working out for them, and now if you're Mamba Corinthians, stay in A. Because you already know that it's going to be a B push, so you best believe you go stay in A. So now that we get to see a little bit of a slower push here coming inside of Gaijin Rogue, they are still sending 2 players up into that B bomb site, and it hasn't been working out for them. And now for Gaijin Rogue, they can definitely go for B, but maybe they're thinking it's going to be a heavy stack. But then there you go, Flash and Glowy yet again get 1 apiece. Now it's going to be a 3v5 situation. That is going to be very, very difficult to go and come up from.
Yeah, very, very difficult now. The damage has been done, and it's just too wide of a lead now for Gaijin Rogue as they just got the numbers stacked here at this round number 9. They take it against Mamba Corinthians, and this is going to be their first map win here at this group stage, and that was just finesse for Gaijin Rogue. This was their map pick, and they were able to dominate in their element, just way step ahead when it comes to attacking and of course defending, Biff Mami.
Yeah, this is what we keep saying. It's really Gaijin's Rogue game. S&D, especially with the guidance of Glowy and Flash as well, that is just absolutely crazy. But a person that we really got to see shine here was Mickey. Really getting a lot of the kills here. Mamba just struggled the whole game. Mickey, Glowy, Flash, Kasim, and Mythal. Taking a look at all the points here. And obviously taking a look at the kills on the other side as well. Mamba Clar having that 8. not being a little bit close on the points, but still, that is going to be very impressive. 12,000 is going to be the score for the MVP for our Search and Destroy here in firing range. And now a lot of the things happened really well. I feel like the B push really worked out the best for Gaijin. They knew they kind of struggled here in A, especially with that 1v1 situation where they almost had the win, but obviously the readjustment going into Bravo is going to be very important. But we're leaving S&D where we're going into a respawn game where they kind of lost a lot of the points going up against Corinthians with a raid hardpoint. How are we going to do this? How will Gaijin Rogue eventually get a lot of wins here in Summit Domination?
I feel like here at Summit Domination, it's all about the communication at this point for Gaijin Rogue. Yes, they lost that hardpoint raid, but at Summit Domination, where there's going to be 3 fixed maps and the spawns are going to be crazy, all they just have to do is try to find a way to maintain that second floor and, of course, have the opportunity to defend their home flag, because most of the time, it's either going to be your home flag is going to get attacked and you're going to be forced to flip the flags, or it's going to be that B flag getting attacked and you have to create some rotation to just kind of beat out that opponent that you're going to face, especially at that mid map. But then again, for Gaijin Rogue, I feel like winning this firing range Search and Destroy is going to give them a little bit more momentum and a little bit more morale here at the Summit Domination, as they might have the chance to win majority of the gunfights, but you'll never know. Maybe we could see Mamba Corinthians step it up once again and just win this series, because the game is still on the line here. Whoever wins this Summit Domination, they're going to get the victory here at this match number 3.
Oh, yes. I mean, Gaijin Rogue, they're really talented in terms of the sniper gameplay and the long-range gunfights, but we are heading on to Summit Domination, where every corner is very tight, barely any long-range engagements. The longest engagement you can probably see is from 2F all the way into Bravo flag, and now we're starting things off, kicking things off in the snowy lands of Summit, but the snow will be heated up because of how much fire all of these teams are bringing it to the table. We're only in match number 3 here. We have 3 more after this, so after that, a really explosive start going into Mamba. K-Long getting 1 kill, gets 1 more. Yes, sirree.
Yes, sirree. That's going to be Mamba Corinthians going up with an upstart, as their engine is well oiled up to get this power through. But Venom now has something to say, as he gets 1 prevention play, gets another. They take 2 players out, but take a look at the play from Fuerte, lining up all those shots. It's going to be the gameplay for you, but Mythville and Mickey going in for the flank. This is going to be a back and forth, multiple kills for both ends. And what we've been talking about earlier is that flags getting flipped. And for Mamba Corinthians, they're about to take this off a flag. And of course, for Gaijin Rogue, about to flip the Charlie flag as well. As we get this through, it's a pretty back and forth.
Yeah, it's a back and forth, and number 1 needs to go and make the play and try to shut down all the players that are trying to go into that Charlie 5. Finally gets 1, but seems to get rid of another. Help of his teammates are going to be there, but doesn't really quite stop the push going into that Charlie. But it's a good thing that their spawn finally does get flipped. But with the retaliation coming in from Gaijin Rogue as well, finally captures the Alpha flag, but they are primed in position going in for that Bravo push. Only if they go and stop into the entrance here. There you go, finally gets 1. There you go. Clar is going to secure Bravo flag.
Yeah, they will be securing this Bravo flag. 3 players hopping inside this B flag. And not only that, they made sure that they get this Charlie and Alpha spawn and use one of the flags to create a diversion to commit Gaijin Rogue to capture and open up the B flag. And that's why they're able to get these 2 flags now in play with that Bravo and Charlie now in Corinthian side. But for Flash, they're trying to create the play the second floor, and it's going to work magnificently, as they have now able to create the push inside this mid map. All they just have to do is convert all these kills, and that sent the turret officially down. We got 2 players at the B flag now for the blue team, taking this Charlie flag as well, and they're going to be successful at flipping this once, and of course that flags as well. What an amazing resilient play for Gaijin Rogue, as they are now having these blue flags in their advantage.
Really good push coming in from Gaijin Rogue indeed, and now they are having their sights onto that Charlie flag yet again, but it's not going to be easy, as 2 players coming in from Gaijin Rogue does get it, but then really big kills right now from Mickey, especially with the Hunter Killer Drone, getting that 2-piece, but it still stops the push, but it doesn't really quite stop this second half of the push that they really wanted to go for Charlie. But it's a good thing. A flag is still in the hands of Mamba Corinthians right now, so that's going to be very impressive. They seem like they can be unstoppable here into the respawns, and how well and how long they can go and hold these 2 flags. And finally, there you go, triple cap up in our midst, but just as fast as that, A flag isn't being captured yet again by Gaijin Rogue.
Yeah, Gaijin Rogue now getting this A flag, but Mamba Clark gets the 1 elimination while they're contesting, and he needs to take that guy out, but he's going to get double challenge and is going to get down real quick. And the Gaijin Rogue just suddenly turned in that kill switch as they will be getting their own triple capture as well, giving Mamba Corinthians a brief dose of their own medicine. 46-56 going to be the score of this game, and we expected Corinthians to dominate, and they were able to, but Gaijin Rogue just trying to play with the position gameplay, and they're making sure that they get the second floor lined up in their hand and in their bag, and they're getting this conversion. It's going to be them getting these 2 flags, so they scored 2 points, a lot higher than Corinthians, as they try and slowly get that lead in their hand. It's still going to be close for my liking, 60-65. In the mean, for Gaijin, this second floor control is giving them the chance to advance and of course give Corinthians a very hard time.
It's just like for Corinthians, they are having a very hard time at controlling Charlie, and you already know that that is the point that you want to get. That's the home flag you need. Just because you have an easier time going into the defense coming in from Bravo, because you have easy access going into 2F in control room. And now the points are definitely going to be evened up, especially with the premise of a triple cap, but it's a good thing it was going to be stopped right now by Cordy. But 73-75, still very close to call for any kind of prediction here coming in from the caster side.
It's still going to be close, 50-50. Approaching to the second half, 75-73, a 2-point marginal lead here by Gaijin Rogue against Mamba Corinthians, but everybody from Gaijin is going to be really involved in the gunfight, and Flash will be starting the second half with that kill. And honestly speaking, for Mamba Corinthians, they need to find a way to reverse the Charlie flag immediately, because earlier they had a rough time controlling this Alpha flag, and they were always at the disadvantage when they were pulling it off. And now you are going to see it. This 2 flag is going to be in the hands of Mamba Corinthians, but Mickey's still defending this A flag. They get 3 players to spawn at the right side of the minimap, and looks like Gaijin Rogue will not be initiating any chances of getting this flag spawns. And now, honestly speaking, Mamba Corinthians really needs to find a way to maintain and sustain, because Gaijin is already into the mid-map and Mamba Corinthians nowhere near with Mami.
But it's a good thing. They still have 2 points to their name, and you can see that Gaijin Rogue barely had a chance to go and clean up that Charlie flag. They're still having their sights on there, but obviously with the Predator missile canceling that momentum. But it's still very much doable for Mamba Corinthians to get that Charlie flag, and eventually they can still get... Oh!
Whoa!
That was so... the timing of the cluster is just absolute perfection. Just stops the play coming in from the side of Mamba, and that is going to be a very big play for them. Now you can see that they're having their sights yet again from that Alpha flag, which I think is still not going to be very much doable for them. You can see Bravo and Charlie still being held by the side of Mamba, so that's going to be a really good start for them.
Yeah, still a good start for them, but now Gaijin slowly making sure that they get to intercept the place, but Kaelung has something to say within now later, but is going to go down. Corinthians now will be using that XS1 Goliath. That's going to be one of the winning conditions for Corinthians, as we are now in this late game. They are going at it for a final push, and that cluster strike is highly available for Mamba Corinthians, and with Josh defending this B flag, it's going to be a double down effort for Gaijin to win inside this game. Right now what they're trying to do is try to flip this flag. You got 3 players from Gaijin Rogue, number 3, number 4, number 2, spawning at the right side of the minimap, as they like to get this Charlie flag in their hands. And with number 1, of course, in Mamba Corinthians, getting that A flag, we got this Substances 3 flag capture for Mamba Corinthians, and that's going to be an even more damage against Gaijin Rogue. They have been playing so well, and they will be using that cluster strike to amplify their defense even more at this Alpha flag, and this is going great right now for Mamba Corinthians.
And now Mamba Corinthians having that solid hold here in mid, and it's going to be very difficult to go in for the entry. 133 and 114. The point really trickling down for the side of Mamba Corinthians. All they need to do is have one solid hold. A and B is all they have, and it just seems like they don't want anything to do with C. They're having a really hard time with capturing C and really just getting a hold of it, but they did get a hold of the Charlie flag into the later half of the game really well, and now with Josh, especially with that XS1 Goliath, is going to be very, very extensive for them, but he does get taken down really quickly by Venom, but it's just a little bit too late right now from Gaijin unless they pull off a triple cap, which I think is not going to be quite possible, especially with the defense right now coming in from Mamba Corinthians.
Yeah, the defense right now for Corinthians is ever solid, and Gaijin Rogue doing whatever it takes to get this 3 flag capture, but it's too late. Corinthians will be able to get this Charlie flag, and no one near for Gaijin Rogue to contest. And it's going to be Corinthians getting this third map, and they will be winning this series 2-1 against Gaijin Rogue. And that was just great plays for Corinthians overall. The usage of the score streak that XS1 Goliath threw off Gaijin Rogue at the late game, where eventually we did saw the teams get that 100-point mark reach. But unfortunately for Gaijin Rogue, cards are against them. When they dropped their bodies at the first half, that's where Corinthians had the opportunity to build up the streaks, get those kills, and of course, use it at the second half. And at the end of the day, Mamba Corinthians, they were able to put in the work and convert those score streak for them to win the game. QWERTY, Clar, combining for 48 kills. It just really shows what these guys can do when they build up the score streaks and, of course, go for the kills.
Really good defense here coming in from Mamba, especially into that later half of the game. Really knowing when to use the score streaks at the right moment. But also for the side of Gaijin, the stop going to that Charlie, that cluster that just stopped that Charlie push, really was it's good for them. I mean, but for Gaijin though, they kind of struggled in that later half just because of how well Mamba can really do in those close quarters. And this is what we kind of predicted before, even way before we started this Summit game, is that Mamba, they're good at the close quarter combat. They're really good at those, gunfights when it comes down to it, right? So it's a closer matchup than I actually expected, and the 75 and 72 score and before going into that round number 2, definitely gonna be very big for Gaijin Rogue. Definitely something that you really need to watch out for. But again, you can see here 2 points coming in from the side of the Corinthians, gonna be essential for them. But Gaijin Rogue having that 6-3, they look like they're dominating here in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I feel like firing range and of course Search and Destroy is where they're going to be highly effective when it comes to taking down the Giants here at this group. But then again, one thing they gotta do is try to find a way to take at least one respawn map. Yes, of course, you're gonna get that Search and Destroy, but you need to get either a hard point or a domination to favor your side to win a series. Yes, points is going to matter a lot at the end of the day, but then again, you need to find a secure win at the next day. Meanwhile, for Corinthians, they were able to take both of the spawns and raid Hardpoint and Summit Domination. We saw the contrast here. For Gaijin Rogue, they're really good at that long-range engagements. And for Mamba Corinthians, they really know how to operate when it comes to dealing with that close-range engagements. And that's where they were able to put in the work as they take both raid and Summit map. And honestly, for Gaijin, they need to go back to the drawing board to find a way to get at least one of the 2 respawn games at the next day.
This is where map picks and bans really come into play. You can see here Corinthians won during their own matches, their own maps that they really just picked. Gaijin Rogue won in their respective maps. So now you kind of get to see the opposite of what actually happened in game number 1, where whatever map that they chose, that was the opposite. So now it's a good thing. So both of these teams really play well into the maps that they are comfortable with. But taking a look at what happened in the past 3 matches, if you weren't here, if you weren't watching, what are you doing? Take a look at this highlight because it was such an amazing play from both of these teams. So you get to see Mamba Corinthians pop off here in Hardpoint. Absolutely perfection when it comes to the rotations, not only that, the defense going into those big spaces. And like what we said here, they had such a good game going into, I feel like my most favorite was probably P4 because of that sentry gun. I was like, oh, that's a weird sentry gun placement. It's not getting anything, but it actually stopped the players from going into kitchen, going down from the staircase, going in from that second entrance, going back into that P4. So I don't know. There's a lot of really good moments here for Mamba.
Yeah, for Mamba Corinthians, it's the little details that was able to propel them. And of course, that center turret at that P4 rotation pointed towards that kitchen, able to give them the chance to limit the entryway that Gaijin Rogue had to take on that P4, and it gave them the chance to just kind of get the anticipation. And now we move into the Search and Destroy where it was all Gaijin. It was Gaijin's game. If not Castle dealing that first blood, it will be Mickey opening it up in this B flags. And of course, for Mamba Corinthians, they tried their best, but it was not really enough, especially when Gaijin Rogue was just going at it on that long-range engagements. Here, this time at the first half of this Domination Summit, everything was just a blur. While Gaijin Rogue, they were able to get the first half, but we did see Mamba Corinthians able to build up this core streak, and that's where they separated themselves. And this play with here, this is what you pointed out earlier. Gaijin Rogue, they put that cluster at that Charlie flag to get themselves these 2 flags and still create a diversion and reset that momentum. And it did so work, but then again, Corinthians, their score streak was there at the end, and it was able to propel them to that victory.
Oh yeah, the victory taste is just so sweet, especially for the side of Mamba. Really just winning a lot of the respawns, but this was a little bit too close for comfort, especially going to the half of the game. But speaking of, let's take a look at QWERTY right now, the player of the game, soldier of the battlefield. Average kills of 15, average deaths of 10, and average assists of 5.50. A scoreline of 2,489, and also here, take a look at the KDA, 1.57. So that's going to be a very nice, I think, statistic for him. QWERTY, definitely a really important player for Mamba, but I think for everyone in Mamba, they're all essential, I feel like, because of the timing that he had every time. He just wins all of those gunfights, especially going into the respawn matches.
Yeah, QWERTY is that ever reliable player for Mamba Corinthians, not only here at the first day of this group stage of Garena Masters Season 2. At Garena Youth Challengers, he was the person that Mamba Corinthians really relied on the most on that hard point and, of course, the domination gameplay. They played at Garena Youth Challengers, and that guy was just able to put out stunning performances, Beef Mami.
Oh yeah, stunning indeed. I feel like this team has so much potential going into the competition. Taking down a team like Gaijin Rogue that has so much experience to really just go and pull out into the matchup. I have a lot of words to say, but obviously we're going to be saving that for later.
Yeah, it's going to be a great match coming right up next because Mamba Lowkings, no one expected them to be the best team overall in the Q1. At Garena Masters, they placed third. And at CGI 22, when all of the best teams gathered, they were able to take third as well. And I got nothing to say but wow so far for Mamba Lowkings. And now that they are back here at Garena Masters Season 2, it's time for them to redeem themselves to be the champion here. And I think it's going to be quite a stretch because they're going to have to face Blacklist International once again if they do ever advance to the playoffs. Yeah, four of them on the C8 clan, and you are gonna see four of those team play here today. We've seen C8 Legacy and C8 Stealth already. And before we even play this match number 4, that match number 3, where eventually Mamba Corinthians was able to beat Gaijin at both the respawns, giving them the opportunity to win that series. But coming right up next, Emperor 20 Lowkings and C8 Jeux. And right up next, it's going to be another C8 team. This time, it's going to be the little brother of C8 Legacy at that Garena Master Season 1 in C8 United, facing against Envy Doctors. But again, as you said it earlier, Emperor 20 Lowkings and C8 Jeux about to play their best of 3 series here. And I feel like this could either go one-sided or it could go to the hands of C8 Jeux. But I don't know. It's going to be the narrative. It's completely messed up here, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, it's always that way when we, of course, come to day 1. A lot of these teams, a lot of changes within the meta of the game itself, and a lot of changes within the rosters of the teams surely will promise us one thing. And that is we will not be able to do our jobs well, Callie, in terms of predicting exactly how the outcome of these series are going to be. But to a certain degree, we know roughly how it's going to go. And roughly, I foresee C8 Jeux having quite a tough time keeping up with the Mamba Lowkings. In fact, not just them, man. A lot of even the veteran teams had a tough time keeping up with the Mamba Lowkings.
Yeah, I can agree with you. Emperor 20 Lowkings, they just wander around, try to bite and poison you every time you play against them. And they always try to get the best out of their resources. And one thing that really sets them apart from these teams that they have played with is the way they handle the score streaks. They're always able to build score streaks, and they always improvise and try to play at the present. And that's one thing that Lowkings truly is able to put aside and, of course, have that advantage in the games that they have played. And honestly speaking, for C8 Jeux, this is going to be one tough competition for them.
Oh, and one tough competition indeed. But once again, not a lot of data from the C8 Jeux clan or brand do we actually have on our side. So we are going to be depending on this upcoming series to see exactly where we can peg them in the list of 16 teams that we have within the competition. But even if we are pegging their performance against 16 or I have to say 15 other teams, it's not going to be the case to be able to qualify through to the playoffs. They only need to be the best 2 within their group. But that's quite a lot to ask, isn't it?
A lot to ask. for the boys of C8 Jeux. They need to double down their effort to get this victory. And now, here we go. The team lineup for Mamba Lowkings. It's going to be Kalo, Luffy, Olea, PJ, Raph, and Yopi. And with the sudden substitution of Bulala and changing it to Olea, their coach is going to be a really interesting take here. But then again, Mamba Lowkings, they stunned, they shocked everyone at Q1, and they're back for more here at Garena Masters Season 2. And Mamba Lowkings really have to take a look at the three-headed monsters, PJ, Yopi, and Luffy, arguably the best three players in the team when it comes to slaying the opponents in their competition.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And I'm not looking, I'm not actually thinking that Olea is going to be playing some of these matches. That's just worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, they need a substitute. I think Olea will jump in here to the play. But no, look at this guy.
Oh my
He's
God.
already seen,
no way.
Is Olea going to be playing in this? I am absolutely excited to see exactly what's going to happen here, because I was not expecting this. I was not expecting Olea to be ready for a game here, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, Olea is just the coach here, but I still think he could turn it up. I mean, he's part of the Tyrant Esports players before, and he's going to give you a good headache if ever he plays inside this game. But again, Mamba Lowkings, every player is a threat. And that's one thing that the boys of C8 has to consider.
Oh, yeah.
Every time Mamba Lowkings step into a battlefield, you're guaranteed to have a really hard time against these Kings.
Oh, yes, sir. And, let's break down that statement a little bit more. Why will you have a tough time against Mamba Lowkings? Is because of the mechanical supremacy that they have full control over. And on top of that, to make the deal even sweeter, they have got one of the best strategies and in terms of approaches to each and every single map that they drop into, only to be outdone by the creme de la creme of Call of Duty Mobile. Mamba Lowkings, they may be newcomers, they may be new names in the pro scene, but they're not going anywhere in the near future. In fact, this brand is not only here to stay, but they are here to slay. Will they slay C8 Jeux? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I don't know, but Ace, Baki, Cash, Create, Noya, as well as Virus will be trying to prevent that, and I think I want to put my money on them.
Honestly speaking, C8 Jeux, I think I have to say something that you mentioned earlier. C8 Jeux, they form a team by taking players in Garena Youth Challengers, taking Assay from C8 Stealth, and also taking back in Cash from C8 Pro. In-house adjustment for the same clan itself, but looking at their lineup, Assay, Virus, Noya, Crate, Baki, and Cash, they are highly experienced in playing CODM Community Esports. One thing I could highlight is their dual sniper setup. They will probably use in Search and Destroy. Baki and Noya, they're going to be very useful in silencing Mamba Lowkings snipers in Raph and Luffy. And I think if they play well at Search and Destroy, they are going to be able to eliminate Lowkings. But then again, they have to win those respawns, and respawns is where Lowkings shines the most, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I need to echo your point a little bit more with the fact that C8 Jeux is a amalgamation of quite a number of players from different squads, and that's exactly why I said the C8 brand has been using the platforms that Garena has been setting up to its maximum potential. Not only to put their teams in there to win competitions, not only to put players in there to give them experience, but also consistently and constantly scouting for more talent that they can absorb into their organization and to go out and give the audience the best that Call of Duty Mobile has to offer. That's why I'm starting to fall deeper and deeper in love with the C8 brand. Mamba Lowkings, they win the coin toss and they take Hacienda off of the list. C8 Jeux, on the other hand, they remove Slums. So no new age maps. We will have to deal with Summit, Firing Range, as well as Raid. I like those three maps for a lineup.
Yeah, I like these three maps. Basically the same lineup that we had earlier today between Mamba, Corinthians, and of course Gaijin Rogue. But here this time, the game modes are going to be different for the maps that's been picked. And I like the picks here for Mamba Lowkings, sticking to their best maps. Summit at Hardpoint, where they currently stand undefeated. The Community Esports, but then again, this was also the map where they almost took down Blacklist International at Garena Masters Season 1. Upper bracket finals. They were up by 60 points, but eventually the breaks of the game suddenly turned to the hands of Blacklist and they lost. But then again, Mamba Lowkings, Summit Hardpoint is going to be their best map overall when it comes to playing against C8 Jeux. Now, that Raid Domination is going to be a great map as well. We know what these guys can do when they control the map, and with them using here at Raid Domination, it's going to amplify their attacks and their offense even more. But here is one question that I'm going to be asking for C8 Jeux. They will be picking this map number 2, and they pick a map that's one of the best maps of Mamba Lowkings overall. I remember at firing range, Mamba Lowkings, they 6-0'd Blacklist International at this exact map.
Yeah. And, you know, in terms of their performance, we will have to wait and see. But in terms of their ballsiness of picking that map after what you just said, after they've already gone in there and done their research, if they did do their research, it's quite the confusion, right, as to why they would swing it that way. But, you know, at the end of the day, Call of Duty Mobile, we only have 7 maps in rotation. You take 2 off, we only have 5 left in the mix. And, you know, all of these teams, they've already gone in there. They've already focused on setting up, you know, as much as possible their strategies of approaches. So maybe C8 Jeux is very confident with the way they can take the battle over at firing range. But we will have to wait and see whether or not they can execute it as best as they think of it. Yopi, good takedown with the KRM, but will be traded out early on. C8 Jeux with the amazing start, but it's going to be absolutely nothing in comparison to what the Lowkings can do when they kick it into high gear. At the end of the day, it is hardpoint. Even with a 60-point lead, things can turn around, and with an 8-point up on the board, C8 Jeux holds nothing against the Mamba Lowkings, who very easily catch up and now are going to try to run away with this. But C8 Jeux, they say no. This is going to be a back and forth matchup, or at least I hope it is, Cali.
At least I hope it is as well too, AJ. And honestly, looking at the game now, C8 Jeux with a very impressive start, but Mamba Lowkings slowly turning that high gear on, and they are slowly pulling away. But I love the constant aggression that C8 Jeux has been adding inside his first hard point. They try to make sure that there's going to be at least one player inside the hard point to just stop the bleeding and make sure that Lowkings will get that hard point contested. But now we're moving on to this new rotation. 35-8 going to be the score that first hard point, and Lowkings soak most of that time, and they're going to score even more as they got this power control at the second hard point. Yes, the hard point opens up with C8 Jeux contesting, but they will eventually get flushed away, and Yopi is on a score streak. Watch, 5 in a row already, looking to add a bit more with the Mac 10, but he's going to get shot down, but that Predator missile already available for him.
Oh my lord, Baki was holding on to the spawn of P2 for the longest of time at that green radar station, but will be undone by 2 players out of Mamba Lowkings. I believe it was Kalo that shut him down and out of the equation. Yopi giving him a little bit of assistance as well, but either way, that was a terrible decision making out of the C8 Jeux, because even if they were holding it, it was way too early with little to no backup. But finally being able to take over the hard point is going to be a little bit of a consolation. Final 10 seconds in the hands of the M420 Lowkings off to hardpoint number 3. C8 Jeux with the early setup. Let's see if or not they can hold on to the spawns, because for the time being, nobody's holding on to the spawn.
And no one is holding onto the spawns, but now we do. Number 4 in red from C8 Jeux is going to get that, but it looks like he's going to reposition all the way to the mid-map, and Mamba Lowkings about to hit their attacks, but they're going to get preventative. And now, the God spawn from Lowkings. 2 players spawn to the left side of the minimap, and C8 Jeux is stuck in the mid-map, and they're going to get eliminated. And Lowkings able to get that break. Goodness. C8 Jeux, they got the early rotation, but no one manned up and stand at the very back, and Lowkings was able to spawn, and that led to C8 Jeux undoing.
You cannot do that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're watching this and if you happen to be my team member on a ranked match out there, I hope to God you do not do that. When we go over to P3, it is an absolute must to hold on to the spawn. At least one player needs to sit down in the canister behind the Special Forces base, hold on to that spawn whilst the rest of the team members step on in to take that battle. C8 Jeux just threw away their early setup of P3, and that's just utterly disappointing. And now they've gone in for an early setup of P4. In order to break P4, the best way M420 can take this is to break the spawn first and then later step on into the position. But let's see exactly how they pull this hardpoint takeover off, because C8 Jeux now, they've got a good start. 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, 60 seconds to go since C8 Jeux already making amends of what happened on that last rotation. They always make sure that they get their hard point in, and of course they got an anchor to help them spawn the team right beside. But then again, Yopi trying to break the spawns, and there you go. Every death coming along the side of Mamba Lowkings. He just spawned them right beside it. This is going to be a lot easier for them to just score all the points. Yopi just dropping 2 players. C8 Cash on rotation, trying to get this final 30 seconds. Gonna fire inside his hard point, but he's gonna go down, and Lowkings is making sure they hold their ground at the back of the map here at P4 rotation, and they will be spawning right beside, and they will be able to reinforce. Take a look at this. Great work so hard to move inside at P4, but the guy just spawned right beside and get that kill, and that's why Lowkings will be picking up that scrap time. It's going to be 20 more points for Lowkings at this point, and they will take this game. Now we move into this reset. Will C8 Jeux be able to create a standard comeback? Let's come and find out.
Yeah, why was it so easy for M420 Lowkings to break the hill on that P4? It's because they attacked the spawns first. Why could CHU not do it? Because instead of going in for the spawns, they just chose to split up and work on the hardpoint as well as the spawns at the very same time. You're not going to be able to win again a game against the M420 Lowkings with such a weak approach in terms of a setup, and that strategy better be wrapped up good by CHU before it's too late. But as a matter of fact, in this hardpoint game, it is more than too late. M420 Lowkings, what a showing.
Yeah, what a showing. Eventually, almost a 100-point lead there for Mamba Lowkings. It's going to be a 97-point lead, to be exact, for Lowkings as they take down C8 Jeux here at this first map at the Summit Hardpoint. And again, the winning condition was breaking the spawn and making sure they spawn right beside to get a better edge against their opponent.
Yeah.
And once they get that spawn, they make sure that they attack in that hard point, create the plays, and just eliminate whoever is inside. And that's the winning play for Lowkings. 150-53, quite a huge lead. We need to see C8 bounce back on the coming maps that's going to be lined up.
Shout out to Ace. I think he's a One Piece fan. Anybody in the comment section a One Piece fan as well? Much love to all of you guys. I'm a huge fanatic. But you know, Ace, he doesn't really bring out that fiery power that we would have expected out of him. Takes that MVP slot on behalf of him in the C8 battle. And CHU overall just gave me multiple things to talk about, but they weren't very positive things, right? Mistake over mistake over mistakes. But here's the thing. It's a good thing to be making these mistakes in the early parts of the competition and not at the later parts. And first of all, when you're taking the game up against such a good squad like the M420 Lowkings, the worst thing that you can do is make a mistake. I mean, you already have to be at your best, but when you make those mistakes and give them that opening, give them the leeway to step on in front and take away the points from you, you can bet your life. And as a matter of fact, CHU did bet their lives and they lost it multiple times. M420 Lowkings will be able to run away with that matchup. And that's exactly what happened here. We saw that 8-point that CHU started the matchup with. And then, of course, it was M420 Lowkings all the way through, taking advantage of all of those misplays. Misplay number 1 was the hold of P2 in terms of spawn. They had that one player, but there was a misplay by that one player who took way too long to take down his opponent, and they lost P2. Early rotations into P3, but nobody was holding on to the spawns, and they lost P3, and into P4, they allowed their spawns to be broken. It's not a huge problem because they can just go back in and break the spawns of the opponents, but they did not do that. They allowed M420 to hold on to the spawns whilst they tickled them at that hard point, which just proved to be the absolute point where M420 Lowkings said, enough is enough, let's finish this game up, because there's just nothing that CHU was doing to test them. But at this SND, let's hope that the C8 brand will once again step up to their name of being the Supreme Kings of SND. But then, hey, I kind of think that M420 Lowkings has the exact same reputation as well. They're not damn good at SNDs.
Well, they are really good, but I feel like the reason C8 Jeux actually picked this map number 2, it's all starting to connect now. They got 2 snipers in Baki, and of course, one up the player, I believe, which is going to be Noy, that will be subbing in hopefully here for C8 Jeux to amplify their dual sniper setup here at firing range. They're looking to take down Lowkings in firing range by silencing that snipers that Raph and Luffy is going to play for Lowkings. But yeah, honestly, C8 Jeux. It's going to be quite a stretch for them because we did already see Mamba Lowkings performing pretty well at this firing range. So I'm kind of excited to see what type of attack, what type of defense are they going to pull, because at that first half, C8 Jeux, they will be going for that attacks, and Lowkings, they're known for their pretty impressive bomb retakes, AJ.
Dude, I mean, SND, you just give it to M420 Lowkings and just move on to domination. That's what I say, man. CHU, I don't know what they're going to be pulling out of their back pockets, but they better be able to pull out a hack or something like that, because it's going to be an absolute annihilation at this SND if they don't step up with their best plays, right? Because obviously multiple mistakes in that hard point, and you cannot afford any of those mistakes over here at SND. You don't respawn, my friend. You make one mistake, it's bye-bye next round for you. And before you know it, M420 Lowkings have eaten you up 6-0 in the SND. Luffy, opportunity! But he gets tagged up instead. Man gets no hit mark at all with that jump shot. But one more chance for him. A little premature with those shot off. And Luffy, he's just got the jitters on him. He's not going to be able to slay it like that. Yopi gets taken out of the equation by Baki with a very well-placed shot out of the Holger 26. Managing to take down that Kilo. I don't know how, but M420 Lowkings now down by one man. Let's see if or not they can still hang with the best.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised that Baki will be wielding a Holger 26 instead of the sniper. This guy is ever reliable, but Ace is going to be that other sniper per se. Jokes and Lowkings now, you obviously know what they can do when they play defense, and they're showing it right now, but they are down in numbers. The game is equalized, but Luffy taking down Baki. We got this 2v1 situation all down to the final player of C8 Jeux, and that's going to be number 4 in Ace, holding the scope. Gonna have to pick up that bomb and have to deal with these two players in PJ and Luffy. It's going to be a very tough one for him because the two players that's left for Lowkings is the two of the hardest player to take down. This guy's got spatial awareness. They know how to handle situations, and if they do so manage to spot the player, they will try to feed on and take you down. And now here we go, Ace gonna pick up that bomb, trying to bait out the player to expose himself. But PJ now using that thumper play. AJ at 2v1 as he's back against the wall, needs to get this bomb plant, and there you go, bomb about to get planted.
Yeah, PJ doesn't need to go in here and rush, and Ace will get taken out by a backstab out of Luffy, who repositions himself towards shower front, and that just was way too easy of a round for the M420 Lowkings. Like you said, those two were the best two out of the M420 brand, and you know it's just not going to be able to get a situation like that easily, especially when you're down by one man. Now, CHU, this is round 2, bomb in hand. What will that setup be? Straight into that A bomb site. They want to push on, but they do leave the one and only Ace on top of the barracks hut to see if or not he can snipe out a couple of players. But so far, absolutely nothing. Baki with those wild shots isn't going to be able to nail anyone down just yet. No grenade, just one grenade to be able to play with, but the Thumper comes looking for him, finds absolutely nothing. Thumper responses on for both of the sides, but that's just a bit of a teaser if you ask me. Nobody doing much of a damage just yet.
Yeah, no one is getting eliminated, but there you go. Kalo gets one. Yopi with the follow-up. They got one more player to worry about right outside the back trailers. We got this 5v3. So far, it's clean for Lowkings as they're trying to get a hold of this defense. Thumper play comes through it, connected from deep, dropping Baki and Kalo looking out for more, and PJ already wrapping around the back. This is not looking good for Seiju. They're about to get pinched here. Kalo now about to get the skills, lines one up, checks the corner, gets the final delivery, and Mamba Lowkings 2-0 lead, AJ.
M420 Lowkings say thank you for coming. We will be taking this match now. I mean, this was an expected result. CHU, once again, we don't really have all that too much of information on them, but individual players, they are most definitely skilled. But M420 Lowkings, they have something that's more essential than just skill. They have got great communication. They most definitely have got that chemistry within the squad. PJ, wild sprays out of the Mac 10, will reposition and find one, but Virus with the CBR4 easily takes him out of the equation. Kalo with a double for himself. C8 now hurting with 2 final players left in for the mix. It's going to be Create as well as Virus. Kalo now dropping in all of the pressure with the Mac 10, but White Warehouse will be absolutely empty. It's going to be the barracks hut, and the bomb doubles back towards the B bomb site, but changes its mind halfway through. 2v4, not going to be easy to retake this.
And not gonna be really easy, but for Mamba Lowkings, talk about how they've been so comfortable just going way behind the enemy lines. It's just going in for that elimination to get themselves the power and the chance to extend that lead even more in the number advantage. But now Yopi lines one shot, trying to line up the other player. He connects with the Holger. And Lowkings once again saying thank you, come again. 3-0 Lowkings just making sure they get the first 3 rounds, and they're coming here swinging, AJ.
Okay, I know some of you are like, oh, wait a minute. How could that shot even be possible? Okay, first of all, I think, it's not that I know that it's just a error in terms of detection out of the observers, because he was actually aiming down, but when you're observing the match, it just, for some reason, shows the crosshair up in the sky. I don't know why, don't ask me, but, I'm pretty much used to seeing this already. So, great aims there out of the player. 2 back-to-back kills, but let's see if or not the M420 Lowkings will be able to keep it up. I think I know the answer already. It's gonna be a yes. Baki does not manage that situation well, but he does tag one player up good, tags up the second one as well, and the thumper alongside with Luffy's bullet finds him. Ace trades out Yopi. Noya now finds PJ as well to put this back onto a 2v2. C8 Jeux, they have a viable opportunity here.
Yeah, they have a viable opportunity. Now's the chance for them to take a round, but Luffy dropping Noya with the scope is gonna leave Ace as the last guy standing for C8 Jeux. Needs to plant that bomb, and as soon as that bomb gets planted, is going to be forced to play for that retake. But Luffy spots the foot, gets the lineup shot, but no, Ace is still very much alive. The bomb is gonna get planted, and Luffy now with the slide is gonna get down there. Ace with a beautiful shot, perfectly timed now. Checks the other corner, but your boy Raph just had a far better view. And Lowkings 4-0, AJ.
I do not know if I am happy to see that play at all. I mean, he had no reason whatsoever to peek that corner. I mean, it's just one of 2 chances. He's either going to pop out from the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the white warehouse. You stay between the 2 spots and just wait for the defusal, because the bomb had already been planted. He had the advantage in that situation, but one misplay once again will put C8 Jeux on the back foot. M420 Lowkings now 4-0. Baki gets taken down. PJ finds Create as well. M420 in front with a 5v3 situation. Luffy trades out Virus with a great shot, and it is now going to be the players of C8 just backing away ever so slowly. Bomb on the ground. Ace has got no chance whatsoever to run away, and therefore he takes that gunfight good, but Kalo finishes things off with his Mac 10.
Yeah, like the Mamba Lowkings, it's just completely a different beast when they play Search and Destroy. Do get this. C8 Jeux, they tried to take that bomb at the A bomb site for 4 times, and they lost trade. And they tried to swing it to the B bombs. They just tried to change the pace and give them the opportunity to still around, but they still got completely denied. Lowkings, the positioning is just too perfect, and C8 Jeux now having to face Kings that's going to be on a match point advantage here. Search and Destroy, and C8 looking to attack aggressively here, AJ.
Yeah, at this point, I think the only way to catch the Lowkings off guard is to bring them into a map that they're not so comfortable on. But good luck on figuring out exactly which map that is, because the M420 Lowkings, every single map that they've stepped up onto, it seems like they have got full mastery over. And now C8 Jeux, they are 1 man down. PJ trying to make that 2 man down. The Mac 10 does not find anyone with that slide, but he knows that they have got full control of this A bomb site already. Sends that information right back, and the bomber now ever so slowly approaching the site. Yopi with the bomb in hand gets tagged up just a little bit, but goes in for the plant immediately. Backup doesn't even need to be pulled out, but the thumper says hello, and C8 Jeux a little bit slow to ask these questions, and Yopi thumps one out, gets the hit mark on the second one as well, and the Holger will be going in for the spray, but PJ finishes things off. Ace with a good takedown onto PJ, gets the shotty takedown onto Ref as well. Can he get another one? The answer is no, as Kalo says hello with his Mac 10.
Whoa, that rhymed pretty well. Mamba Lowkings just taking it over at that firing range. And do get this, that's one of their best maps. And having C8 Jeux to pick that is just basically an opportunity for Lowkings to win even more. So Lowkings take it really clean, 6-0. A very great showcase of defensive skills. Retakes was just impeccable for Lowkings right at that point, when it was the point where the game where they started the first half, went in 5-0. C8 Jeux tried their best to take an attack in both of the bomb sites, but they had no luck because Lowkings was just clearly better when they played Search and Destroy.
I want to break down this match. I want to tell you guys exactly how the Lowkings won it, but it's absolutely useless because there's just no misplays out of them. And it was just very straightforward, right? The positions that they were holding down, nothing too creative, nothing too, crazy out of a play out of the M420 Lowkings. It was just very straightforward, calls out of if or not they want to go in and engage, if or not they want to leave some of the sites for the retake. And when they had the bomb in hand, it was a very confident side of the M420 Lowkings in terms of attack. There's just impeccable defense, and their defense was set up in such a way where continuously, time and time again, they allow the players of C8 to step on up to that A bomb side and then later on ask those strong questions. But my question is, why did C8 Jeux not go over to the B bomb side a little bit more often? I mean, I feel like, if A is just not working, you got to switch it up. You got to mix things up. You got to keep your opponents guessing as to where they're going to find you next. M420 Lowkings didn't need to use their brains all that too much. It was just the muscle memory making its work on this map. And it was just way too easy for them.
Yeah, it was way too easy for Lowkings. And not only that, C8, they attacked that A-bombs at 4 times in a row. And they didn't try to find a way to switch it up. Yes, they tried to play it slow. They tried to play it fast. But the moment they attack at round number 5, where eventually Lowkings was 4-0 at that point of the rounds, they had so much momentum swinging on their side, and all they just have to do is execute what they have to do. And for Lowkings to initiate that 5-0 this first half just basically says that they're not here to really mess around, and they really stuck to their defensive strategies, of course, and their offense strategy as well. And that's why they put a 6-0, nailing down C8 Jeux here, this firing rate search and destroy. Now we move into the map that's going to be right up next. Raid Domination. We saw how Mamba Lowkings was able to control the map earlier at Summit, trying to break those spawns, getting those power position, winning those gunfights. It will be highly likely for them to translate that here at Raid Domination, but I do want C8 Jeux to prove me wrong and at least get one map before we end this series.
So do I. I really want C8 Jeux to step it up and to be able to pull one away from M420 Lowkings. But here's the problem, right? This is not the group of death, but if you are a team within the group and you're meeting the M420 Lowkings, you will meet death for sure. That's the problem here, and C8 Jeux will just have to deal with that the best way they can. Raid, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in a place where we want to see C8 Jeux dominate. Let's see if they can pull it off well. C and A flag, as usual, will be those easy picks, but Mamba Lowkings are the first one over to the B flag, and nobody from the side of C8 is able to step on up and really contest for that B flag takeover.
Yeah, I mean, Ace is the only player right beside, and he's going to be in the Arthur. And with that smoke, his line of sight is going to get covered up even more. And for Lowkings, already taking these 2 flags in play already. And not only that, they get a good zone at this top side of the minimap. And C8, they're trying to reverse the flag, and PG is trying to do his best to just get this defense locked down. But Luffy is going to follow up, and they get to secure this B and A. And now C8 Jeux spawning on the left side of the minimap. PJ is going in for the hunt. He gets one, lines up another, gets the 3rd kill as well. But no, the reload removed the chance of him getting that 3rd piece. But still, Lowkings is putting in the work and winning all these gunfights early.
Oh yeah, and no surprise there at all. The biggest question for me is, how will C8 Jeux handle this situation? If you are C8 Jeux right now, you clearly know that the B flag is a no-go, and therefore you have to take the home flag of M420 Lowkings. That's exactly what they're doing. Good on them. Can they succeed? Yes, they are! Just one more second. Why would you do that, M420 Lowkings? Why would you break their hearts in that way? But that's just the way the game is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A couple of more seconds on that point and the A flag would have been lost. But M420 Lowkings, as quick as they are to pick up a flag, as quick as they will be to defend it as well. And there is just nothing that they can do on the side of C8 Jeux to make a comeback in this first half. And if they are lucky, they will not get triple capped.
Yeah, and honestly, for Mamba Lowkings, they're just making sure that they get these 2 flags in play and they defend their home flag. Not really able to get the flag flips as well, but Virus trying to be a Virus himself, just making sure that he's going to be a Bane here at this A flag to try and get this. He wins one gunfight, and here goes another try, and this time it's going to work. Nice amendment there for C8 Jeux. They finally get the flag of Mamba Lowkings, and they're trying to anticipate the attacks. Virus doing a great job anticipating the attacks, and for C8 Jeux now, they get these 2 flags, and they could have gotten that B flag in their hands as a sort of a diversion, but they will not be able to execute because Lowkings is just controlling the map, and they're able to intercept the players at the mid streets, at the mid gardens, and that's where they really strike the most. And now Yopi is getting this Charlie flag as well. But for C8 Jeux, they're about to go all their way towards this B flag where Kalo is going in for the defense. He gets 1, he gets the second. And I mean, this B flag defense for Mamba Lowkings is just highly impeccable. They're doing such a great job at just timing and, of course, predicting where the players might enter. And this first half is going to end with Mamba Lowkings having a really good marginal lead against C8 Jeux.
Yeah, I want to say that C8 Jeux not really playing this well, but that would be a lie. They are doing their best to keep up with the Mamba Lowkings, but the problem here is it's not the strategy of this match at all. They are focusing on the right flags. They are going and overextending, touching the home flag of the M420 Lowkings as well. But the biggest problem here has been one that is persistent all throughout the 3 games. It is the fact that they cannot keep up with the mechanical capabilities of M420 Lowkings. And that just basically means, regardless of the type of strategy that you bring on, you are going to struggle. And good on CHU for keeping up 52-79. But if they want to be winning this, they really need to hype it up into overdrive and win every single gunfight. It is a lot to ask for, but there's no if, buts, or maybes. That's the only way they can pull something back here.
Yeah, that's the only way for them to get themselves back into this game. And great now, getting that 1 kill removes the player in the top laundry. So now the power position is not in the hands of Lowkings anymore as they try to get a hold of this B flag. They're about to go for the contest here, but then again, Kalo and PJ will be teaming up to get this B flag still defended. And now it's time for Luffy to use his annihilator. And eventually for C8 Jeux, they're going to spawn at the bottom side of the minimap. And I love this take. They're putting 2 players at this C flag. And now Luffy is going for the prevention play, but is going to go down, and Cash loses that gunfight. So the chance of them getting this Charlie flag will be little to close to none. And Lowkings just really making sure now at this point that they control the B flag at most. This is their play style. They really make sure that they get this B flag, and of course their home flag defended, and that's going to be the winning play right now for Mamba Lowkings. Everybody's just winning the gunfights. Take a look at that kill feed. Lovely shade of red, AJ.
That's the problem here, Callie. It's the fact that Mamba Lowkings are just way too good with the gunfights. And CHU, they are having an issue keeping up. You cannot lose those gunfights, man. Max 10 for the pop finally gets double challenge. He had to wait for another guy to drop by to take him down. Ref, what a player. What a crazy guy. 122-75. Mamba Lowkings, they are still going to be alive and kicking all the way to that final count of that second of that point, until they hit that 150, because there's just no stopping their momentum in here. Gunfight after gunfight, they were winning just moments ago until out of nowhere, CHU now getting a pump of adrenaline. Let's see if they can use that to pick up the B flag, but Yopi just drops by and says, hell no, please get out of here. Take that B flag with confidence right back.
Yeah, confidence right back, and not only that, they're about to win this game. 10 more points down for the win for Lowkings, and CH Jeux looking down the barrels of defeat. Now it's going to be a high major changes coming up to the next game, but then again, CH Jeux, they tried their best to keep up against Mamba Lowkings. They tried, but it's really not enough, especially when the mechanical gameplay just really favors Lowkings more in this game. As this second half ends, you see it, Lowkings getting the first donut here for the day, 3-0. The boys of C8 Jeux.
At this point, Mamba Lowkings are going to be using all 3 of the teams that are in their group as punching bags, as practice bags, until they get into the playoffs. And, you know, the teams that do go down to the Mamba Lowkings, they don't really need to beat themselves up over it, because once again, the statement that I made early on in the day still stands, because they are facts. A lot of veteran teams have had an issue taking down Mamba Lowkings, so there's nothing at all for CHU to feel bad about. all they need to do is focus on learning as much as possible from this loss and take their wrath out on all of the other teams within the group that they will meet later on down the line. Up against the Mamba Lowkings, they just have to unfortunately suck it up and hope and pray that they will be able to match up to the supremacy of PJ, Raf, Kalo, Yopi, as well as Luffy, because these guys are just crazy.
Yeah, well, crazy is an understatement. These guys are insane, AJ.
Yeah,
Taking a look at the first match, they obviously dominated. Then you take a look at the map number 2. It was just, I can't believe my eyes. 6-0 C8. And Lowkings just continues to show that every tournament they play, they keep getting better. And that's what you would want from the top 2 in PH currently in Mamba Lowkings. But still, nice try for C8 Jeux. It's just Mamba Lowkings played a lot better mechanically, as you previously mentioned. And to conclude, Summit Hardpoint 150-53. Firing range SND still going to be won over by Lowkings 6-0. And this map picked by Mamba at Raid, where eventually they win 150-89, just really shows how well they do when it comes to that retake, when it comes to that hold. They really can stand their ground, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, C8 Jeux, we've seen a little bit out of them. And I feel like that the little bit that we have managed to witness, at least in domination, is going to be enough to go up against the rest of the teams within Group B. Because in Group B, you've got Mamba Corinthians, you've got C8 Jeux, Gaijin Rogue, as well as Mamba Lowkings. Once again, Mamba Lowkings going to use the other 3 teams as punching bags. But the best thing that Jeux can do is look at Mamba Corinthians in the eye, look at Gaijin Rogue in the eye, and confidently take the fight up against them. Hope and pray that they do manage to, of course, get the victory off of them. Because at the end of the day, it's not only one team from the group stages that moves on to the playoffs, but it is the top 2 teams out of each and every single group. So losing 2 back-to-back games against Mamba Lowkings within the double round robin will basically mean absolutely nothing as long as you can perform against the rest in the group. And I still do have faith in C8 Jeux. Hopefully we see their better side the next time they step up.
Yeah, I really have to agree. C8 Jeux, they were able to tap a little bit of that here at this best of 3 series against Lowkings, but not really able enough to sustain, especially with the way Mamba Lowkings was just playing. Again, as you said, Mamba Lowkings, they let veterans take a nil. Of course, in Almighty, in Smart Omega, and every top team that they have played with. And regardless of that, C8 Jeux, they played a great fight. And hopefully they do bounce back at the coming stages of the game, because we got a lot of days to play at these group stages and a lot of days for them to try and find that win. Now, 3-0 is not really going to be a really friendly way to start the first day of your competition. But again, it's Mamba Lowkings that you're facing, the top 2 in PH, top 3 in CGI. And that's a great way to play it. I mean, C8 Jeux, no offense, but you guys really tried your best, but Mamba Lowkings has really played better for me, AJ.
I mean, hands down, man. I mean, you don't have to apologize for that statement at all. It's a fact. M420 Lowkings, I mean, they've even their name says it all, right? They are the kings whenever they step up to the plate. And it is just a situation where C8 Jeux has to bide their time and wait patiently for their own moment to rise up in the scene. And it's just not this time just yet. For Lowkings, on the other hand, they've been grinding. They've been working hard at reaching the summit of the competition, of the scene in itself. Speaking of which, when they were playing at Summit earlier on, it was an easy peasy win for them. In fact, even easier than that Summit win was this firing range S&D, where they had 0 problems overcoming C8 Jeux.
Yeah, 0 problems at all. And the score was 6-0 at the end of this game here. But talk about how Mamba Lowkings at that hard point was able to get the breaks, able to get the spawns, and able to manipulate every sort of way to get a far better advantage of C8 Jeux. And the same thing happened here at this map number 2 with Mamba Lowkings, just making sure that they stick to their defensive strategies and make sure that C8 Jeux will fall into the trap time after time. And then again, we move into this map number 3, where eventually C8 Jeux and Mamba Lowkings was going at it a pretty back and forth at the first half, but as soon as Mamba Lowkings decided to turn the gear up, and when that operator skills was eventually able to be used and they were able to win the gunfights, it amplified their chance to win this game even more. And the soldier of the game for Mamba Lowkings is going to be Kalo with an average kill of 15 kills, 6.67 deaths, a 2.67 assists, 1,893.33 average score in a KD of 2.25. This guy was just a highlight reel, and of course, a walking killing machine for Mamba Lowkings. And AJ, we expected PJ, we expected Raph, Luffy, and of course, Yopi to create the plays. But here this time, Kalo continues to show that he's also been improving as an individual to help the team propel to victory, and that's why he's here getting this MVP.
And that is the problem if you're any other team going up against the Mamba Lowkings, because you don't have a one-man wonder player within the squad. No. You've got a full squad with such impressive players just ranking up each and every single one. And here's the problem with the whole equation is not only are they individually skilled, they've got that chemistry going, and their chemistry at the moment seems to be absolutely untouchable. No other team matches up to the chemistry of Mamba Lowkings except for ALMGHTY as well as Blacklist International Ultimate in the competition so far. I stand to be corrected through the performance of some of these teams out there, but dude, Mamba Lowkings, they are the deal in Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, they are the deal. And I really saw this team actually rise from the bottom to the very top. I was able to stay by their side until now. And of course, Mamba Lowkings continued to show that they're really a tough team to deal with. And you obviously saw it here against C8 Jeux. They're able to get the kills. But we are seeing more actions coming right again. Up next, this is going to be Call of Duty Mobile Garena Master Season 2. I'm Cali Gaming down there with AJ. We'll be right back for more action right after this break.
Welcome back, COD fam. It's your girl Beef Mommy here with Cali Gaming, and you're watching the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2, where we see a lot of action already here in day number 1, when we finally witnessed our first 3-0 in the name of the Mamba Lowkings. I mean, wasn't that surprising, was it? But is it going to be the same case here for our next matchup? Cali, what are you feeling so far, especially casting that last game?
Yeah, well, Mamba Lowkings, as expected, they were able to dominate their competition. And of course, C8 Jeux being the third team to play here today for C8, they're going to take another L to the forehead. But now this time, C8 United will be stepping up right against Envy Doctors later on today. But that last match between Mamba Lowkings and C8 Jeux was kind of expected. But then again, we really have to see C8 Jeux play a lot better at the succeeding group stages that we have left here at CODM Master Season 2, Beef Mammy.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously with the Lowkings, their run from the previous season has definitely been amazing. They are to that third spot that they definitely deserve. So now let's see who deserves another win here. Will we see a 3-0 or will we see another way here, the 2-1 team points? And now taking a look at what we have here so far, the schedule of the day. If you missed out on this, make sure to watch this stream again, or maybe watch even the highlights that we have. Obviously, C8 Legacy starting things off, and Tyrant giving them a 2-1. So it's a good thing they gave him a little bit of leeway here. But Omega, obviously, in that second matchup, a lot of people were watching this match. But again, Omega showed up and really just deserved those 2 points. And now for you, Cali, seeing those points over here, especially from that 2-1, eventually that 3-0 given by the Lowkings. So far, the trend, it looks like 1 point might be into the lesser team.
I highly doubt, but it's going to be a tough call here, especially between Envy Doctors and C8 United. But I feel like it's been the left side who's going to be winning majority of the series here. But I feel like C8 United could actually get this against Envy Doctor. No offense, but I've seen C8 United actually play in the CODM community scene a lot more, and they perform pretty well. But it's going to be a tough call here. But again, this is going to be the match number 5 that's going to be played right up next. But right after that, we are actually going to see ALMGHTY and, of course, VI T2P. All right, it's going to be time to pound. Well, honestly speaking, I'm really looking forward to this match number 6. But this match number 5 is going to be a ringer. This could be a really close one, Beef Mammy.
Oh yeah, most definitely, and especially now that you said that C8 United has a fighting chance up against Envy Doctors, I have no doubt about it. But obviously, Envy Doctors, there's still a lot of things that they had to improve on into their previous matches, especially going from 9th to 12th in the Masters 1. And apart from all of the C8 teams, I feel like United, this might be a chance for them to gather 2 points or maybe even 3 points, a complete sweep. But yet again, I think out of the teams that we've had here so far, C8 has had a little bit of a hard time getting a lot of these points, especially after that 0-3 coming in from the side of Lowkings and having those 1 points into game number 1 and 3. So again, looking forward to their matchup here against the Doctors, and obviously the last matchup that we have here, ALMGHTY. That is going to be huge. But you know what? Let's take a look at the lineup that we have for today. It's going to be very impressive to see. We see the Envy Doctors, Gary, Kai, Pika, Esfer, Yelpo, and Zen. So these boys, they are having their first appearance here in the Garena Masters, and it is going to be very difficult for them, especially breaking through into the scene. And from what I've seen here so far, with the scores, the newbies, they're not having too much of a difficult time here.
And they're not having a really difficult time. Even more, they are doing a really great job at just winning games. And again, for Envy Doctors, they're formerly known as the Doctors, got recently acquired by VI Esports, a Filipino organization owned by Nino Ortega. And honestly, for Envy Doctors, not really quite a lot of things we could say, but they did place Beef Mammy at Garena Master Season 1, 9th to 12. So that's still a really great job for them. Now, obviously, it's not a great performance for them, but here they have another chance since they've been able to qualify as the third team at the Garena qualifiers for MYSG for this Master Season 2. Can we see redemption? Will Envy Doctors be able to surprise us on this first day and overall in this Garena Master Season 2 group stage?
I'll take a look at the smiles that they have on their faces. They're just here to have a really great time. Take a look at that Zen with a really cheeky smile. And no, take a look at that naughty tongue that he has. But let's see how cheeky he can be in the battlefield if he can actually spearhead his way through and really get a lot of the kills and eventually maybe lead his team into the top 3 points, definitely going to be very great for them. I mean, I won't be super surprised because at this point, Call of Duty Mobile, a lot of things can happen here. As much as we can predict, especially with a run, especially going in through the Lowkings run, I feel like this one, maybe C8 has a little bit of a chance, but Doctors, I don't know, the smiles on their faces are a little bit cheeky here. But taking a look at what we have for their end, the opposition is going to be C8 United, the 4th team to represent the Philippines at the moment. Really just taking a look at all of these teams right now. We do have Oro, Joshua, Fluffy, Icy Pie, Ron, and Toy. Now, you know C8, they have 4 teams representing here, but it looks like they're having a little bit of a difficult time. But let's see how well they can do up against the Doctors.
Yeah, will we see C8 finally be able to score a series here in today's schedule? And I mean, C8 United is one of the Garena Masters Season 1 playoff finalists. Oh, okay, take a hold of that. But they're able to play 7 to 8 in the competition. They are proven and tested, but they had a roster change. They added Arrow in their lineup, which should give them more firepower and response. But what we need to see from C8 United is resilience. To have the ability to make adjustments and come back to win in scenarios is going to be a huge deal for them, especially if they do want to win in this series.
Oh, yeah. Taking a look at the screens right now. I mean, obviously, the woman in their lives, especially for Fluffy at the moment, very pink in the skies. So, this is going to be very important for a lot of these teams. I feel like we don't really talk about it that often, where you get to see a lot of their inspiration come through their gameplay. I mean, obviously, this is more than just esports. And a lot of these teams really are going in for that cash money and for the title of the winner because it will definitely change your lives. And the guidance of the ladies of the screens that you have over here will definitely change your lives, especially the one that Fluffy has on his screen at the moment. That will definitely be life-changing. But enough about that. Let's take a look about our map and picks and bans. I definitely stumbled there just a little bit because of how inspired I was. But taking a look at that, here we go. Raid, hardpoint, firing range, search and destroy, summit domination. We get to see another summit domination here, Callie.
Yeah, we're going to see summit domination once again for the second time for today. But we've been seeing raid, firing range, and summit lined up for the past 3 games already. It seems like the teams really love to play these 3 sets of maps. And honestly speaking, raid map is going to be, of course, as you previously mentioned earlier, Biff Mammy, one of the best maps. And of course, the favorite map of Coach Jericho, one of the casters, the best casters here for Call of Duty Mobile Garena. And honestly, this is going to be a great map to start this best of 3 series. Rated Hardpoint is going to be the main deal here. That's going to dictate the flow of the games for Doctors and C8 United. But then again, we move into a firing range. And C8 United, I feel like they're going to have a little bit more edge here since this is going to be their map picks. This is where Toy and Ron is going to be fully effective at. But then, map number 3, Summit Domination, as you said, we're going to see it again here. And honestly, it can go both ways, Biff Mami.
Yeah, it can go really both ways. And what we've seen in the past few matches, it really is important for a lot of the teams to pick up the maps that they really have a strong hold on. So now that we are seeing a lot of the maps that we've seen here so far, obviously all 3 of the matches, all the 3 of these maps have been played. And as much as I don't want to see Slums here because of how annoying it is in Domination, I still want to see it because of how much players can actually go and create that play. So again, we are starting things off here in Hardpoint Raid, where you get to see the rotations are going to be key as per usual, but it's a good thing that this map isn't too big, isn't too wide, unlike Hacienda, to really go in for the pickup and really gather a lot of these points. And now, getting to see that C8 has the better spawn, they might get hold of this. A lot of the points hold so far if they win the gunfights.
If they win their gunfights, and now the hardpoint opening up, and Envy Doctors, one thing to be really aware of, they took down the Kings of Malaysia in Sem 9 at the qualifiers, and that really says a lot on what these guys can do. But C8 United, they're here to play a game, and right now they're going in for the contest, but Envy so far is doing a great job isolating and making sure they step inside his hardpoint. Toy will try to get kills here, and the Gary is putting in the work, advancing all the way to the art room. He gets another 3-piece there for Gary. The game continue for Envy Doctors. A perfect kill so far, and Gary's just turning it up.
And turning it up, they are. And now you can see the fight here through mid is definitely going to be a really spicy one. But Envy Doctor is having a really great start, 39-1. C8 United did not see this coming at all. And now the rotation going into Kitchen is going to be very important for C8 United since they didn't rotate early enough. You can see Doctors positioned really well. having the defense going on. And not only that, they have the Slayers going outside. So very solid here so far. But with C8 United, they're a little bit sparse when it comes to the infiltration here.
Yeah, but here this time they're looking to slow it down before they go in for the explicit push. And now for them, they're going in for the flood, and they're going at it successfully. And now for Yellow, needs to get this kill. He gets 2 players standing his ground here at this hard point, but eventually they would be flushed out of the way in the hill, and C8 doing whatever it takes to get control back. And there you go, Arrow with the 2 huge kills, but still they need to stand their ground even more because they don't have the favorite sponges yet, and they need to do whatever it takes for them to stay inside for a lot of time, but that soon will not happen. And Zen trying to get this tricks through, got that 2 yellow lights already available. And again with Mami, it's all doctors at this first few hard points, 51-14, and now C8 United trying to play with their life here at this point. And again, they could get this final 20 seconds, but one thing to be very aware of, more than likely, Envy Doctor setting up for that next rotation in number 5, already in for that P3.
Oh yeah, BC control is going to be very important, but take a look at the map. It's all red going in for the rush. All 5 members of the teams of C8 United ready to go and attack. But then just like that, they were able to really just go in there really aggressively. That is going to be a really good start for them. But it's as easy as Envy Doctors to go in there for the attack as well, trying to go in for the respawn games where they finally got it. There you go. Just as easy as that, C8 United gets flushed out, and they have the massive opportunity, the massive take to go in there for the contest if they can, if they win those gunfights. But it's really just really hard for them, because that's the reason why this is the money hill, because it's so hard to go into the offense.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to break and easy to defend, but C8 United says no somehow, as they're able to get the contest inside using the smokes to cover themselves and close down the gap. And now ICPie holding his ground at this garage, but Zen just lighting things up with that. Now later gets 2 players down. They get the control that they need here for the final bit of points that we will have on this P3 rotation. Final 10 seconds, and we're moving on to new. And C8 United now early on rotation, number 3 and number 2 on the basketball court, and this is going to be a huge play for them. They've been outbeaten for the first 3 hard points. Now's the time for them to bounce back, and there you go, they're slowly getting involved. Joshua taking 2 players now with an annihilator, and if this continues to persist, they have the chance to score a money hill, and run right on the top is going to make things harder for Envy Doctors to get inside a hard point, locking things down here at the very back at the TK, and they will be soaking all the initial time, and that's going to be C8 United.
Now let's see if the strategy really just works here, or is it going to persist all the way through? Well, as what they all say, if these kinds of plays don't really work out, then you have to try another thing. If it's broken, you gotta fix it. What? If symptoms persist, consult your doctor. And now, Envy Doctors going in there for the infiltration, trying to go and flush out everyone else from C8 United. Does not really do a good job at that. And finally, C8 United gathering a lot of the points down. And now P4 seems to be like they're having more points flushing down, but the rotation needs to come through as 12 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, 12 seconds left on the clock, and C8 United now on a single-digit lead. Now we move into another hard point. Now this time right exactly to the middle of the map. We go to the mid gardens. Going to be a really hard point to hold. And it's going to take total team effort for you to execute and soak all this time. And for C8 United, they will be taking control of the top and of course the mid streets, or the mid gardens, and of course all the way to that kitchen. And this is going to be a best chance for them. The more entries you hold, the better angles and the more time you get inside this P5 rotation. And now they got the lead, they pull up front, and Toy already fully streaked up, and that's going to be huge for C8 United.
Now C8 United going in there, that's a really good break, although for the Doctors trying to go into the contest, but unfortunately with the Dragonfire though, it is going to be a really big thing for them to go in to try to figure out where the members of C8 United are, but still not winning a lot of the gunfights. And now just like that, C8 United gathering a lot of the points, kind of giving a large margin towards the points of Envy Doctors. And not only that, the openness of it is just really crazy to me. P5 is supposed to be the hardest point where you can go and defend, but it seems like it's going to be not the case for a lot of teams that have been playing here right now. So now the reset finally comes through with safety. It's a safety run coming in from the Doctors. Doesn't really quite get it as the syringe finally gets pulled through, but with C8 United, they're too far away from the first hard point right now.
Yeah, too far away in this hard point, and they have to deal with clusters here, and of course the operator skills that Envy will try to use. But then again, I love the player for C8 United. Toy will be using that cluster strike to help them aid and help them soften out the defense in the zone inside this hard point. Both these teams has reached the 100-point mark, but C8 United is a lot more closer at the end goal, and they're definitely doing whatever it takes for them to win the game. Now 3 players inside for Doctors, but 2 players at the very back going to attack. And for Ron, he needs to win this gunfight, but Pika just gets him out of the picture. And this is going to be great time for Envy Doctors, but then again, C8 United able to get the swarm as they look to close this game out. Gary will be able to intercept 1 player in the mid pillars. It's going to be a close game. 20 more points for C8 United, and they're going to get this victory. But Envy Doctors still really has something to say. The game is still not over until it reaches 150, and they're doing whatever it takes to give them the advantage. And now C8 United is looking to end this game. They're able to secure the perimeter for that XS1 Goliath, and this is going to be the winning condition. But Yelpo will be using that ALMGHTY to get the chance for them to break and remove this XS1 Goliath. And this is going to be a huge opportunity for Envy Doctors to get the kills. And there you go. Flush 3 players at the very back to get the favorite spawn that they would need. And they only need 6 more points to pull up front against Envy Doctors. And this is just too perfect for Envy Doctors. Take a look at the plays that they're doing. But C8 United, they're looking to get the flush. It's a 50-50 battle inside his hard point rotation. And Gary, 25 kills to his name already, but will get completely shot down. C8 United outlasting Doctors inside a hard point, but not just yet. The fight is not over. It's Burr with the Annihilate dropping 2 players. 1 more player to beat, but C8 United, they're going to take a stand inside his hill, and they will be swarming, and they will be overwhelming Envy Doctors in this P2 rotation as they get the victory, 150 to 136.
Mic drop, and now C8 United with the ultimate comeback coming in from that P5, from that P4 really, gathering a lot of those kills, a lot of those points where you thought that the Doctors could knock it down and finally sign a Doctor's note and give it to C8 United. No, it doesn't really have that. They don't have that. But you know what, C8 United really doing a good job, especially in that last hill where you had a heart attack, where you thought that the Doctors will have it locked down, especially with the failure of that XS1 Goliath going into Kitchen. That was the biggest play that Doctors could have had, but then they just couldn't really go in there very well. But crazy, crazy plays. It's a back and forth that we really love to see. 136 and 150 here, obviously, with C8 United just winning it just by a little bit. But Zen, looking having that 33k has been an amazing start. He had that triple kill going into Garden and really just having a lot of kills in Kitchen as well into that last rotation. Oro, 28 kills for him, MVP, 41 seconds left on his team. Taking a look at everyone here, Joshua for me I think is the most impressive one because 148 on the clock. Not only that, getting 20 kills as well. It's just absolutely insane to me.
Yeah, it's going to be really insane, not just for you, but also for me because of the way he balanced, of course, the kills and in the time that he soaked inside his hard point. But to take a look at it this way, C8, they've been outgunned on that first set of hard point, but they were able to manage to turn it around. And they did have a kind of a fallout where eventually 3 of their players at the very back of that P2 with that XS1 Goliath got taken care of. But they were able to be resilient and they made sure that the spawns stays to them. And eventually they took that opportunity to get a better advantage and they were able to secure the final B2 points inside that P2 rotation. And thus, they get that victory, 150 to 136. But to take a look at the total kills for Envy Doctors and C8 United, Doctors had 117, C8's got 105, and C8 United prioritized more on that time inside this hill, and that's why they get that win. But now, Biff Mami, we're moving into another map. Right beside it's going to be Firing Range SND. What's going to be your thoughts for this coming map?
Oh, I mean, coming in from the last matches, I feel like with this one, especially with C8 United, not having that first map pick, then maybe I feel like the Doctors might have a chance here, just from the trends that we've seen here recently and the change of pace. Because I feel like in terms of the gunfights, they're pretty solid. I mean, the Doctors can come up against C8 United. It was really just that last push, that last reset, really just won it for them. So I feel like Search and Destroy can definitely be either team's win. But you know what, Fire Rangers and Destroy, we've seen it already before. With a team that kind of struggled in hardpoint, that's where they really gather a lot of the points here. So for the Doctors, I feel like it's very possible for them to finally pick up a lot of the points. But as to how well they're going to perform here, we'll know in a little bit. But obviously, a lot of the momentum already coming in for the side of C8 United, where in that win, they had a lot of ups and downs there in that particular matchup. But not, you know, it's kind of like uncomfortable for me to see because especially in that kitchen matchup where the points were already point to point, it was already in level playing field. Now we are going into S&D. And that's why I'm saying that it's in an even playing field, is because we're slowing things down. So either it's going to stop the momentum of C8 or it can actually kind of bring down the Doctors just a little bit, but hopefully it's not going to be the case here.
Yeah, hopefully that's not going to be the case, as we really need to see Envy Doctors just kind of get this map number 2 as well. But for C8 United, with them actually winning this raid hard point, they could swing that momentum here, this map number 2, to give them a far better edge to win. And of course, finally give C8, the whole clan itself, a win in today's schedule. Because for the past 3 matches wherein C8 has already played, they have taken a loss and they only was able to pick or get one map or little to no map at all. And I believe for C8 United, winning this firing ranges and is going to be a huge turning point for them. But then again, you can never get too close for comfort against Envy Doctors, who really put up a really great fight at that kitchen battle at this P1. And of course, at this raid hard point. And honestly speaking, for Envy Doctors, it's going to be them picking the side. So they will be attacking first, while C8 United will be picking the map and they will be defending here at this first half. And this is going to be a great chance to see how will Envy Doctors take a look at the narrative and of course the firing range map itself. Are they known to be showing a very aggressive personality, or will they be able to show a passive aggressive, or will they combine both? They can turtle it up, or could they be able to play it fast as well? It's going to be a lot of questions for Envy Doctors. But again, this is going to be a map pick for C8 United, and I feel like they're really confident to defeat Envy Doctors here, this map number 2.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. But with the search of Envy Doctors a while ago, I feel like it was the play that they really had going into the early rotations. Game, Envy Doctors were always on point there. It was just like at the last moment where C8 United decided to just do whatever trick that they pulled out of the hat. So let's see if the Doctors will do a really good time here. Icy Pie doesn't really quite get that shot, but they have the information that there's going to be 3 people going in for that A bomb site.
Yeah, 3 play for Envy Doctors. And again, Envy Doctors, they're able to beat Sem9 at the firing range for the qualifiers, and I feel like they could give C8 United a very hard time here at this game as they look to start the game, but C8 Arrow now able to intercept the player all the way to the barrels. He's gonna find one more, but Zen with the 2 Ps? What in the damn world, SVD, for that 2 Ps at the end of the game? And to end that first round, and Envy Doctors, Zen with that scope is going to be really valuable, Biff Mami.
Oh my gosh. Zen with that gun. He had a triple kill a while ago in hardpoint, and now he looks like he wants to have that as well here in Search of Shinoa Unstoppable with the SVD. And take a look at that trophy system doing its job. The timing really impeccable, but here goes Zen. Takes one more. No, he doesn't really quite see it, but Kai definitely gets that. Icy Pie with a God Nade gets rid of Kai. Now it's going to be very big for him. Zen still forgets 2 Gs, and now we see Ron just going down. Slowly but surely, C8 United falters here in our second half of the game. And now 1v3 situation. Let's see what Fluffy can do here.
Yeah, this is going to be a miracle, but I'd like to be very wrong here. Fluffy has to deal with the bomb and has to deal with the 3 players. And Gary with the quick flick of that wrist. Envy Doctors will be extending that lead to 2-0. And for the past 2 rounds, one thing was constant. They were playing aggressive, and C8 United was not really able to anticipate and handle the situation. Now, is it going to be 3 times the charm for Envy Doctors as they look to attack it one more time? Toy with the adjustment, but Zen with the first blood, looking to get one more, but Arrow gets the trade. Now, repositions all the way to the bomb site, gets one more, but Kai with the follow-up. And we got this 3v3 and Icy Pie trying to connect, but the CODM God says, no, not today. Kai able to pick him up, but Fluffy at the round the very back. Gets to line 1 shot, but Pika goes down. And we could see this bomb remove and, of course, put into the B side. But Ron going in for the contest. Pika will be taking her down. and the attacks for NB Doctors at the A bomb sites continues to be very successful.
I don't like that round. It was too aggressive, but hey, it sometimes works, but I feel like for C8 United, the readjustment should have came through when the 3v3 situation did ensue. So either way, it could have been a win for C8 United, but since they didn't stick together, number one, they weren't checking their corners that much as well. The information wasn't there. They just kept into that gun blazing, but speaking of a blazing shot, Zen goes in there for the pick, and that is going to be a really big kill for them as another one down for C8 United, and there is no such thing as breaks here for these two teams.
Yeah, well, eventually for Search and Destroy, we actually expected the game to slow down, but looking at the game so far, NB Doctors is pushing the face so fast that C8 United is having a hard time to recuperate back, but now they do. With Arrow taking Pika down, we got this 3v2. C8 run. And of course, number 4 about to attack the green cars. And there you go. Arrow is lighting things up, getting 3 kills in this round. And that would be enough for C8 United to finally take a round off their own. But it did took them 4 rounds. But then again, it's better to get 1 round instead of having none. And C8 United, will they be able to use this as a sort of opportunity to bounce back? Because to take a look at this way, Arrow's got 8 kills, Fluffy and Toy still yet to find any kills, and they need to start getting involved, Bip Mami.
There you go, the information pulls through that the Doctors are going for that Bravo push, and now not quite sure if the full stack is gonna go in there fully. And now the Doctors don't really know that the full stack of C8 United is right there. But there you go. C8 United goes in there, 4v1. No, yep, there you go, 4v1 situation. And the Doctors finally gets read like a book. And now for Ron, doesn't really quite get the kill as Gary. Oh, Gary, come home. He needs to go and get the bomb.
Yeah, and it's going to not be in a really not friendly place at whatsoever. That bomb is at the top side of the minimap with 3 players guarding. And they are doing a great job gatekeeping. And for Gary, needs to find a way to isolate this player. And now here's the first line of attack. Takes one down, dropping Arrow. Moving on to the insides of this B bomb site. Gonna check all the corners. He spots one player all the way across. Gonna go for the wraparound here this time. Trying to close it gap down. And here you go. He spots these 2 players. Spray transfer. Can we see it? No, it won't. IC5 just gets a little bit more magazine, a little bit more bullets. And now they're able to keep that first half close, but still, Toy and Fluffy on that statistic board, still yet to find any kill, Bit Mami.
I was so scared for their lives. I actually thought that the spray transfer would pull through and eventually he would get that 3-piece. That was too close for comfort. And now slowing things down just a little bit. It's a good thing that C8 United just decided to pick off a little bit of information, but obviously for them it's going to be a little bit too hard as one person does go down. For the Doctors, Kai goes down. And now for Ron, he has a monumental job to give a lot of his teammates a lot of pressure going in through mid.
Wow, whoa. Number 2, Tika on the auto repair shop. That's going to be Ron, close to proximity. Now he's about to spot another player there right on the sandbags, and he's going to win a gunfight. And there you go. 4v1 now. Somehow, Doctors finally suddenly finding themselves down in low in numbers. And this is not looking good for them. To start off the second half, C8 United with a sudden outburst of attacks as they have lined up and Ron now trying to go for the hunt, but Zen takes Arrow. Toy gets the final blow, and Zen going down. C8 United getting this game tied up in equal 3-all for C8 United and NV Doctors. Now we are starting to see C8 United get a little bit more involved, but NV Doctors, as a defender, they need to stand their ground. The start for the second half is not really promising at all, but for sure, they're going to have something to counter that.
And now the information given with a stun check over there. And now they're finally deciding that they want to go through A. And there you go. Kills after kills. Fluffy gets that double. Really big pick for him. And now he tries to go in for the check. Doesn't really quite do it as Gary might be a little bit too much there. He finally hears the gun. Toy with 1. And now we have a 4v2 situation, a 3-3. Definitely not going to chase it, but then Aurora and IC5 finishes the job. And just like that, C8 United with 4-3. That was a really fast push going into Alpha. And it looks like on the attacking side, C8 United is going to be very aggressive as well, reading the room just a little bit. And that aggression is not unwarranted because every time they look at the site, let's take a pick. And then after that pick, let's go and infiltrate. It's not going to be a careless one. And that's what I like to see.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a very calculated assault for C8 United, and that's one thing that really what they can offer on the table for the competition, especially here at Search and Destroy, that calculated aggressiveness And of course, the way they pursue as the attackers is going to be really something to look out forward to here at this Search and Destroy as they continue to attack here at this firing range map against Envy Doctors. Now, we do see that bomb still remaining at that wood house, and slowly and surely we are seeing Zen able to get that first pick once again, getting that 10 kills already, but that bomb Biff Mami is going to be put into that A bomb site. So here we go, Kai dropping these 2 players, and somehow Envy Doctors found a sudden change of pace, and they're able to take down these last 3 players, and now playing a 2v5.
Kai with a very beautiful collab here, and I wish we could have seen it, but bomb is going to be going down as 1 player left from C8 United. A 1v5? No, not even possible. Can he write it down? Doctor's note served and handed to C8 United. So let's see what is going to happen here, because 4-4, everything is still up in the air. We still don't know what is going to happen there. But I feel like that 1 pick coming from Zen definitely was detrimental for C8 United. So they need to find a way to just scope out Zen. I feel like that push going into Bravo probably shouldn't have been the case here. Now finally a blitz play going into Alpha as well. As you can see here, a lot of the points, a lot of the hit markers coming through. But let's see if 1 kill can definitely be coming here, especially when Fluffy just planting the bomb really early.
Yeah, this is going to be a very aggressive take here for C8 United. And of course, Ron dropping down Sphere. A 5v4 situation now in the hands of C8 United as they get a follow-up in Ron dropping Gary. But Pika able to get that trade. And we got this 4v3 rotation. And this is still a doable situation for them. I mean, Envy, Zen, and Kai is going to give you the follow-up on that long-range engagement as they open 1 up. And they're looking to add a bit more into that, but Toy able to get that pick. And of course, at this late stage of the game, every kill is important, and especially if you're Envy Doctors. The clock is ticking, the time is not really now in their favor, and they have to make a move. Desperation call, attempt there by Envy Doctors, and they get plummeted. C8 United on that match point advantage, only needing 1 more to win this series.
Kai tried to go in for the peak, but unfortunately paid for the price, and that could have been the match point in their favor. And now C8 United has match point. 1 more win, and they will get to have 1 more point up in their sleeves. But Kai tries to go in there for the wall bag, doesn't quite get any, but the information is definitely going to be there. But with how much players he doesn't really quite know, and now they're kind of heavily stacking A here. The moment that they go, Kai gets 1, Gary gets 1 as well. Toy and Fluffy sees the light of day, and now the bomb is going to go down. Number 4, a little bit too far. Not quite sure if it was very smart for this person to be that deep in, and now they need to go and readjust.
Yeah, the adjustments now needs to come through because they're down low in numbers, and Arrow needs to win this gunfight. And there you go. He has opened up the B bomb site, but the bomb is right at the opposite end of the map. It's located at the back trailers, and they do need to pick it up. And Envy Doctors just locking down all the entries. It's going to be harder, especially when you try to play as an individual. And yeah, here we go. What's going to be the take? Can we see a miracle play here? IC5, no chance at all. Bringing in that Hatchy, that sword on a gunfight. He's going to go down, but here you go. Number 4 in Arrow is going to be that best player so far for CA. He's got the double-digit kills, and he continues to be the Bane. He's trying to go for a 1v3 at this point, but he's going to get surrounded. Triangulated defense there for Envy Doctors as they get to secure that final kill. And we have to see a round number 11.
There's so many things I want to talk about with that play, which was so questionable in the side of C8. The rotation was just a little bit too late for them, and now they paid the price, and we are reaching round 11 where they could have bagged it. And now that Envy Doctors has the bomb, which they have a little bit more strength on as the attacker side of C8 United a while ago, they had a difficult time. And now, speaking of a difficult time, it's going to be very hard with Aro saying goodbye as Kai finally shuts the door on them, a 4v5 situation.
And this is what Envy Doctors has been continuously doing. Getting that first blood to give them the opportunity to get that domino effect and get the round to favor them. But C8 United, though they are down in numbers, they get to get 1. So we still got this doable situation for them. A 3v4 advantage, still favoring Envy Doctors, but they could still turn it around as long as they played perfectly on that retake. But the timing has to be really important here. And number 5 in his fur, going to wrap around right exactly at the auto repair shop. It's going to be very risky, but then again, number 5 in blue already on rotation towards the back end of the trailer. And this is going to be a very important play for C8 United. Ron now able to get 1. 2v2 situation. Sphere gets IC5. Ron now gets 1. Spray transfer. Reposition. Gets the kill! Is there time left? This their time left. There is 20 seconds to defuse. C8 United run with the back-to-back 4 days 5 so far.
Run with... There was absolutely no reason why he should have won that gunfight. There were two players literally on his tail. Gets one with the sidestep, kind of like breaking ankles like what you do in basketball. But no, we also see it here in Call of Duty Mobile. That sidestep sweep. She gets those kills plus the defusal. Nothing but good stuff here in Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2 because we just get so hyped up with plays just like that. And now we get to see the man himself over here, Ron, giving us a little bit of a fist bump. And yes, that is going to be very nice to see.
Yeah, very nice to see. And obviously, that clutch right there from C8 United will give them even more confidence to win the latter map that's about to be played. But Envy Doctors, they tried their best. They got 3 players having double-digit kills in Zen, Gary, and Kai, combining for 32 kills. But then again, for C8, though the 2 of the players, Fluffy and Toy earlier, had a rough time starting the game, it was Arrow and Ron plus the help of Icy Pie that helped them propel to play even better compared to Envy. But that play at the end could have gone both ways. If only Envy had a far better position, they could have taken that kill and play for that trade. But Ron just really broke the ankles of whoever was the last player left for Envy. And he was able to outdo and outperform. And that was one of the best clutch I've ever seen so far today, Beef Mami.
Oh, that was so good. I just really enjoyed that so much. I was like, okay, is he gonna get it? He's gonna get it. Oh my goodness! From the movement that he had was like, okay, after one kill, the guy wasn't. I feel like I'm not quite. I don't remember who that other person was in trailer from the side of Envy Doctors, but it was just such a big deal. I feel like Iran should not have won that gunfight, but if not for his incredible mechanical skill of just like sliding out and giving those shots, that is just so impressive to see. A 6-5, so close the matches here so far. C8 United might actually go and bring this in the back and make it a sweep, but Envy Doctors, they have shown great promise here, not only in hardpoint, because at some point they were leveled in the points going into before going to the reset, and now firing range as well. It's so close, and I feel like it'll be the same here for Domination. Close games.
Yeah, this is going to be really close, and I can agree. Just by looking at the statistics so far for the past 2 maps, raid hardpoint 136 to 150, firing range SND 6 to 5. Not a very dominant win so far for C8 United. They always win it close. And for Envy Doctors, after dropping 2 maps close, they really need to find a resolve to find themselves winning here at this map number 3. Because at the end of the day, though this is going to be a loss for Envy Doctors, every point counts, especially here at the group stage, especially when there will be tiebreakers. And for C8 United, they have done the unimaginable at firing range S&D. And again, winning 2 maps will give you high morale and, of course, high chances of you swinging that momentum here at the coming map at Summit Domination. And all they just have to do is perform and convert. Meanwhile, for Envy Doctors, they have to find a resolve to get this map number 3, because at the end of the day, this is going to be their map pick, Biff Mami.
Oh yeah, the map pick definitely going in for the favor of the Doctors at the moment. So let's just take a look, please, with how much damage they can actually go and get. So right now for the Doctors, they have the monumental job to go and fix this all up in themselves, provide that surgery, stitch everything up, because it's do or die for you, Madhu. Don't get a point. That might be the meaning of you being into the playoffs and you trying to just stumble up across here. But here, Joshua gets that opening pick. Yelpo goes down, but it's a good thing that Gary has a response. And now you can see here for Domination, the fight for mid control is definitely going to be essential for you. You need to flush out a lot of the players that are trying to go for the defense here. But second floor, definitely going to be a very important deal. But for now, C8 Joshua has a hold of it so far.
Yeah, they're taking a good hold here this time at this B flag. And Joshua able to kill one player with a trophy system that normally you see that one happen. But C8 United right off the get-go. Take a look at the map control. They got the Alpha, the Bravo, the Charlie. They got not 1, not 2, but 3 flags right off the get-go for this first minute of the game. And they're just showing what they could do inside this game. And eventually with Envy Doctors dropping all their bodies, that's going to give C8 United a chance to boost their operator skills faster. And a chance for them to build those score streak, which is going to be huge at the second half of the game. But resilience is key for NV Doctors. They get triple cap now. It's going to be the step 1. Get the power position. Step 2. Get inside the mid-map and control. They're trying to do their best to kind of get it right now, and this is what matters, resilience and bouncing back.
Yeah, bouncing back is the name of the game right now. So a lot of the plays here so far is NV Doctors trying to go in for the catch-up, but it's a good thing for them. They're almost winning a lot of the gunfights, but then it just leaves with this 1v1 situation from Yelpo. That's going to be very big. If he does win it, he does so. But it's just unfortunate for them that the rest of his team is not going to be there for the defense. And now triple cap is again going to be in order, but not for long though, as they try to go and capture Charlie here. And now that's going to be a really good start for C8 United, where they do have that multiple triple caps here. But it's a good thing that not for so long here into the second triple cap. Now the Doctors need to find a way to go in there for the Bravo push, but it looks like they're finally going in there for that 2-piece push here. But just as much as that, C8 United has a really good adjustment.
Yeah, the adjustments is really more than enough for C8 United to still keep that 2 flags in play. And NV Pika, now trying to get a hold and of course a chance to control this B flag, will not have any chance at all as Joshua lights 2 players down to the ground. And the Alpha now about to be in the hands of C8 United. This spawns, the flags has been flipped once again, but Gary now trying to make this work. One of the players that really stood out at that hard point, but something really struck the most here for me. NV Doctors able to get this Charlie and this B flag. If they do want to decrease that lead even more, they could get this Alpha capture, but it seems like this first half is about to end in the hands of C8 United as they get a majority of the control at the game, and this is going to be one heck of a dominated first half. We expected this game to be pretty close, especially with the hard point being scored 136 to 150, and then map number 2 at firing range 6 to 5. But at this point, C8 United is riding high with that momentum.
Riding high with the momentum in the sky, and let's see how well C8 United can definitely fly as high as they are in that first half. But obviously what we've seen here in the past few matches, they can definitely go and pick things up for the Doctors into the second half of the game. Now speaking of a very early contest going in from the side of C8 United with a one-man push going into Charlie, really just wrecking havoc as you don't need that much people trying to go in for the defense. That just leaves Bravo open with just one person trying to go in for the defense. But it's good thing for them that Esper doesn't really quite get a lot of the kills, but it's a good thing that they readjusted quite quickly. And that's the reason why you need that Charlie flag, because the journey going into Bravo is a little bit short going into Bravo.
Yeah, the distance travel is going to be a lot more faster compared to that Alpha flag. It's going to be a long trip up at it. This spawn at that A flag. And for NV, getting this Charlie and B flag is going to give it these 2 flags in play. So right now, C8 United, what they're trying to do is actually break the spawns. And they get the second floor control. Now they're waiting for the second wave of attacks to happen through an IC5. Beautiful timing with the Thumper. Needs to get one more here. Kickstart C8 United's push here for this B flag. There you go, converts one more player. 3 kills already to his name, and he's anticipating more players attacking. He gets 4. Maybe he could get 5, but Pika with it an hour later gets 1 kill. And now looking to wrap around in this B flag. Will not find any player just yet. Is going to get attacked on a close range and is going to find no player killed. But then again, for C8 United, they're making their move. They get the Charlie flag, and that's what they needed at the start of this game. And they're able to flip it. Beat Mami.
Oh, it's a good thing Joshua taking that win condition here in Bravo, taking a look at it. Pushing out anyone from NV Doctors. Doesn't quite get this one yet, then finally gets that CNB control right now from C8 United. Finally getting a lot of the points that they needed, but NV Doctors need to go in there. But as with one person, Pika is going to be there. Only one person left to defend for himself, and then obviously pays the price for just going in there a little bit too late. And now they need to go in for the cleanup. It's a good thing that Zen is in there for the defense as well. So again, it's a back and forth here so far. Alpha is going to be captured right now by C8 United, and also NV Doctors with the C capture as well. So again, it's anyone's ball game because 75 and 111 still very doable for Doctors to go in for the kill. But taking a look at this, a cluster strike, oh, not quite sure if that is going to be the smartest pick, because you already know that Charlie is going to be heavily contested here.
Yeah, I mean, total not really efficient usage of that score streak for NV, but they're doing whatever it takes to just get this B flag still line up for them. As you said, it's going to be a pretty back and forth, but majority of the time earlier was held hostage by NV Doctors. They were able to get majority of the flags, majority of that double flag captures, but here this time, things are suddenly turning around. C8 United, they're about to get that Alpha. but they also get this Charlie flag as well. They almost get this B flag. Now that you think of it, as soon as I said it, ICFi is going to get this B flag capture. Now for CH United, they only need a little bit more points for them to win this game. 20 points to be exact, and Envy Doctors, the only way for them to bounce back and win this game is get this triple capture, which could be possible because there's still time left and there's still points left for them to play around. Now's the time for them to make that move, and it's a matter of converting now, but they will get dropped down. And of course, for CH United, they're going to invest that Dragonfire, and that's going to rebuild the general location of Envy Esports when they take the hit. And for ICFi, he gets one prevention, but it's going to go down. And Envy, they're doing whatever it takes now to get this B flag. They will be able to hop on, and they will be successful getting this B, but they need to get this Charlie flag, and that's one thing they're trying to execute. Spur gets this kill, the Charlie flag in play for Envy Doctors. They get this momentarily triple capture, but no one to defend the Alpha flag. CH United only needs one more, and it will be C8 taking this map number 3. Another donut served for today's match.
I mean, at some point, I thought, are they actually going to do it? 1 point left for CH United to go and win this, but the Envy Doctors with a triple cap. This game has been giving me ups and downs here, Callie. I mean, I know that probably CH United was most likely going to win, probably like a 99% chance, but then the triple cap just made me a little bit scared, kind of like with that Search and Destroy with the 2v2 situation, and also kind of like in that hardpoint matchup where they were level up the points going into the reset. I am just in awe with how much gameplay we're seeing right now. This is content for everyone watching at home. So please, we have one more game after this one because obviously we do have a really clean sleep, but it's just amazing how all of these teams really come up. The talent that we're seeing here so far, especially taking a look at that, Zen has been the #1 player for the Doctors, not only in respawns, but also into the Search and Destroys, always getting those early picks. But taking a look at the other side, Joshua as well with MVP, 21 points. And now I feel like with C8, it's just like a matter of who's going to be cracked. Either it's going to be Joshua or Ron.
Yeah, and it's a matter of the two, but it could also be ICFi with that kilo 1-for-1 earlier. Scored a really hefty point there at that hard point as well, but here this time it's going to be the third frag. And again, I really love the point. Who's going to be cracked here at this domination respawn game? And it turns out it's one of the two. Joshua and Ron able to pop off and made sure that C8 will be getting this victory in their bag. But then again, for Envy Doctors, they were able to tap their full potential earlier. That's why we're getting this close games, this roller coaster rides that we've been riding all along in these 3 maps that we had. And Envy Doctors, they got, this is the good thing. Yes, they lost this 3 maps, but they got a lot. They have a lot of days for them to get that adjustments and get these victories. This first match is going to be not really friendly for them at all since they lost 3-0, but this is going to serve as an eye-opener for them to see what they did correctly and what they did wrong. And that's going to be it for Envy Doctors. Though they lost here 3-0, it was really close here, Beef Mammy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the matches are definitely close for this one. I mean, I probably didn't expect that it'd be a clean 3-0, but then even the Doctors gave C8 a very hard time to even achieve that. I feel like for Search and Destroy, that was just so unfortunate to see. But again, the gameplay was just really unmatched. The ankle breakers, all of that really was a shot at the heart, at the very core of the Doctors, where they could have had 1 point in this matchup. So with that being said, it's just a really good start for C8 United, and definitely being a little bit, they're having that revenge path for their brothers who kind of had a little bit of a hard time a while ago, just gaining 1 point and even that 0 from stealth. So C8 United really showing up in this matchup, and let's definitely take a look at what happened here because the points were close. So now that we get to see the highlights finally, and now let's take a look at Raid Hardpoint, where at some point they had a level playing field, especially going in for that reset. And yes, Envy Doctors had a really great start here in P1 and even at P2 as well, even in P3, but everything kind of just started to fumble going into that P4.
Yeah, when P4 hits, that's where Envy Doctors really had a rough time, and they can't seem to figure out what's plaguing them. And later on this highlight and this replay, we will see what just really happened and what really was a turning point on why Envy Doctors suddenly nosedive and C8 United fell to victory and climb ever higher to score a comeback. Again, this was it. This P5 rotation wherein ICPI completely popped off and get this full straight top gave C8 United the chance to actually score the game against Envy Doctors. And we did see that cluster. We did see that Axis 1 Goliath pulled up front at the end. And C8 United was really able to outdo Envy Doctors. But here at this Search and Destroy, Envy Doctors, they were doing a great job getting this early 3-0 lead. Then again, C8 United suddenly had a change of pace when Fluffy and Toy got involved with the gunfight. Beep Mammy, that's where they're able to come back and get the win.
Oh yeah, I mean, it really just sold that tandem that really got them a lot of the round wins, and now finally going into this really crazy round from Gron. There you go, the ankle breaker. Here we go, Ron getting one, and then getting another one. Oh, I love to relive this part because I feel like it was just so crazy. I was 100% sure he was gonna die, and the movement was just a little bit too quick. He's just ice in his veins, man. Ron the man. And now you finally get to see a really dominating start end for C8 United, where they, hands down, they really dominated this domination matchup here in Summit, where you get to see not only just Ron, but also Icy Pie. I mean, Icy Pie inside the mountain. So it's just really, really good stuff here from C8 United, where they just completely dominated the matchup.
And they obviously showed it at the domination right from the first minute. Triple capture right off the get-go. And Envy Doctors was like, wait, hold on. This is just too fast. They can't really seem to find that adjustments earlier at that first half. And that's where they really had a rough time. But then when the second half hits, that's where they suddenly recovered a little bit. But C8 United able to outperform them. And they got the best out of it, capitalizing from the desperation from the boys of Envy Doctors. They made sure that they get punished pretty well. And I hate to say that, but again, C8 United just really did a great job when it comes to controlling the map. And we're going to be right back for more action for Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2. This is going to be Cali and Beef Mammy right after this break. It's going to be your boy, Mustachio AJ and Beef Mammy, and we'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Season 2 of the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here, right back with Beef Mommy to close off the day with one final series. We've seen many teams go up head-to-head. Now we get to see the veterans, Almighty, step right back up to the plate, and they take on a bunch of newcomers. But will the newcomers show that the wrath that they have in store for Almighty good enough to take them down? It's exactly what we are here to find out, Beef.
Oh, I can't wait to find out what happens here because Almighty, we already know that they are the kings of Singapore. And now it's time for VI T2P to try and show up and really reach the bar that Almighty has set for all of the COD teams that we have here so far. Not only Singapore, but every single one of the teams here, not only Garena, but in global as well. So for you to go up against your idols to really just reach that maximum point, it's time for you to really show up.
I mean, Singapore has got a lot of talent, right? I mean, we just saw the Envy Doctors, and they have most definitely been, if you ask me, one of the most improved teams that I've seen in a long, long time out of Singapore. Because throughout the whole, existence of Singapore within the Call of Duty Mobile Pro scene, we've only gotten acquainted with one really, really good squad, and that is Almighty. They have been consistent, they have been powerful, they've been good enough to go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the Call of Duty Mobile scene. But the last time round, they just weren't able to reach up to that #1 spot. Perhaps today, perhaps this season will be the season for the Singaporeans. Well, to recap how the day started off, it was C8 Legacy taking on Tyrant, but they couldn't really match up to the tenacity that the Tyrant boys brought onto the battlefield. They went down 1-2. Smart Omega, they stepped up to the plate and they took down the C8 clan once again in the form of stealth 2-1 as well. And then we had the Mamba Corinthians step up to the plate with an amazing victory over Gaijin. And that was just the halfway point of the day, Beef.
Oh, yeah, the halfway point where everything kind of changed with the Fire Nation attack. The Fire Nation being Mamba Lowkings versus C8 Jeux. Now, that is definitely the game changer here. Giving that 3-0 to Jeux was going to be important for Lowkings to really just establish how debilitating they can be when it comes to their mechanical supremacy and also the plans. And here we go. Envy Doctors as well, getting that donut coming in from C8 United, which is going to be a little bit of a shocker to me. It was close games, though. So, again, like what you said, most improved is going to be the Doctors. Really definitely giving C8 a hard time even getting that 3-0. So now we're going right straight into the heart of it. The last game that we have here so far, Group C, the last two members here, Almighty versus VI T2P, really just closing everything out here. Let's see if it's going to be a 3-0 or if it's going to be a 2-1 situation.
And let's see if or not Almighty will be able to wrap things up easy, or if or not they are going to be held with their backs up against the wall and pressured. Heaven, Incendio, Irfan J, Shut Up, as well as their latest addition, Jeff Pro. They step up to the plate and they represent the mighty Singaporeans, Almighty.
Oh, now taking a look at the lineup here always gives me a little bit of goosebumps because of how well these guys really perform and how consistent they can be. And yes, they may have had a rough patch going into Season 1 because they were deemed to be champions there. But you know what? Number 2 isn't going to be a little bit too bad. They've been number 2 for a while now. They definitely don't want to get that in this competition here as well.
Yeah.
So they're going to give everything that they have, no matter who their competition is. If it's going to be Blacklist International, if it's going to be the Lowkings, or if it's going to be VI T2P.
And of course, if at all VI T2P are able to step up to the plate and push the Almighty squad off of it, we might be able to sing some praises for them, but it is not going to be an easy task. Many teams have tried to take on and take down the mighty Almighty, but it has been proven time and time again to be a task that is impossible unless you are the creme de la creme, because Almighty is part of the exact same batch. You have to be the likes of perhaps Blacklist International Ultimate if you want to stand a chance against dominating Almighty. And if you are a brand new team in the scene, it's most definitely going to be a huge question mark on whether or not you can get the job done. But of course, speaking of getting the job done, let's take a look at the names who are put up to the task, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the team lineup of VI T2P. And T2P, by the way, stands for Time to Pound. Kawhi, Davey, Light, Mav, Yatoro, as well as Yulo. They step up to the plate this time round to challenge the Singaporeans.
Time to Pound. What a great name for them. And even like they're smiling right now, it really seems like that is a very dangerous thing to see, because if you're smiling, you already know that they are Time to Pound it. I feel like I like that name because pound for me is such a great deal. It's like a clobbering time. It's like the Hulk saying it's time to clobber. So now
I love pound too. Whenever I'm paid in it.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Hi, Garena. But anyway, so VI T2P, a great addition here. Obviously, it's their first appearance in the Garena Masters, so there has yet to be, for us, a light in terms of this team, because we don't know what kind of skills they have yet. So a shroud of mystery definitely going in for this team.
Yeah, let's see if or not the Shroud of Mystery will clear off after game number 1, or it will, of course, hang around all the way down to game number 3. And the only way that Cloud of Mystery can, of course, hang around them is if at all VI T2P manages to put up a strong fight against Almighty. Once again, little to no information on this team makes it very difficult to perhaps call out who's going to be able to take the cake at the end of the day. But if you have been following the pro scene for a while, you would probably assume it's going to be Almighty. But with VI T2P winning the coin toss and picking 2 out of 3 maps, perhaps that might hold a little bit of, I guess, inkling to who might be putting up a challenge. Hacienda taken off by VI to T2P, and Almighty, they take off. No pun intended. Firing range S&D Slums is the lineup we have.
Yes, we love the puns already. And now firing range hardpoint. We have seen this already into the early matches and Raid Search and Destroy. We still have to see this one. So I'm very excited because Almighty is very much, this is their home, and that's the reason why they chose this map in the first place. It's a sure win for them. But let's see how VI T2P goes in for the retaliation. But here we go. Slums Domination. This is such a messy map, AJ, because of how small it is, and the spawns are going to be really messy. But it's really up to where they're gonna take the power positions. I feel like Blue House might not be the best place to hold, just because what we've seen a while ago for Smart Omega.
Yeah, you see, here's the thing, right? Against Almighty, we will identify one thing out of VI T2P, whether or not T2P stands for Time to Pound or Team to Pound. So either way, we are going to have a lot of fun on the fight.
I'm so sorry. That was so good. I love that. This is why we are entertainers, Masashio. Time to pound, or are you going to be pounding time? So, right. Speaking of pounding, we have the boxes out already for shut up. Looks like they really want to pound Time to Pound and going in for a really fast rotation going into P1.
Yep, and the first hard one, of course, taken over by Almighty as 2 players hop on into the White Warehouse, taking over the power position. In fact, 2 power positions taken over as 1 player is sitting up top on the 2nd floor of Auto Repair, having to go in here for the commitment now. It will be none other than Heaven who steps up to the plate. But here's the surprising thing. He jumped up straight in front of the players of Time to Pound, and none of them took him down, and he is safe inside of Scout Tower, and that is power position number 3. But regardless of how many power position Almighty takes, they aren't taking any points. What's going on?
They just don't want to step on the hard point right now. And finally, as we said that, VI T2P steps into the hard point. 25 seconds left on the clock, and they really just don't want to step on it.
Yeah.
VI getting a lot of the points. So Almighty just really trying to go in there for the push, but really just gets shut down every single time by VI. So now they need to go in for the rotation going into American, but guess who's there? It's VI T2P.
Yeah. And the players of Almighty having one heck of a day out there, showing you guys each and every single power position that can be played through firing range, but they just don't want to show you the hard point just yet, because you know exactly what happens when they step up to the hard point. They start to pound, and of course the hearts of VI T2P starts to pound a little bit harder as well. 28-3 now. Almighty finally now wanting to play the hard point. This could be the money hill for them if they are able to reset the spawns of the players of VI T2P all the way back to Shower Front. But in order to do that, they need to take over the Special Forces base alongside that second hard point. But with 1 player now in the name of Yotoro stepping up to take that fight, who gets taken down, they still will have problems flushing them out. It is not going to be possible to reset their spawns in this way. But as long as Almighty holds on to the hard point, I guess it's not that big of a loss.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, Almighty really gets the points here. Not only that, getting the next hard point as well. And for VI T2P, the spots that they had were kind of a little bit unfortunate, but they finally get to go in for the contest. But I feel like their side should be really just seen here in trailer.
And now as they, of course, go in to reposition themselves, I thought that would be the break coming through from VI T2P because 2 players out of Almighty backed away from the fight to go in for a very early setup of B3. And that's going to be a white warehouse. But no, Almighty goes unpunished as VI T2P just strolls right past them and instead gets shot halfway through. 28-65, they seem to struggle. Almighty, on the other hand, after giving away the first hard point, makes a strong comeback in hardpoint number 2. Shut Up almost in the pathway of streaking himself up. Needs 2 more kills to secure this. And if he gets 1 more hardpoint kill, Shut Up will have the XS1 Goliath in hand.
And now taking a look at what we have here so far, we have a lot of points in between them already, 89 and 28, but Heaven a lot of kills as well with the Sparrow. Now the utils are coming out from the side of Almighty, and the rotation going into the last point. That's going to be very early for VI T2P without any contestation here whatsoever. And at this point, you need to contest every single time because the points in between you almost like 80 points already. So that's going to be very difficult.
My bad, sorry. that Dragonfire, you would think that, you know, there's a free clearance up top because there are holes in the roof, but for some weird, unlucky reason, I have to say, the Dragonfire kind of got stuck, but it doesn't really matter because Almighty, they have found a way to make their way back into the game, and they do not look like making a U-turn anytime soon. They just want to run away with this on this one-way road. 120-34 now. Cluster Strike says hello to the players of VI T2P and perhaps the end as well. With 30 seconds to go, it does not look like VI T2P will have a chance at extending this matchup any further, but with that kill, maybe.
Oh, the util finally comes through, but then unfortunately for them, wasn't able to utilize that Sparrow really well as 135 and 38. The gap just keeps getting wider and wider. They can't even touch the hard point for now, but it's a good thing that they're going in there as a team with only just 2 players from Almighty going in there really quickly. But just like that, they get to have a lot of points, but there's only 5 seconds left on the clock. They need to go in there for the rotation. Almighty with just 6 points left them. They're still very possible for VI T2P. I'm just hoping very slightly, but the cluster strike definitely makes it hard.
Yeah, but who brought that cluster strike out? That was 3 years too early, and Almighty absolutely wastes a cluster strike. There was no need to bring that out at all. None of the players from VI T2P were available there to take down. They weren't even going in for the early contest. Heaven now missing that 1 shot out of the Sparrow, but will be able to recover. Yulo and Marv taken out of the equation. Heaven drops back down inside to finish the game off. Almighty wraps up a perfect 150-47, not allowing the players of VI T2P to even achieve that 50-point club membership.
The membership just being waved right in front of them and Almighty just dangling it. And there's a reason why they are called royalty. They will give you a little bit of a hard time here. And taking a look at what J is even wearing, I kind of want one of those. I feel like, you know, hey, Garena, I want a robe that has Call of Duty Mobile logos on it. But if it makes like a play really good, if that makes you a really good player, then go ahead, send it to us, please, because taking a look at that, J with that 21, but Heaven, the almighty Heaven, having that 26K to his name, 28 seconds in the time. But for me, it really is J not only having that 21 kills, but also 1 minute and 20 seconds in the time.
He has a 3.0 KD. I rest my case, ma'am. This guy, as usual. Yeah, it is the robe. And by the way, I've never seen that article of clothing ever in my life. I never even knew it was a thing until I saw J wearing it, and now I want it for myself. You see, thankfully, J is just a stone's throw away, and the borders are no longer closed, so I can perhaps visit him and steal it away from him. Maybe I'll just ask nicely. I don't know. One of the two, but I really need that for myself as well. And when I find out how to get it, I'll let you guys know as well. I'm sure everybody wants it now.
It's a sisterhood of the traveling robe, because once AJ gets it, pretty sure you can give it to me as well, and vice versa. Give it to Jericho, then give it to Callie. And you know what? Let's make it a thing. You know what, COD community? Please, J, send it over to AJ, and then AJ can mail it to me, and then please, let's make it a whole thing. But anyway, back into the left side of the chart right now. It's just a sad thing to see, because you can see here it's a double negative for most of the members here for VI.
And I I want to say there's no surprise there, but I am a little surprised since, I didn't know what to expect, and therefore I didn't expect anything, but I didn't, I guess, expect this sort of a thrashing, right? 150 to 47. But, we've seen bigger thrashing in the past. Teams have most definitely struggled worse, in comparison to how VI T2P has performed against Almighty. And this has just been game number 1. And this is a new team that's stepping up to the plate. So, I mean, all jokes aside, VI T2P, don't take it to heart. You know how we always have fun on the mic. But, there has to be a certain level of viability out there on the battlefield, which I do not expect out of VI T2P in a hard point matchup against Almighty, because that's expecting too much. But in S&D, I am going to be a little bit more serious with the shoutcasting and expecting those proper strats out of VI T2P, where they will have a little bit of time to take a breather and strategize each and every single round. And with them dropping into the attacking side, it is them who chooses to go in with the aggressive push first. So let's see exactly how these calls are made, Beef.
You're absolutely right with being serious in Search and Destroy. We've seen teams that have been struggling in that hard point really just pull up all of the points here in Search and Destroy and eventually bring it into a round 11. So it's definitely doable for them if they just pick up the pace just a little bit slowly. And now, VI T2P going in for a very heavy rotation going in there. But then, there you go, Mav taking Incendio out, but then shut up with the trade.
Light just makes one mistake and gets double challenged with that position he holds on to. It is a 4v3 now. VI T2P loses map as well as Shut Up strikes back. Jeff Pro takes out Yatoro from the equation, and now it's a 4v2. Jeff Pro all tagged up and will be eliminated by Davies. Amazing thump and a quick trade from Shut Up as well as Heaven will put Almighty 1-0. Now, this is exactly what I'm expecting out of VI T2P. Don't make it easy for Almighty. Take the fight to them. But now that they've challenged them on basketball court and have been denied, the question is, will they try again, or will they double back into the B side to try out Square Center instead? That's exactly what Almighty expects, as they stack up 3 players in that B bomb side with 2 holding on to the mid segment of the map, which means basketball court is all open. But look at VI T2P. After round number 1, they're second-guessing themselves, and you cannot do that regardless of who you go up against.
Yeah, going up against a team like Almighty is definitely going to be a very hard feat, but they definitely gave 1 round, but Heaven with the shot. Yatoro says goodbye, and now they need to go in for another fight. Jeff Pro has a really solid hold here in mid, and now one more person goes down. Yulo T2P, Map T2P, and just like that, Heaven with a 3K, and now can he make it a 4th?
Thankfully, Davey will be able to shut him out of the equation, but Jeff Pro and Irfan J makes sure they wrap that round up quick. VI T2P, 2 rounds now. They focused on that A bomb side, and 2 times they've been taken down a little too quick. Let's see if they change their minds or switch up their gameplay. Yes, finally, they will choose to go to the B bomb side, but it's all about the setup. Almighty calls this well. 3 players stacking up that B bomb side, 2 of them very aggressive. Incendio and Irfan J, they get those initial frags. Heaven adds on to those fights as well, and now it's a 5v2 VI T2P. Is this gonna be a viable play for them? Yatoro gets caught out, and Heaven just makes that way too easy of a fight. 3v1 now with the final player. Mav misses 1 shot. Second shot does not trail that player quick enough, and he backs away, shut down by Incendio on that backstab.
Oh, the chase really was so scary for the final pair from VI T2P, and Almighty just started smelling blood in the water. And now if you're VI T2P, you need to slow things down just a little bit and not let the bomb be a little bit too far off, because what I've been seeing here so far, the bomb is down into very tricky positions where you need to go and play around. See, the bomb is right over there, really just far across, where you need to stay put just in case you do go down. And now we get to see a heavy stack going in from Almighty, going in, finally rotating, going into the midsection.
Let's see, round 4. Exactly what VI T2P can bring in. Yatoro spots, but the response time just a little bit too slow. Does manage to tag up Incendio, but not enough to take him out of the equation just yet. Heaven has got a good angle here. All of those players on the side of VI T2P, 4 to be specific, stacking up the swimming pools, not over-aggressing just yet. This has been the position they've held on to for round number 1 and 2. Didn't turn out well. I don't know what they're looking for in round 4, because if I was VI T2P, I would use my smokes, smoke out this swimming pool area, and really approach that A bomb site as quickly as possible, and then stake my defense inside of that A bomb site. Get that plant as well. They're wasting too much of time at that swimming pool, and when you do that, you open open yourself up to a lot of risk. The backstep through garage, the central garden access once they cut off, and of course, you risk getting rushed by Almighty straight up from the basketball court or even kitchen. So a lot of openings here. VI T2P, they're still playing with fire. Davey manages to thump out Shut Up, and that's a good start, but they need to get to the basketball court now. Finally at point, Heaven takes out Yulo, and the bomb can be planted though, so that puts the advantage to the side of VI T2P.
Now, VI T2P has the monumental job to really just even things out. It's a 3v3, so it's very possible for them to finally go and win this round. But with the bomb going down, it applies a lot of pressure for Almighty. 33 seconds left on the clock, and it's all up to Vi to try and go and defend it very easily. But no, Heaven tries to go in for the 2Ps, doesn't quite get it, and finally the trade comes through. A 1v1 situation, and now it's all up to one person. It's Dave versus Irfan. Let's see what happens here with the thumper shot. Doesn't really quite connect with that, and finally gets it. One round going in for VI T2P, and Almighty really just faltering in that last matchup.
And what does that say? The answer is getting into the basketball court. Don't defend at the swimming pool. Defend in the basketball court where there's only 2 points of access you need to focus on as a squad. Instead of swimming pool where there's so many openings that you really have to divide your eyes. And I don't think you've got enough pairs of eyes to keep an eye on each and every single one of those corners, especially when you're taking on Almighty. But with Mav shutting down Shut Up, that's a great start. Let's see if they can continue this. Thumper straight into kitchen. Does not find anybody just yet, but Mav is gonna continuously throw in all of those shots into basketball court, but that should give them information enough already that it is wide open.
And now that is going to be very vital information, but unfortunately for Heaven, doesn't quite get it. That's a really big pick for Yulo, and now they need to go and find a way. 3v5 situation, but there you go, 4v2 situation, and just like that, VI T2P tries to go in there for the recovery, but you can see the split coming through, and that's a really big shot here for Irfan. He's finally getting it, and back turned, and that's the price that you pay.
Now, I do not expect to see the players of VI T2P lose this in a 3v1 battle, but it is the Clutch King that is involved in this final battle here. And what the Clutch King does well is clutch games. With the long rotation around through Central Garden into open stairs and then swimming pool, will be able to spot out the sniper and then pre-fires Thumper to say hello. What a bait! Clutch King Irfan J. And now G-Com in hand. Thumper goes out to say hello once again. Picks up the DLQ Zealot. Will he be able to get the snipe? Oh, just a fraction of a millimeter down lower. He would have been able to get that. 9 seconds to go. This looks like it's a little too late. And Light makes quick work of him. 3-2. And VI T2P still alive as we switch sides.
Oh, that was a really good run from VI T2P. Not really quite overextending, not allowing Irfan J to pick them off one by one. And the thing is, though, Almighty finally has a hold of the bomb. And you already know that they're really good at the attacking side because they dictate the pace of the game. But it's a really good response so far with VI T2P. Let's see what they can do within the defensive side. They do have a 2-1-2 split here. A really good start. But with the information coming through, with a one pick, Mav takes out Irfan J. The rotation needs to come through from everyone else coming in from
Mav, what a turnaround, what a thumper, shuts down Incendio, and that is anticipation right there. This is what we wanted to see out of VI T2P. Time to pound indeed, not the team to pound anymore. Yatoro now circles around towards Central Garden, but still will choose to focus and keep his defenses in kitchen strong. And nobody's going to be able to step up to the plate just yet, and they are making sure to cut off all the access that Almighty will have in towards that bomb site. But only one player inside of basketball court, and that might just be a risky play. But with Davey taking out Heaven from this equation, the numbers game strong on the side of VI T2P.
And now they're really taking advantage of all the numbers here. But with the information coming through with the 2v2 situation here, finally, Jeff Pro gets one. I feel like that info should have been brought. That it's a heavy stack here, knowing that there's no one there in Bravo. And now it really gives a free plant right now to Almighty. But still, the number is still into the advantage of VI T2P, where Mav tries to go and take one more shot. But let's see what happens here.
It's a 3v2 with Jeff Pro and Shut Up. Jeff Pro just need to go in there with the stellar defense, and Shut Up does exactly that. Mav taken out of the equation. Jeff Pro now with a Mac 10 will be able to spray down one player, but that's just the distraction. He's not spotting the left-hand side, but the position that Jeff Pro is holding on to is not going to get taken down all that too easily. And Shut Up will be able to secure Yulo on the other side and drop back in to help Jeff Pro out, and Shut Up with the 3 kills back to back to make sure Almighty does not drop the ball in the round.
That was a beautiful retake by ALMGHTY, and even though, yes, they were down by the numbers, it doesn't really matter. I feel like this is where experience comes into play. They slowed things down and basically just had a chokehold right now for VI T2P. I feel like that really big opening shot from Shut gets rid of Mav, and again, speaking of Mav having that ego chat up against Irfan J was not the play of the game.
4-2 now. ALMGHTY on the attack, taking VI T2P very seriously after those 2 rounds. But VI T2P just all of a sudden woke up. Light now might be able to make quick work of the team, but does not over-aggress. I mean, it's a good and a bad at the very same time, because over-aggressing in that position perhaps could have put them a little bit in front. The timing was all it was about. Yatoro now goes out for the challenge, but not able to take Heaven out of the equation just yet. But Heaven, on the other hand, will be able to shut down Light. Davey with the backstab, spraying up Heaven, but the CBR4 just not good enough. Irfan J shuts down Yulo. Incendio and Jeff Pro taken out in the process. 3v2, make that a 2v1 now. T2P drops the ball at the very end with the one and only Davey.
And now it's match point, where we thought VI T2P could go into for the recovery. They just had the hardest time, especially going up against ALMGHTY, where they know how to keep their cool. And now for VI, they need to go in there very smartly, and it seems like ALMGHTY is really wanting to go in for that Bravo push, but good for them. The 2-1-2 split will definitely go and be there, but the information from VI T2P, they need to go in for the rotation right now.
Better do final round for ALMGHTY. Potentially, if they can wrap things up, 4v4 VI T2P, trying to prevent that exact situation. And now, player number 5 on the side of VI T2P, the one and only Yulo, steps on out of his defenses and teases out a thump from the other side. And Yatoro, on the other hand, will be able to respond. Irfan J taken out. Jeff Pro dropped out by Yulo. And this is how VI T2P rises back up to the top. Yatoro now, CBR4, needs to take Heaven out of the equation, but Heaven instead shuts him down. Heaven takes another one, and this is getting a little bit crazier. Will they be able to take him down? Yulo gets the job done, and VI T2P brings this to round number 9.
Ooh, VI T2P sees another day here, and that is going to be very impressive for them. But Heaven almost getting another hit for his name. That's going to be very impressive. Heaven with 11 already is going to be very spicy for him. And now, the defense going in for Bravo, same split that we've seen a while ago, but a little bit more heavy into the spawn. But now, again, another B push coming in here. Information needs to come through. The rotation finally coming in from VI, and now still 5 men still stand true.
5-3 now, VI T2P. 4v4, not a tough situation to come back from, but a 4v3 on the other hand makes it a little bit tougher. Irfan J traded out. What a play by Mav. And now Yatoro should be able to catch out the back of Jeff Pro, but he needs to step on fourth. He cannot second guess himself in that position, but he is wondering perhaps, is there someone in gallery? There's always someone in gallery in the name of Heaven. But Yatoro finally takes up the courage to step up, and he does manage to take Jeff Pro out of the equation. Heaven should be the next one. The final player left in here. Light shut down. It's a 2v1. Mav or quick scope. Heaven shut down, and they can defuse the bomb. VI T2P, they survive that.
Yatoro getting a really big kill for his name. That is going to be very impressive. Plus that quick scope, ooh, that was so spicy. And now a 5v4 and around 11 is definitely going to be up in the horizon with VI T2P looking like they're really solid on the defense. ALMGHTY going in there very aggressively for B, and now seems like A is going to be a better position for them because they keep losing here in Bravo. And now again, same 2-1-2 split, and now they're taking it a little bit slow. The aggression not really working out for ALMGHTY. Now that's going to be really good for them. The information needs to come through very first. Mav takes out that trophy. Now they very well know that it's going to be an A split.
Time to pound the ALMGHTY. That's exactly what VI needs to step up from, but it's a double challenge. Irfan J, what a smoke! And Light shuts down Irfan J. Take a thumper to Jeff Pro. Incendio sprayed down with the CBR4. VI T2P, it's time to pound the ALMGHTY. 5v2 now. Heaven and Shut Up. If anyone can make a comeback, it is Shut Up, but Davey makes sure he takes Heaven out of the equation, putting Shut Up in a 1v5. Yes, you can make a comeback, but against 5 players who have woken up, hell no, says VI T2P. And yes, they pound their way all the way into round 11 and take that bomb right back.
what are we seeing right now? A team ace? That is just amazing to see, especially from a team like VI T2P. And now Almighty wants to go and try yet again here in Bravo, where VI T2P definitely read that to a T, where they heavily stack it on defense. Not only that, overextending as well. And now for Almighty, they need to go and readjust, and that's a really good thing. But that also gives a lot of time for VI T2P to adjust themselves as well. And now they're going and having their sides up at A, but knowing very well that there's going to be a little bit of quiet here in Bravo. The rotation coming in from VI T2P needs to go in there. There you go. They finally go and rotate. That was a really good read from Almighty too. The fact that they were defending so heavily here in Bravo and the readjustment coming in from VI, that is going to be a very big thing to see. There's only one person here for the defense, which is Shut Up.
The crossover into basketball court, the best thing you want for yourself is to smoke right in the position in front of that kitchen window, which blocks out the position that Shut Up holds onto as well as kitchen. And without that smoke, it just makes it way too easy for players like Shut Up to punish for all of those slow comers who occupy that swimming pool area. Shut Up now takes Mav out of the equation too. That's 2 back-to-back. Jeff Pro will be able to eat the third one up. Yulo taken down with a headshot, and things are not going to slow down from there. Almighty looking for that victory. 6-5, being pushed all the way into round number 11 is not something that they want, but they'll gladly accept and welcome. 6-5, Almighty still grabs the victory.
So that was really close for comfort, but a really great effort from VI T2P. And obviously Almighty, with the experience that they have here, having just one person up in A, and I know they really heavily stacked Bravo. That was a really good read too from on their end, knowing very well that VI T2P would want to go in for the rotation here in Bravo, but eventually that readjustment coming in from them was actually really, really good. I feel like it just took a lot of time for them to go rotate into A. That gave Shut Up a window to take out 2 players and eventually just snowballed out of control.
I'm just very glad that the players of VI T2P has managed to break away from the fear that was very evident in the initial first few rounds. They were second-guessing themselves, a little bit too slow to go in for the challenge, and every single time they second-guessed themselves, Almighty very easily shut down their plays. They were very slow approaches towards that A bomb side, that basketball court again and again, which was just something that Almighty welcomed with open arms, because when you slow that pace down to such a level, it makes it super easy for players like Shut Up as well as Heaven to hit those snipes. Irfan J to, pull out his SMG and snuff you out of the equation. Those plays are too easy. But then when VI T2P, they step up the pace, they confidently move into some of the sectors that Almighty holds onto, they discovered that they could hang toe-to-toe with the players when it comes to those gunfights. Mechanically, the players of VI T2P might not be as good as Almighty yet, but they most definitely can, at the very least, challenge them and push them into a round number 11. Perhaps if the confidence had come out a little bit earlier, we might see a 6-5, but in favor of VI T2P. Those can just be assumptions for the time being. Let's see how VI T2P performs in the final matchup, Domination, that we are about to see in a little bit. And of course, where else do we go but Slums?
Oh, yes, Slums. Now, this is going to be very hard because Almighty can definitely bring aggression to the table as well, especially seeing that hardpoint matchup. And I feel like VI T2P, that was a confidence boost. Like, honestly, yes, they lost that search and destroy, but slowing down the pace, bringing round 11 to a team like Almighty is no easy feat.
Yeah.
And now bringing this kind of domination round in Slums, it's going to be hard. I am not saying it's impossible for VI T2P to win this, but especially coming in from that 47 and 150 and firing range, especially bringing the map even slower and even smaller for them, Slums Domination will be the hardest map that they will probably have to pull out for today.
Yeah, and so far, VI T2P hasn't really been able to do much against Almighty. It doesn't count if you can take a few rounds, if you, of course, lose the game overall. And in Domination Slums, there's no doubt at all that VI T2P was sitting down and watching the competition all the way until now. If they weren't, then unlucky for them, because they would have learned a lot in the matchup that we witnessed earlier on today, where Smart Omega was a part of. A few mistakes were made at the Slums Domination that we did manage to touch on, and hopefully VI T2P takes all of that information and focuses on using that to snuff out Almighty this time around. Because if all of those adjustments and those mistakes that were made by Smart Omega earlier on is repeated in here by VI T2P as well, then it's a GG overall. But Slums, as we open things up, ladies, German boys and girls, it's gonna be that B flag that will be the hottest fight for both teams.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And in the B flag, you need to have a hole of bricks instead of blue. That you have that power position, it's a little bit better for you. And now for Almighty, they're finally getting a lot of members here into that Bravo flag, and they're pushing as far deep into the spawn of VI T2P, getting a lot of these points as well.
And the players of Almighty now might want to flip the spawns out. It looks like that's exactly what they're attempting for with the very far reach in towards the spawns of VI T2P. But that's just going to be an overextension that they cannot afford unless they throw the numbers in. And earlier on, we only saw one player going in for the overextension. If you are Almighty and you have the weaker side, you don't have to overextend as long as you've got the better side in terms of mechanical capability, which we know that they do. They can win their gunfights, so overextending might just put them at risk. But now one player has already managed to infiltrate the defenses, but no backstab at all coming out of Light as he gets snuffed out way too quickly. Now the gods of RNG giving VI T2P a spawn out of Junkyard, which gives them the backstab into B, but instead they overextend to the home flag of Almighty.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate. I feel like the timing of that spawn was just really great for them. Could have gone into the flip for that C flag, but just still way over the line going into Bravo. And now this is why Slums is such a tricky map, because of the spawns that you have here. It's just too close for comfort, especially for all of your home flags, not only for domination but for hardpoint as well. And now going into Junkyard, you need to go and find a way to just flip the spawns right now. And if you're going to be VI T2P, having just halfway point already, is already trickling down with the points. It's been the Almighty games ever since it started.
VI T2P is in the favorable side of the map, but they are still not able to win a majority of their gunfights, which is the reason why, although they drop into the lower half of the map, into dumpsters, into broken, to step onto the B flag, they're just not getting the job done because they keep losing out on all of their gunfights. Spread missile dropped by Irfan J, very weird one because he could have bagged 2 players, but instead chooses just 1. Don't know what went wrong there, but it doesn't really matter. Almighty now running away with this matchup, 67-36, and I feel bad for VI T2P, but they also have to change up their approach to this game, and I see them doing that on that minimap. Instead of focusing on dumpsters and broken, they are finally moving through the top side of the map, through Memorial into Garage, but it's a little too late, my friends. 75-39, we reach the halfway point.
Now the halfway point has been reached, and now Almighty has a stronger half of the game, the stronger point where you see that VI T2P should have probably went in for that AC split, and even especially with that spawn a while ago, it's just really unfortunate that they couldn't really get a hold of that. And now with Almighty going in there very quickly, Bricks is definitely going to be a really good spawn for them, and now they're all fighting for that. They don't want anything to do with blue, and that is going to be very important, but we can see that VI T2P winning a lot of the gunfights. They need one more. That is a really good start, but then the flush needs to come through.
And the player, Yulo, he can go in here for the overextension, but the question is, what's the plan? What is the plan with the overextension when none of the other players are stepping onto the B flag? They're all looking for the gunfights, but nobody's playing the objectives. And VI T2P, they really need to smarten up if they want to get back toe-to-toe with Almighty in this domination matchup, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. Their priorities of engagement seems to overpower their priority of stepping onto the objective. You are not gonna win an objective-based matchup with that sort of a practice. Irfan J, now Predator already dropped earlier on, Cluster as well as the Dragonfire on for the play in a couple of seconds, and with the better side, good job Mustachio, with the better side in the hands of Almighty, they're just running away with this game now, B.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up a really important point there where they had the opportunity to seize Bravo, but then unfortunately for them, really didn't quite get it. They were able to take out a lot of the members from Almighty and Bricks, and they just stayed there. They didn't even touch that Bravo flag, and now they're going into blue, and you already know blue might not be the best bet here, especially going up against Almighty. You need to go in for Bricks and really try to go in for the power position to try and go for taking Bravo, but the overextension right now coming in from Jeff Pro is going to be a little bit difficult as he is trying to get them down one by one.
Almighty just doing everything right at the Slums Domination. VI T2P on the other hand, I'm not sure what's going on, but they really, really need to work on their approach to Slums Domination. The strategy is just all over the place. Gunfights, on the other hand, that's something that I cannot blame them. We all know how good Almighty is when it comes to the engagements out there on the battlefield. But in terms of the strategy, in terms of the approach to this domination matchup, VI T2P has got quite a distance to go in the competition. 68 to 122, I believe we already know who the victors are gonna be, because with the approach that VI T2P has been taking in this domination matchup so far, it does not seem like they will be getting any mastery of this map anytime soon, nor those points.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it's crazy because they were the ones who picked this map, so that is going to be really unfortunate for them. But obviously, there were a little bit of bright spots into this game, especially into that early half. But right now, with 135 and 75, that proves to be a little bit difficult. As you can see here, Heaven just pounding their way through in time to pound, really just getting a lot of the beating already. Cheeky plays.
Cheeky going for a triple. Cheeky, are they gonna get the triple? Very cheeky. And yes, they might just be looking to finish the game off on a triple cap, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But with one player on the side of Almighty going down in that final seconds in the name of Incendio, the triple cap's not gonna be possible. But a stellar victory with a 3-0 donut served up. Most definitely a thumbs up. Third donut in a row given in the Garena Masters Season 2, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile, courtesy of Almighty. And I want to say that VI T2P could have done something about it, Brief, but it just didn't seem to be the case. Because even if, you know, those mistakes that we talked about, even if those mistakes weren't made, a majority of those gunfights just went in the way of Almighty.
It wasn't even close at all. If we thought that that hardpoint matchup in firing range was going to be good, now this is absolute domination and domination here in Slums. 82 and 150. All I want to say to Almighty is just a GG, well played, well done. Would you like to join our clan? Because it's just, I miss hearing that, can I just say? But yeah, they just absolutely brought it to the table. They just showed utter perfection here in Slums.
Yeah, it's some of the players out of VI T2P almost in a triple negative, whilst if you look at Almighty, some of the players are almost at a triple positive. And now when you put those two numbers together, you know how mismatched this particular combat was. But it's not just about the mechanical capability. And this is something that frustrates me when I'm out there playing the game in a random ranked match where I'm just queuing solo. You get a couple of team members who are really, really good at perhaps going out there looking for fights, but nobody focuses on the objectives. And you just cannot have that going on when it is in the case of hardpoint or domination. Your kills will mean absolutely nothing unless those kills are very specifically in terms of covering for another player who has been tasked to play the objectives. And if you do not have such a strategy, if you do not have such teamwork out there on the battlefield, then Almighty is gonna eat you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
If you give like a little bit of weakness, if you show a little bit of weakness to Almighty, they will go eat that up. So now that you actually kind of saw that in Search and Destroy, where a lot of the time VI T2P had a lot of bright spots, but it's just that readjustment coming from Almighty, just slowing things down, dictating the pace, even though they were at a disadvantage, a man disadvantage, really just shows how well formed this team is and how mature they are. But definitely for VI T2P, they can definitely hone this skill that they have, because they definitely have it, especially showing it in that Search and Destroy. But it really is in the respawns where they kind of falter a little bit when you pick up the pace just a little bit more. But taking a look at the points right now, obviously Almighty with that 3-0, 47 to 150 here in firing range, hardpoint, and rated Search and Destroy. A very close game, 6-5. And now for Slums Domination, it wasn't no questions asked, 82 and 150. Almighty just proved that they really wanted to end things out, and they just wanted to end the day really early.
Yeah, but if you are VI T2P, there's nothing perhaps to, feel all that too bad about. It's just day number one, and you've just faced defeat in the hands of one of the best in Garena. Not just Singapore, not just between MSP, but literally throughout Garena, right? So there's nothing to feel bad about. But in terms of the strategy and the approach to the match as a whole, a lot of, I guess, attention needs to be paid towards that segment. Maybe improvement in terms of team communication, because at times, you mentioned earlier on, they were at Memorial or Bricks, and they had the opportunity to play the B flag. They just chose to not go in for the B flag. Or was it a breakdown in communication where they thought their other team members were going to go in for the objectives and they were the slayers? Because clearly all of them wanted to be slayers out there, Beef, and it's just not going to be able to win games like that.
Yeah, the OBJ needs to come through, and kind of like what we saw here in Hardpoint. Yes, they had a really strong P1, but you already know it quickly just turns around, especially going into American and P2 and etc. It really just no questions asked. Almighty just brought it to the table. Everything was down and above. I mean, the only mistake that we saw Almighty here was to have that early cluster strike into the reset going into P1, but it doesn't really matter. They don't need that. They can purely win this game based on their gunfights, based on their utilities that they have. The Sparrow, where they just didn't need it. Heaven could have easily stepped into that Hardpoint, but I feel like they could have just, easily went in there. But he just took his time, wanted to get the one kill, and there you go. That just basically ends it.
And that was the second time we went back into the first hardpoint, right? The first time we were at the first hardpoint, Almighty didn't even play hardpoint. No. They literally gave us a tour around firing range, showing us, okay, this is power position number 1, power position number 2. And even if that was the case, VI T2P weren't able to run away with the matchup. But once again, I can't really hold that against them because it was, at the end of the day, matching up against Almighty and their mechanical supremacy. All of those gunfights were very one-sided. But in this SND, we saw them wake up. Sorry, I kind of recapped that a little bit too late. But in the SND, we saw them wake up. And that is where we saw that VI T2P perhaps can be a team that we can count on, but just not now. Maybe in the future. Maybe like 2-3 days down the road in the group stages, because they've got so much to fix in the competition. And I just want to see that capability out of them.
Just take out Slums. So just take it out because they should not play here, especially here in Domination. What more in Hardpoint? So that is going to be a difficult map for them, and it is their pick. So that is going to be something of a lesson learned for them because of how much of a pounding time to pound really got from Almighty here. And knowing that they really spawned off into the stronger side into the first half of the game, and really, you can see here, they can't even cross over just a little bit from Garage and Hummers. Going into Statue, they could not touch it at all. And now for Almighty, it was just like child's play at this point. You can see how much of a disparity is in terms of like the mechanical skills and the map knowledge here.
And, overall, it's once again not, I guess, something that we can hold against VI T2P because they were taking on the Almighty. Heaven picking up the MVP title. This is your soldier of the game. 23.67 average kills, 10.33 average deaths, which brings him to one of the highest KDs that we've seen in the day. Not the highest, 2.29. And that most definitely is impressive, but it cannot be the, I guess, true gauge of how Heaven is or how deadly the whole Almighty squad is, because VI T2P wasn't the right benchmark for a team like this. Once Almighty takes on a team that I guess can stand toe-to-toe with them, we will be able to see those true numbers out. Now, I say that on behalf of VI T2P because they are newcomers to the scene, and I want to perhaps focus on the SND when it comes to I guess gauging their capability, because they did manage to push Almighty all the way down to around number 11, albeit they didn't really manage to take the win. But it is those moments of capability that we saw out of VI T2P that makes me think, this team is definitely ones we want to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, but speaking of keeping our eyes on something, let's take a look at what we have here so far with our round standings, because obviously day number 1 has been ups and downs, and I feel like me and the AJ, Callie, we were losing our hair because of how intense everything was. And taking a look at that, in Group A, we have Smart Omega with that 3 wins and 1 loss, and you know what? You get a lot of these points here. I mean, 2 wins and 1 loss, rather. And now for Tyrant Esports, it's going to be the same thing as well. So 2 wins and 1 loss, but then right below them, C8 Legacy and C8 Stealth having 2 losses apiece. Taking a look at our Group B, Mamba Lowkings and Mamba Corinthians, that is going to be a different story here. Lowkings obviously being a little bit more dominant, having those 3 wins and 0 losses. And for the Corinthians as well, having those 2 wins and 1 loss. So it's not really a bad start for Mamba Corinthians, especially with their opener here into the Season 2.
Group D has not stepped into action just yet. Blacklist International, Ultimate, Huntsman, Warlord Esports, Destroy, as well as LF Organization. We will have to wait a couple of days before we can see them step up to the plate. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the next broadcast day will be on the 8th, which is this coming Sunday. But of course, let's take a quick look at the schedule that we have prepared for you guys so you can see exactly what you can expect on Sunday. It will be the Warlords taken on LFG. This is such a hilarious organization name alongside their logo as well, right? Because you don't know. You don't know whether broadcasters lost their logo or that's actually their logo.
I mean, we can never tell. Tell us in the comment section what you think. But again, a really cheeky way to just blaze into the competition. It's the first time being here, obviously, but obviously the members that they have here, they are one of the most competitive teams that I think that will definitely have a little bit of a surprise for us. But taking a look, going down another Group D bracket here, Blacklist International versus Huntsman, and now for Smart Omega versus Tyrant Esports as well for Group A, C8 Legacy versus C8 Stealth. So it's the brothers versus brothers here. That's going to be very exciting. And then down in Group B, time to end things with Lowkings versus Gaijin Rogue, and also Mamba Corinthians versus C8 Jeux. That day number 2 for Sunday, that is going to be really blazing.
I think it's going to be blazing because we are going to open up the day with LF Organization stepping up to the plate. I'm excited. I want to see exactly what the Brotherhood combo can do, Hot Dog as well as Crush. I want to see how well Crush performs outside of Smart Omega because, you know, it has been, I guess, a little disappointing to see the performance of Smart Omega overall. And with Crush leaving the team, it leaves us with questions like, okay, so was he the weak link? Well, we will get our answers when we see exactly how well LF Organization performs. Any last words before we close off the day, Beef?
I mean, honestly, today has been so crazy. A lot of the up and downs, I really mentioned it a while ago. But again, for Sunday, day number 2, I feel like the theme of the day is brotherhood. Full Alchemist brotherhood all the way because of the brothers. Not only C8 versus C8, but the brothers really go in there for their debut, finally in for the new teams. But again, thank you for having me. Day number 1 has been absolutely great.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this has been the Season 2 of the Garena Masters brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Beef Mummy. And it's, of course, on behalf of Cali, signing off for the day. Thank you so much for making sure this show is the best with your comments as well as likes and shares. If you haven't liked or shared the stream just yet, please do so right now. Bye-bye. Take care.